Okay. So I think we'll get started now. Thank you, everyone, for bearing with us. We were just working on some technical matters, particularly related to our live YouTube stream. So, to get started, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the final day of the Biodesign Sprint Ocean Futures program. My name is Paul Rubery, and I am the Executive Director of Biodesign Challenge. Later, we will be joined by Michael, our Program Director, whom you should all know quite well. Today marks the exciting conclusion of the third installment of the Biodesign Sprint program, an accelerated design competition that encourages students and recent alumni to explore how cutting-edge biotechnologies might reshape our world. As with previous years, the Biodesign Sprint focuses on a central theme or problem that demands our attention. In 2021, we partnered with Google to focus on the problem of computation's environmental footprint. And a year later, in 2022, we worked alongside Mars Wrigley to envision the future of food. The chosen theme for this year's Biodesign Sprint is less defined. Our Ocean Futures Framework corresponds broadly to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and to the United Nations Ocean Decade. We selected the Ocean Futures Framework because the oceans occupy a privileged position in the terms of our self-understanding. In a practical sense, the oceans unite us. The waters between our land masses connect us in time and in space, in our labors and in our myths. And in a very concrete but philosophically provocative sense, the early ocean's Promethean character once provided the very foundation of biological possibility, a subject that concerns us deeply in the field of biodesign. Indeed, there is much to say about the world's oceans. For millennia, the oceans have supported life on Earth. The fossil record shows that microbial life emerged as early as 3.5 billion years ago, when water covered the planet's surface and volcanoes gave rise to the first continents. Over the subsequent ages, these early life forms changed dramatically, growing both in complexity and diversity before becoming, like geophysical phenomena, an active force in shaping the planetary system. Without the oceans, ancient life would not have existed, and neither would we. The great ocean is a crucible for evolution. Its currents direct the flow of change and provide the conditions for a vast array of ecosystems far removed from our shorelines. In fact, everything living today can trace its lineage and current well-being back to the seas. But our oceans in the 21st century are transforming rapidly, representing not, or resembling nothing like the primordial waters of prehistory, the initial soup from which life sprang, nor even the recent oceans of the pre-industrial age. Like the rest of the planet, the whole of the ocean bears signs of human activity. The ocean, swelling with microplastics, forever chemicals, and other industrial traces, is now an Anthropocene ocean, a body of water defined by human action and artifice. Each year, the Anthropocene ocean becomes less hospitable to the many life forms that evolved under an earlier ocean's unique historical conditions and dynamics. And in this transformation, we are witnessing species extinction and climate disasters on an unprecedented scale. Because modern humanity bears responsibility for changing the oceans, we must endeavor to fix them. In recent decades, the world's governments have sought to tackle the destabilization of oceanic systems by instituting regulations and mandates that prohibit behaviors like overfishing and chemical dumping that further harm the planet. But everywhere in the world, communities rely on the sea for sustenance, and non-interaction represents an untenable position. A healthy Anthropocene ocean may provide the necessary foundations for a burgeoning population and an equitable global economy. But if we are to get there, it will only occur through our scientific ingenuity and direct intervention. Our field, biodesign, offers clear-sighted opportunities to turn the tides on ocean health and engineer a productive oceanic system. Combining biotechnology, design, and other disciplines, biodesign encourages the manufacture of sustainable goods and systems that harmonize the relationship between human beings and the planet. Biodesigners focus on environmental remediation, industrial waste streams, and natural resources to envision alternatives to conventional material practices. They develop new industries and products that bring about better futures. If humanity wishes to restore balance to the oceans, beginning with biodesign is a prudent choice. That is why we are so excited to present the Biodesign Sprint Ocean Futures program today. For the past 2 months, interdisciplinary teams working across 6 continents have been united in a global conversation around ocean health and designing with living systems. In doing so, we have seen truly brilliant projects develop. Brand new funerary rituals, mangrove reforestation schemes, and coral reef protection buffers, to name a few. Each biodesign sprint project advances a completely unique vision of how biotechnology might evolve to meet the demands of society and the planet. And today we have the good fortune of seeing what is possible now and what will be possible tomorrow. To address the Biodesign Sprint participants directly, I want to say that I have been delighted in watching you take charge of the challenges facing our oceans and have seen you approach interdisciplinary work with equanimity and invention. You have lost yourself in scientific research, ran experiments in the lab, spoken with stakeholders around the world, and turned your minds to a future that might be made better through thoughtful applications of biotechnology. I have been inspired by the project previews you have shared with me, and I am grateful that you have lent your time and intelligence to the seas. So, again, thank you. Now, before we transition to the day's scheduled programming, I would like to cover some practical matters, including Zoom meeting etiquette, program format, evaluation, and timing. Please listen carefully, as adhering to these few guidelines will make the day run smoothly. First, and very importantly, we request that you please mute your microphones at all times except for those when you and your teammates are presenting. Background noise will distract the other participants and judges, and we want everyone to have an equal opportunity to convey their design ideas within the time that we have allotted. Second, be considerate of time constraints. Over the next several hours, you will hear from 20 schools. Each school will have 10 minutes to present their biodesign project, complete with visual aids, and another 5 minutes of designated question and answer period with the judges. In the chat, you will find a link to today's schedule. This schedule is up to date. Be aware of when you are supposed to present and ensure that you are ready to share your materials quickly after the team before you. Third, for the judges, be aware that your schedule differs from the participants. In your schedule, you will find hyperlinks to evaluation forms for each participating team. Internally, we will refer to these forms as part of a novel assessment protocol, so we ask kindly that you fill them out to the best of your ability during or shortly after the individual presentations. After all teams have shared their ideas, the judges will leave the Zoom session to deliberate on the winners of the overall, runner-up, and special category prizes. Judges, you will receive an email shortly with a private link to the deliberation session, but you can also find it in the special agenda that we distributed this morning. For those of you new to Biodesign, the Biodesign Challenge ecosystem, special category prizes serve to acknowledge student excellence in the diverse subfields of biodesign, outstanding narrative, outstanding art, etc., and should be an important point of pride for the recipients. Regardless of the special category prize outcomes, changes made to the evaluative framework of the competition will ensure that all participants receive recognition for their hard work over the period of the Biodesign Sprint. Platinum, gold, silver, and bronze medals will be awarded according to performance along the Biodesign Challenge scoring rubric, which was distributed in advance of the competition and is found on the individual forms. Around 3 p.m., Annie Chen and Zoe Lee of Beam Studio will deliver a closing keynote address on their work in biodesign and ocean advocacy. Both participated in Biodesign Challenge programs as students and now find themselves leading key environmental conversations at an international level. It promises to be a fantastic presentation. Once more, I thank you all for joining us today. If we are ready, I would like to officially begin our finals by inviting the team from Monash University to share their screen and present their project.
Thank you very much, Paul. We will share our screen while we are waiting for the screen to be up. A small introduction from our team from Monash University in Indonesia. We are looking at the biodesign project that explore how urban design can nurture more adaptive and symbiotic ways of living with the oceans, with the case study in Jakarta as the fastest sinking city in the world. The team, please.
Thank you, Boeka. We will begin our presentation. Earth, our home, a planet where vast ocean dominates. A planet that consists of 70% ocean that provide food and livelihood for us. Yet the world ocean are facing unprecedented threats. Our ocean are warming, seas are rising and acidifying, threatening ecosystem and our communities. Indonesia is the world's largest archipelago state with 75% ocean linking over 17,000 islands. But now, even its capital city is at risk. Through this map, we highlight Jakarta's environmental pressures. The red zone mark areas where ground is sinking up to 25 centimeters. By mid-century, nearly a third of the city could sit below the sea level, raising the risk of flooding. And in the offshore, there's a nutrient buildup shown in green, carried by 13 river signal condition that could trigger algal bloom. And in addition to this, heavy metals such as arsenic and mercury also been detected and raising serious concern about the marine life and coastal communities. And beside that, our current seawalls have already reached its limit, yet the pressure keep growing over time. Two forces shape Jakarta's future, sinking land and also distressed water. And in the meantime, our focus in Muara Angke is located in the northern part of Jakarta is at the front line of this risk. Muara Angke holds a significant number of fish production and fish catchment, making it one of the most valuable fishery spots in Indonesia. Muara Angke is a home for a fishing community where over 93% rely on sea for their livelihood. Education in this location are low, and most work under a patron-client system depending on middlemen for both and capital. Their life hinge on what the ocean provides, yet heavy metal pollution is shrinking the fish stock, and rising seas now threaten the very home they live in. To address these complex challenges, the government has formulated the Urban Design Guidelines, which outline a set of integrated physical and environmental strategies. But this isn't enough to tackle with only great focus in infrastructure in the document. So we want to create resilience, and creating resilience in Muara Angke means enabling system to absorb the shock, adapt and transform. This approach combines the green, blue and gray infrastructure to protect livelihood, reduce risk and restore ecosystem. Our focus is in the site intervention of Muara Angke. It has 34.7 hectares area. We propose a solution that we would like to call it as a seawalls. Beyond barriers, a vision that ensures comprehensive solution for coastal life. Inspired by the idea of filling gaps in the existing innovation, we explore hybrid nature-based modules like mangrove pods and floating mussels, and design concepts such as tetrapod, reef bowls, and floating wetlands. So what's our next design move? This design process began with the GPGI approach as a starting point to bridge existing innovation. The challenges was clear. There's no one-size-fits-all solution. So we looked deeper into ecological aspect and identified mangrove as a key element. From there, we iterate through several designs, leading to the current module focused on resilience framework. Our goal is to create a system that can absorb, adapt, and transform.
Therefore, we introduce EcoPod, a modular unit that supports mangrove planting, acts as a wave breaker, and provides habitat. The design stands 3 meter tall and uses tetraship to slow and dissipate wave energy. Its central form is slightly spherical to create space for mangrove to grow while offering additional habitat for fish, which is why we also add texture to the surface to mimic the natural reef condition. The 10 until 50 centimeter hollow opening support root development, and as you can see here, it helps young root mangrove to stay in place so they are not going to carried away by the wave. EcoPod delivers adaptable coastal protection and can be deployed across various shorelines. In this master plan, it functions as both buffer and habitat, complementing hydraulic dikes. To form an effective buffer, we alternate one ecopod with mangrove and one without. This pattern gives enough room for the mangrove canopy to grow, since it can spread up to 5 meters while maintaining the consistent protection. And as a habitat system, two ecopods can also anchor three floating wetlands. This approach allows us to scale beyond product design into urban planning. The schematic shows those three layers of our approach. Onshore, the hydraulic dikes replace conventional ones to address sea level rise. Nearshore, the ecopod with mangrove planting act as a hybrid buffer, using Rhizopora mucronata to absorb pollutants such as phosphate and nitrate while dispersing the wave energy. On the offshore, ecopod integrates floating wetlands with Gracilia spp, where the rope can provide habitat for mussels and the pod itself attracts small fish, which in turn attract larger species such as mackerel tuna and become a fishing hotspot for local fishermen while filtering water pollutant. So this layer will activate the ecological chain. Once the system is in place, it begins rebuilding natural relationship. The mangrove near shore will revive the small organisms such as crustaceans, arthropods, and zooplankton. And as mentioned, the offshore habitat will nurture mussels and small fish that draw mid-pelagic species. And as the ecosystem reconnect, they began to support larger pelagic species that are beyond our area of interest. The system is designed incrementally, making it realistic and feasible to implement. As for the phase 1 onshore, to upgrade the hydraulic dike first. This is the most urgent step by creating a stable backbone and managing water flow safely. And as the dike is established, we move into years 2 and 3. Here we place the first ecopod near shore to acclimate to sea condition first, while mangrove seedlings are raised in the nurseries. By years 4 and 5, the saplings and juvenile mangrove are transferred onto the ecopod, while the structure supports their early growth. This space also brings in local community to participate in this stage. And then, in the year 6, we extend the system offshore by installing ecopods with floating wetlands to build habitat. And within a year, the area can be harvested and beneficial for the fishermen. And finally, beyond year 10, the system becomes self-sustaining. However, the ecopod may break as the mangrove fully anchor. However, its life cycle doesn't end, it shifts. Because of its reef-like texture, the fragment continue to become habitat for the other ocean species. And this is the simulation that illustrates how the ecopod interacts with the wave. In this project, we need to underline that the system strengthened the coastline through bioremediation and hybrid ecological engineering. However, its impact remains limited if upstream degradation still continues. While the system offers strong potential, there are challenges that could hinder its future development. Before implementation, they may be community resistant. During implementation, the trial and error is unavoidable. And after implementation, there is a risk of misallocated benefit or elite capture that could undermine long-term goals. To address this risk, we emphasize early co-design with the community, clear and transparent communication, joint task force with governance, and adaptive monitoring. So this project acts as a pilot project that could be applicable across Jakarta coastline to achieve comprehensive sea protection and its livelihood. And that's all from Mona's team. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now we have 5 minutes for the judges to ask questions. I will start a timer now. Judges, feel free to turn on your cameras and your microphones, and then just ask the ask the contestants.
Hi, maybe I'll jump in first. Thanks for that. That was beautiful, absolutely beautiful presentation. I really enjoyed learning about the EcoPot and how it fits into this larger program for Jakarta. My question is about the alternatives that might exist today that EcoPot would be a replacement for or an improvement on. So if I really wanted to plant some mangrove trees, but EcoPot didn't exist, what would I have to do instead? What would my alternative look like?
Feel free to unmute yourself and then answer.
Thank you, Jake, for the question. So, addressing this issue, we actually have visited the place and also looked the environmental in the coastline of Jakarta, especially in the Muara Angke. So, what's happening there when we plant a mangrove? So, because there's no such ecopod solution that already implemented, so usually they use like a rope and then they tie up the seed of the mangrove to plant them. So by that they hope that it will grow and doesn't bring with the wave. So that was the current solution, and that was kind of not really successful because there's a lot of replanting mangrove initiatives, and it's related to the corporate social responsibility program. But most of the locals are giving us testimonial that that kind of program is not really giving a solution because the replanting is not success. So by proposing ecopod, we want to have like a clear and a great solution so that the nursery part or the first 3 years of the planting where the mangrove is growing from the seed to the juvenile one is being planted well. So maybe that's from my side. Feel free to add from my team, maybe.
Let's actually open the floor to another question from the judges.
Got a quick question?
Yeah, go ahead,
Can you hear
Julie.
me? I might have missed this, but I was curious about the materiality of the EcoPod. What do you see it being made from? Who is making them? How are they made? Those kind of things.
Yeah, thank you, Julian. So we plan to develop this EcoPod with as conventional as possible by using the concrete that can be accessible throughout every place. And we reinforce the concrete with steel bars to ensure it has stability. So it's kind of a conventional structure, so it can be accessible to everyone to develop similar concept into the coastal shorelines across Indonesia. Thank you.
Great. We have time for about one more question.
I've got a question. Could you tell us about some of the adverse effects in terms of the wildlife and the mangroves happening in that area? Like I saw that you had projected, 2 to 3 years and then a 10-year plan, and that things would grow within 1 year. Can you speak more to that?
Hi, someone from the team, please quickly respond to this
So
question.
I
Great.
think we can see from the slide where Elaine mentioned, the team has projected. I mean, if Bima, you can show the slide where the fishes will return. At the moment, the area is very much polluted, not a lot of fish in there, and that's why we would like to have that. So by our projection there, within 2 years and 4 years, because this is incrementally, like soon that the ecosystem will be cleaner, and then the fish will grow, and also the other ecosystems, yeah, like the mussels and along with the what is it called? The mangrove, yeah, they will grow. So we
Great.
do use.
Fantastic. That's all the time that we have reserved for questions. Our next team is the University of Tasmania. If you can share your screen, that would be wonderful.
Yep, will do.
Hello, I'm Shannon and this is David, and we're from University of Tasmania. We're architecture students and our project is called Re-Urchin, Photo Friend.
Then do we just start?
Yep.
Yep. So Re-Urchin from Foe to Friend is a project that transforms a marine predator into a partner of regeneration. The interweaving of sea urchin waste, kelp forest regeneration, and efficient systems management establishes an architectural exploration of ecology, material, and design futures. Tasmania's oceanic ecosystems are transforming, a shift that represents a broader system crisis of climate, migration, and ecological imbalances. Eastern Australian currents are slowly warming. This intensified heat means that species are migrating southward and occupying the eastern coast of Tasmania. Among these species is the long-spined sea urchin, a more aggressive species when compared to our native short-spined counterpart. These urchins feed off kelp forests, which causes the apparent outcome of kelp barrens, noted as stripped seabeds where once thriving kelp no longer exists. Ecologically, this is devastating. As kelp forests are vital habitat for marine life, they protect coastlines from erosion and improve water quality by removing nitrogen and carbon dioxide. Over 95% of the giant kelp forests in Tasmania have perished, and without intervention, they won't recover.
Economically, the arrival of these sea urchins is beneficial. Tasmania already exports its sea urchin meat, or uni, to Japan, where they're considered a delicacy. This market continues to support Tasmania's economy, giving opportunities to divers and fishing communities to take part in this international trade. What is missing is the relationship between the booming market and our local desire for a diverse and balanced marine ecology and sustainable markets. There are two main waste products in the sea urchin. There is the shell and then there's the sea urchin guts. The lack of relationship between the food market and waste not only offers opportunity for regeneration, but the creation of a bridge between consumption and restoration. Sea urchin shells contain high quantities of calcium carbonate and magnesium calcite, both qualities that are used in lime. Sea urchin guts also have high levels of amino acids that are shown to repel live sea urchins, both qualities that can be addressed in the design of a regenerative material product. Regeneration is becoming a leading factor in design, and as architecture and design students, our work is situated within this global conversation, exploring how design can repair rather than extract. Kelp and sea urchins abound in a cycle of consumption and regeneration. When the ecology is in balance, the system renews itself. But under stress, such as the warming of waters, migration of predators, or human disruption, the balance tips and collapses.
Urchins feed on kelp holdfasts, the root-like structures that anchor and attach kelp to rock and hence detach the kelp from the seafloor. This results in underdeveloped kelp washing up on the shore, meaning it no longer protects the below-surface ecosystems. The kelp can also no longer sufficiently remove carbon dioxide and nitrogen from the waters. Predation overwhelms regeneration, forest becomes barrens. This is where Re-Urchin Photo Friend emerges. Our project focuses on kelp rehabilitation, re-establishing the living and breathing forests beneath the sea. Healthy kelp forests are both ecological infrastructure and climate allies. The Sea Forest Foundation and IMAS are embarking on the first ever forest-scale kelp restoration project in the Southern Hemisphere. Their goal is to create a natural and self-supporting giant kelp forest in Tasmania. Through design, we aim to support these processes, not by imposing new structures, but by learning from the materials and species themselves, proposing 3 stages of development. Stage 1, efficiency in planting. This step involved a site visit to sea forests to understand their user journey of growing, planting, and diving. The current approach to kelp restoration is slow and labour-intensive. where divers use kelp spalling embedded nylon string to tie new growths to existing root structures. In some cases, the divers have to cut down adult kelp to facilitate this process. We propose that designing forms that allow for quick installation, stability on rocky seabeds, and effective kelp attachment will allow for a more streamlined and less wasteful solution. Strategy that transforms the problem itself into part of the solution. The quicker we can plant, the more rehabilitation can happen, especially when we are removing the impact of nylon string within the ocean's ecosystem.
Stage 2 embeds regeneration at the core of the project, transforming efficiency into a closed-loop sustainable practice. In Tasmania, the sea urchin industry generates over 500 tonnes of shell waste each year, the equivalent weight of around 250 cars. These shells represent an abundant yet largely untapped bioregional resource. Naturally rich in calcium carbonate, crushed sea urchin shells can serve as a regenerative substitute for lime and concrete, diverting waste from landfill and reducing the carbon intensity compared to traditional cement-based materials. Our substrate formulations are composed primarily of crushed sea urchin shell powder, combined with sodium alginate, a natural polysaccharide derived from kelp. This creates a self-referential material cycle, kelp supporting kelp, sea life regenerating sea life. To fine-tune performance, the mixtures also incorporate other bioregional and mineral additives such as bentonite clay to assist with flow, hemp fibers for tensile reinforcement, calcium sulfate and calcium carbonate for strength modulation, and sodium gluconate as a natural dispersant. Here, the material itself becomes ecological, structure integrated into applications of biodegradability. Our process employs 3D printing to produce modular substrate forms, tiny interlocking buttons designed for precision, scalability, and efficient underwater deployment. Each button is inoculated with kelp spallings and cultivated for 30 days under grow lights, following a methodology inspired by sea forests' existing kelp propagation techniques. However, instead of using nylon string wound on PVC pipes, our approach replaces these synthetic materials with fully biodegradable biocomposites. This is the shift from predator to substrate. After the cultivation phase, the spalling-enriched buttons are transported offshore. Divers descend to the seafloor, where they attach each unit to rocky substrates using a partially developed bioadhesive delivered via a syringe. Our proposal begins with the sea urchin shell, a bioregional waste reimagined as a calcium-rich binder and ecological scaffold. By reconstituting this discarded material into the re-urchin kelp base, we quite literally turned predator into substrate. These printed planters act as living scaffolds, inviting young kelp to anchor, grow, establish their holdfasts over roughly 18 months. During this time, the substrate remains intact to support growth and buffer local pH, impacting immediate ecologies. After 18 to 24 months, when the kelp is mature, the composite naturally biodegrades, dissolving back into the ocean floor and completing its regenerative cycle. This is the essence of re-urchin. Through iterative testing, we refined mixtures of urchin shell powder, kelp derivatives, bioregional additives, and extrusion styles, balancing strength, porosity, biodegradability to understand how these materials behave underwater and how kelp spores respond to them. Digital modeling extends this research beyond current fabrication limits. Using 3D design and extrusion printing, we envision how these substrates might form living reefs, kelp corridors, and large-scale marine restoration infrastructures, architectures that grow, dissolve, and renew.
Stage 3 moves into informed speculation, exploring how regenerative materials could reshape our relationship with marine ecologies. Architecture extends underwater as scaffold, habitat, and living archive. Through re-urchin, design shifts from construction to transformation, from predator to substrate. Our research also ventures into biotechnical futures. Could genetic or chemical innovation assist the regeneration of Tasmania's oceans? One proposal inspired by CRISPR imagines embedding the natural bitter compound found in Asparagopsis seaweed into kelp DNA, deterring urchins from grazing by encoding defense into the kelp itself. Another speculative future involves drawing from Nagasaki research. It explores encapsulating urchin amino acid waste within the substrate, releasing chemical signals that deter further urchin colonization, a biological marker that says this territory is already claimed. These speculative pathways blur boundaries between ecology, material science, and design, expanding the field of architecture into the regenerative cycles of the sea. Re-urchin sets out not only to create a more efficient process of kelp forest restoration, but encourage a cyclical and regenerative process of doing. From foe to friend, embedding regeneration narrative into innovative program. Together, these innovations pave the way for a revitalised coastline and a more resilient future for Tasmania's kelp ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you
Thanks.
so much. So now we're going to open the floor to questions and answers from the judges. Questions and comments.
I've got one, but I went last time. Does anybody else want to jump in? Okay, I'm doing it. So that was great. I'm a huge kelp fan, number one kelp fan. I was squealing with delight the whole time to see those kelp forests growing. I particularly enjoyed the part where I saw divers deploying the substrate to the ocean floor using those syringes. And I wonder if you could just tell me a little bit about that hands-on user experience. Who were those divers? Did they like deploying this substrate? How did it compare to deploying the nylon cables for seeding the forests?
I'll go if that's all right with you, David. So their current process at Sea Forest, they have it's like 150 meters of nylon string inoculated with the kelp spore lings, and it's on a PVC pipe, which they attach to their arm, and then they currently dive down to the bottom of the ocean, and then they tie each string to current kelp holdfasts, and sometimes they have to cut like adult holdfasts as well, adult kelp, and they tie it down. And so our new process pretty much replicates that exact process, except it takes the nylon string out of the picture, putting a regenerative material in. So each little chiclet or button is broken off the arm and then attached with a syringe, like a bioglue, to the bottom of the ocean. Does that make sense?
It does. So those divers, they were kelp farmers. They were professional kelp farmers.
Yeah, yeah. So they do
And
that.
did they give you any notes? Did they give you any feedback?
Not yet, actually.
Not yet. Okay.
But it's a pretty similar
we've
process.
generated kind of like a time frame. So the existing one takes about 2 to 3 minutes to tie one piece of string on a kelp spooling, and then what the gluing under the water test that we did took maybe like 30 seconds max to stick down a button. So we're definitely cutting the time down by more, which means they can get double, if not triple, quadruple maybe, the amount of kelp planted in each dive that they're descending on.
It's also very labor intensive because it's 4 to 6 dives per day, 45-minute dives, and 6 different divers. Like that's a lot of time underwater for these divers. Yeah.
Can you speak more about how does your substrate negotiate contact with water, repelling, transforming, and reacting to water conditions?
Do you want me to go, David?
Take that one? Yeah.
Sorry, so that's how it reacts with the water. Yeah, it is so far shown to not degrade yet underwater. It hasn't been 24 months yet because this project's only gone on for a few months actually. But yeah, we haven't yet inoculated it with the kelp spallings, so we would need to find that. But that's sort of stage 2 of the project. This project was primarily around embedding regenerative material and speeding up their process.
I'll address the question in the chat from Zoe. So the trials we did were just in a lab. So we obviously had in the presentation some of our manual kind of testing and the 3D testing. And then we did test in actual seawater. So we got some seawater into a bucket and tested that process of gluing down the buttons. And I'm going to say the water movement was probably just us kind of swirling the water around. I'd say primarily a lot of our stuff was low tech testing to kind of develop our principle and idea into an actionable, applicable thing at a relatively small scale that we hope can develop and expand into sea forest practices as well as IMAS's research as well.
We have time for about one more question. And if there are no questions, we can progress to the next team. Okay, fantastic. Great job.
Thank you very
Next
much.
up
Thanks, Paul.
is Tsinghua University. I invite you to share your screen now.
Hello.
Feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Ronan, you're currently muted.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Oh, hello everyone. We're a team from Tsinghua University in Beijing. So we are very honored to participate in this year's Biodesign Spring event. So the project of our design sprint called the WCare, Weaving Coral Ecologies into Adaptive Reefs in Weizhou Island. Our design outcome is a modular, plastic-free, and biophilic coral restoration system for Weizhou Island. This is the team member. We are composed of the certificate divers, designers, hacking enthusiasts, and members of ecological public welfare organizations. We hope to work together across disciplines to focus on the future of the ocean. So this is the working process of our project. We have integrated materials and researchers from various disciplines, and we finally focused on the coral reef. This is mainly because that due to the large scales of the coral bleaching and the global warming nowadays, coral reefs is become the very important topic in design scenario. So this is the mind map of our during our working process. So first of all, let's meet the habits of the coral. So our projects mainly focused on the relationship between coral reef and the zooxanthellae. They are working together to build the coral reefs. Here are the coral reefs that that's mainly so
This part I will present for. We have research search the different variety of the corals. We have the soft coral and some corals which can build a reef for the seabed. And this kind of corals is what we aiming for because they are really healthy and prevent the waves powers through the under the sea, and also they keep the small lives in marines alive and keep being variety to the seabed.
Yes, so among the numerous coral species, the current coral conservation and the reconservation efforts mainly focused on the reef-building corals. That's because the reef-building corals can really reduce the average of the reef, and also it provides the shelter for other marine animals. Our design research mainly focused on the actual site, Weizhou Island in the southern China. The map on the left shows the full distribution of the reef-building corals in southern China. It can be seen that Weizhou Island we have selected is very close to the inland of the Guangzhou province in China. It's a very frontline area for coral reef protection in China. Also, in the key restoration area there, live coral coverage is risen from 5.1 to 19.67 nowadays. It has already revived the variety of the underwater garden. So this island is also famous for its spice diversity. You can spot Chinese white dolphins and whales there. They also have the mangroves and the white island biology. The current coral cultivation and breeding methods mainly fall into the two categories. So the asexual reproduction and the sexual reproduction. It can be seen that the sexual reproduction requires the collection of the coral eggs and specific times for the artificial laboratory examination. So it usually has high technical requirements and cost. It's suitable for the laboratory research and long-term regional restoration projects. But actually, nowadays, the asexual reproduction is more common because it's also known as the micro fragmentations. Usually, you can collect the coral branches from the coral nurseries or natural breakpoints. Then people will find some ways to fix those branches into the places that's suitable for the water depth or the height for the coral to grow. Also, asexual reproduction is simple to operate and also has a short-term survival rates. So it's cost effective, and nowadays it's very useful for people to enter some participatory restorations, and it's widely adopted by the governments, NGO, or communications. So in order to make our design innovations, we compiled several different ways that usually people how to fix the coral branches into several places that's suitable for them to grow. These are the four ways that's very common used in China. The first method involves using the cubic ceramic pots to fix them. And after it's been replaced in the water, divers need to use specific tools to drill some square holes in the reef to insert the ceramic pots. The second method used electric drills to make holes and insert expansion screw plugs to fix the U-shaped stainless steel. Those we usually use a lot of plastic things, so we think it may cause other damage to the ocean. And the third method is a custom steel frame method. Those steel frames will be
redesigned as the umbrella shape or like an arch to be combined together, and it can be assembled in multiple ways. So it will also use the plastic ties to fix the car branches. But we think that this method is more practical, but we want to reduce the plastic use in this method. And the next method is really for the larger corals. It will use the chemical explosive pulley to fix the larger corals on the surface of the rocks, and it's usually operate on the shore. So next page. So in response to the issue of the plastic pollutions, we have decided not to use the plastic cable ties and to provide divers more portable working and to help them to fix each car branch to the proper place. So this is the method that we want to improve, and it's also the definition of our narratives.
Okay, so it's my turn. So first we designed a modular scaffold of the coral sexual procreating. It's fully attachable and highly flexible for assembly the system. And also the system is primarily promotes composed for ceramic spherical nodes under the elastic complaint rods. So each spherical node has 12 openings, and with an aluminum frame inside and a layer of the corals ceramic clay on the outside, on the surface, and it helps for corals to attach and grow. So connecting the rods use a Y-shaped aluminum wire to hold the coral fragments in place. Drivers simply turn small nodes to tighten the Y-shaped wire to and secure the coral. So the modular nodes can interconnect to adopt the different seabed terrains, allowing the structure to adhere the firmly and response flexibility to environment challenge. They can extend the horizontal across the seabed or virtually to elevate the cultivating frame in water deeper than 30 meters and creating additional growth space or beyond. Okay, so this highlights that the material used recyclable and environment friendly. We avoid the plastic, and so the next is the slide introduce the overall processing of using the products. First, diver prepares the necessary equipment. Then the coral fragments are tied into the components on shore. After that, the scaffold assumed underwater. So during the collection processing, we aim to minimize the coral's explosion to avoid the temperature. And we also designed an underwater supporting system to assist coral planning, enabling diver to perform the planting works. And this slide highlights the function of the external tool during the transporting. It helps maintain the stable temperature for the coral. Also, and these slides are presenting all the key details for the products and the external function supported by these structures.
Great,
So
thank you
this is
so
a
much.
yeah.
All right, so we are going to turn over to
Correct.
questions with the judges.
Hi, I was wondering if you could talk more about your choice of materials. You did a really great job of laying out the problem and talking about existing solutions and some of their drawbacks. And I noticed there were a lot of different approaches and materials being used. And I wondered if you could just go back and talk about some of the materials you're using, like ceramic and aluminum, and if you found any research to support those as better materials, or if you notice
Yeah.
that there might be any issues with that.
Yeah. We used to focus on the shellfish material. The dead shellfish, their shells. They may remake them to like a clay undercover the metal aluminum on site. But we found that the clay is more friendly for the coral to grow and attach on that. Yeah, to be more stable.
Yes, and it's also sure that the ceramics shows a very high property for the fixation of the coral branches because it doesn't have the chemical substance, and the ceramics it can just like the coral reefs, it will get together well with them, and it will can stand the waste allergy.
Yeah.
Wonderful. We have a question in the chat. How long would it take to fabricate the parts of your invention, and have you considered the cost?
Oh. Uh,
Yes, our design improvements mainly focused on the steel frame methods. Usually, it has been widely used in southern China. That kind of steel frame can be reassembled and see. And we also use that kind of structures, but we change the materials into ceramic. And in China, ceramics is at a very low price. Yeah. And it can be fast manufactured.
yeah. I will max the stone inside and also reduce use.
And also compare with the plastic, this kind of structures can be reused, and if it can if it can help the coral reefs to growing stronger, and then it can be disassembled and to removed to other places.
Yeah. So
Wonderful. Do we have any more questions from the judges? If not, we'll continue on. LaSalle College of Arts is up next. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
thank you.
Hi, are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Wenshen. I'm from LaSalle College of the Arts. Bachelor's degree is Design for Social Futures. Yeah, so yeah, my project's Plankware, Invisible Wellness for Everyday Living. So today, plastic pollution continues to rise at an overwhelming pace. Single-use plastics from cutlery to takeaway packaging are used only for a few hours, maybe even minutes, but when it enters our environment, it remains in it for like centuries, turning into microplastics that enter our oceans, our food chain, and eventually our bodies. Yeah, so in 2024 alone, the world generated approximately 220 million tons of plastic, and over 90% of it was never recycled. Instead, it ended up in landfills, of waterways, and the open environment in our oceans. Everyday disposable plastics like plastic bags, bottles, food containers, cutlery wrappers make up 44% of all floating plastics. So, meanwhile, another crisis is unfolding in the same waters. So, as temperature rises, research from 2003 to 2020 shows that coastal plankton's bloom have phytoplankton blooms have become 60% more frequent globally. These are some of the phytoplankton species found along the coasts of Singapore, captured under the microscope. Yeah. So as you can see, there are quite a few number of phytoplankton species living in Singapore. Though tiny, phytoplanktons are essential to our planet, maintaining the oxygen levels of our seas, basically acting as the lungs of the ocean. At the same time, due to rising sea levels and rising temperatures, our warming waters are experiencing increasingly frequent algae and phytoplankton blooms. While essential to our planet, excessive phytoplankton blooms create toxins, produce carbon dioxide, and some terrible blooms even cover the surface of our ocean, which disrupts the marine ecosystem, depletes oxygen, and contributes to ocean dead zones. So we are facing two converging challenges right now. So too much plastic and too many harmful blooms. So what if the problem becomes the solution? So plankware is a speculative tableware system made from ocean-derived materials, a lifestyle product that blends nourishment with function. Plates and bowls, cups are edible, biodegradable, and mindfully temporary. It imagines a future where nourishment, sustainability, and material design intertwines. So Plankware aims to address two issues at once: plastic waste from disposable cutlery and containers by becoming an alternative to single-use plastics that we are so comfortable using every day. The increasing presence of excess phytoplankton in our oceans through cultivating and repurposing this excess for good. So the base of plankware is agar-agar. It's a natural ingredient derived from seaweed, the family Gracilarialis. It becomes the structural base of plankware, firm when it's dried, flexible when warmed, and completely biodegradable. And ocean derived, so making it a sustainable alternative to petroleum-based plastics. But plankware is more than just a product that holds food. It also provides nutrients. So to enrich the material, we incorporated a spirulina. It's a type of phytoplankton that is commonly harvested as a supplement. So by using phytoplankton directly in the material, plankware reframes the marine overgrowth as a usable resource. So spirulina is rich in vitamin A, antioxidant, and and it contains anti-inflammatory compounds. By incorporating this phytoplankton in, plankware speculates how marine overgrowth can be redirected into productive human-centered systems. So there are three main approaches in accessing spirulina as a material input. So currently there are commercial food grade powders. It is the most accessible method today. Spirulina is harvested, dried at low temperatures, and is milled into a fine and shelf stable powder. So this powder can easily mix into agar-agar solutions, and it maintains the nutritional properties. Secondly, it's wet biomass harvesting, which is more speculative and industrial. So in regions where spirulina is grown in open ponds or more controlled facilities, the biomass can be filtered directly from the waters, and yeah, then this approach avoids extensive and processing, and aligns with the idea of fresh phytoplanktons as a living resource. So lastly is direct marine biomass capture, which is a more future scenario. This approach imagines a system where excessive blooms are harvested directly from coastal areas using fine mesh skimming devices. So the biomass would then require toxin testing, desalination, controlled drying, stabilization. And this method connects directly to the environmental issue of repurposing the harmful blooms as raw material. Yeah, in Plankware's speculative framework, these three levels represent a progression from current practice to a possible future systems of resource recovery. Yeah, so for the past weeks, I've been testing and adjusting different bioplastic recipes to match this vision of plankware. So I will first make the agar-agar mixture with glycerin and water, but it was a bit too sticky. So yeah, certain adjustments had to be made. And finally, after iteration, you can see how the cup actually holds itself pretty well even with water in it, so it doesn't soften till quite a bit. And yeah, even after the several tests, and even I tried eating it and it also tastes like absolutely nothing, so that is great. This process highlights not just material possibility, but also challenges involved when replacing petroleum plastics with natural polymers, and how much design and time and experimentation these transitions require. So Plankware isn't trying to solve the global issues, but rather challenges how we think about materials and consumption. Plankware imagines a world where the materials harming our oceans can instead support new and sustainable practices, offering a small speculative step towards towards rethinking how we eat, design, and live. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll now turn it over to the judges for questions.
So I'm not sure that I don't know that much about plankton, but can you actually eat it if other animals are eating it? And had you gone to collect some to try to mix that into your prototypes? That's my first question, I guess.
Yes. Even though the marine animals eat it, we can eat it too, because the excess blooms actually kill the marine animals. So by taking the excess out and just leaving what is necessary for the marine animals, actually it's okay for us to eat them. As for your second question, I have not actually went to like filter the water and gather the actual like phytoplankton. But I have tried using the food, the commercially food grade like powder into like my prototypes, seeing how well it actually blends into the prototype. Yeah.
What was stopping you from going to collect it for your prototypes? Because you went all that trouble to do the prototypes and actually
Yes.
eat it yourself.
Uh,
So I was just curious what stopped you from doing that.
yeah, so I didn't have access to a lab. Yeah, yeah.
Cool, thank you.
Yes. Oh, sorry, that's another question.
Here, I'll read the question. I'm curious if you did research on existing products that are similar, for example, Lolaware. If so, can you highlight the benefits of your material and how it's different?
Um, I'm not very familiar with Lolaware, but um I guess through my research, there wasn't really that there were just many edible flatware alternatives out there, and but all of them are just okay, you can eat them, but not so much okay, I am also a nutrient, and you can there are other benefits other than just it being eco-friendly. um yeah. Yeah, the material is part of the innovation, but it's more so how the phytoplankton is also infused, could be infused into the flatware, making it another kind of alternative other than just it being biodegradable and like zero waste. Yes. Does that answer your question?
Yes, amazing. Thank you. We have time for about one more question.
I was curious if you could talk about scale. You talked about repurposing the harmful blooms to make the plankware. I was just wondering if you could give us a sense of quantity and how much you would harvest for, say, like a pack of flatware or a whole
I
batch.
I haven't really thought about scalability. It's more, I was just thinking about how this product could be made now. And yeah, I haven't really thought about scalability. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
That's no problem at all. That's for the next step. Thank you all so much. We're going to go into a quick 5-minute break and then return. Judges, if you could go to the judging sheets and fill out some of your thoughts, that would be absolutely wonderful. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. All right, so we'll move on to our next block of presentations with Chandigarh University. If you could, please share your screen and then we'll get started. Thank you so much.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So, hello everyone. My name is Anshu, and today I'm representing Chandigarh University from India. Me and my team members are excited to share our model named BioBarrier, that is floating algae-based synergy for the oil spill prevention and bioremediation. So, as the name itself suggests, biobarrier. So, it is a kind of barrier which is floating and it prevents the spread of the oil from the contaminated area. And after that, it is using the synergistic effect of algae and the bacteria to for the bioremediation of the oil spills. So these are our teammates. The problem statement. So basically, according to the ITOPF Global Data 2024, around 10,000 tons of oil lost into the environment from the tanker spills. Now, what is the impact of this oil spill? So you can see in the second and third figure, dead zone in the Gulf and loss of insulation in the seabirds. This is due to the coating of the oil on the feathers of the seabirds that leads to the loss of insulation and hypothermia type situations. It is not only harming the aquatic life, it also impacts the human beings as due to the contamination of the seafoods. So there are certain existing solutions for the treatment of these oil spills. Mechanical and non-mechanical methods are there for this. First is the dispersion method. So this method, although it is efficient, but it also lead to the large tar balls, which also affect the marine life. In the burning, it also pollute the environment. It causes the air pollution and cause respiratory diseases. There are other existing solutions, for example floating barrier. So the main purpose of this floating barrier is just to prevent the spread of the oil spill. That's it. No bioremediation, nothing. In the rotary drum and biocleaner oil spill cleaning system, so in the rotary drum they basically rotate and collect the oil spills. In the biocleaner oil spill cleaning system, they collect and bioremediate the oil spill. But what's the limitation in those devices is that they cannot prevent the spread of the oil spills from the contaminated area. So although all these existing solutions they offer quick containment, but they have certain harm, but they provide like they do certain harm to the aquatic life and leave certain residues. Now let's explore our innovative model where we are utilizing the synergistic effect of algae and bacteria, and along with it we are also preventing the spread of the oil from the contaminated area. And this makes this model more efficient, eco-friendly, and sustainable. So while developing this model, we have gone through these processes of idea generation. First is the floating barrier, that we are using the floating barrier to prevent the spread of the oil spill from the contaminated area. Coating material, as I have mentioned, we are using the synergistic effect of algae and bacteria. So to provide nutrition and to provide the structural support to these growing algae and bacteria, we are utilizing this coating material. They basically provide the structural support as well as the nutrition. Now, these are the components of our proposed model. The very first one is the floating barrier. So, this floating barrier is basically versatile in nature. This is versatile in nature. This means we can make it in the straight form, we can make it in ring form, as well as we can make it in the curved form. This is due to the hook attached at the ends of this floating barrier. Next, coming on to the another, it is inner floating filament. So in the second figure, as you can see, the branches and sub branches are there. And to these sub branches, we have attached a ball-like structure. So in the third figure, this ball-like structure is more explained. So in the we just took a simple plastic ball and we just wrapped a foam net on this multiple times. So to create the cavities, and in those cavities we have introduced our algae, mainly Cystocera. And then we have
coated this whole ball with the coating material to provide nutrition as well as the, you can say, rough surface for the growth of the algae. And in the last, this is basically the whole model. It is clear in this slide. In the first picture, model in the linear form. As I have mentioned, there is a hook at the ends of this, so we can, by using this hook, we can make it either in the straight form or in the curved form or in the ring form. That depends on the area of contamination, like where there is, which type of contamination is there. Next, this is the top view. If we can make it in the ring form, then this is the top view of the ring form structure. And in the bottom view, you can see that these balls are at the bottom. This means these balls are submerged. They are not on the surface, they are submerged. And we have made this ball submerged because algae, so that algae, they do not come in contact with the oil space directly, which may harm or retard its growth. Next, this is the 3D view. This is the top view, you can see, and this is the side view. So by looking at the side view, you can see that these balls, these are submerged basically. And this is the bottom view. Now, these are the materials used that we have used. Materials in our model basically. Floating barrier. Floating barrier, it is the same barrier which is used in the existing solutions. So we have made use of the PVC and polyurethane because it is more convenient and more widely used. Next is the coating material. So in this coating material, we have used the general chemicals that promote the growth of the algae and the bacteria. It is fly ash, geopolymer concrete, calcium hydroxide, magnesium chloride, iron oxide, silicon oxide, and calcium carbonate. Basically, all these components, they provide the structure support to the algae because they mimic the structure of the coral reefs, to which promote the growth of the algae. And this geopolymer concrete, it basically polymerizes these coating materials. Next is the Cystocera algae, and bacteria that we have used, it is native to the environment, means these are naturally present near the oil space in the oceans. This is the working mechanism of our device. First is the introduction of this device into the oil spill contaminated area. Then the porous ball, which is submerged. So to this porous ball, you can see in the pores green color is there. This means algae, we have introduced our algae here. And then algae will grow using the coating material. So after the growth, it will secrete certain metabolites. And these metabolites, they will help in the growth of the bacteria and help in the formation of the biofilm. And these are the same bacteria that degrade the oil, means these are the oil degrading bacteria. So they will bioremediate and will get the clean water. Now coming on to the mechanism of action of algae and bacteria. So how this algae and bacteria, they will work synergistically. So algae that we are using, it is the brown algae, Cystocera. So this brown algae, what it will do, it after maturation, it will secrete certain metabolites, which is known as the dissolved organic carbon. For example, exopolysaccharide, phytoalcohol, fatty acids, and sterols. So what is the main function of the exopolysaccharide part? This metabolite basically, it help in the expression of the enzymes in the oil degrading bacteria. Second thing is it attract the oil and the bacteria. And the third one is it sustain the bacterial biofilm. So due to all these functions, this bioremediation occurs. Let me explain the mechanism. So as I've mentioned, exopolysaccharide, it will attract the oil and the bacteria. So when it will attract the oil and bacteria, it will form an aggregate with all these components. They will form an aggregate. And within these aggregates, as APS, it promotes the expression of the enzymes in the oil degrading bacteria. So in this aggregate, bacteria, they will release certain enzymes, for example, alkane hydrolase. Now this alkane hydrolase, what it will do? It will degrade or hydrolyze the alkene part of the hydrocarbon chain. This is just I'm explaining the using one example. So alkane part, alkane hydrolyze it, they will degrade the alkane part of the hydrocarbon, and after degradation, the product that we will get, it is the alcohol. Now this alcohol, it can enter into the beta oxidation or the TCA cycle, and they will produce the energy and the carbon dioxide. So the end product we'll get is the carbon dioxide. And also the carbon dioxide, it will be used by the algae again for the photosynthesis. So this is the whole mechanism how the bacteria and the algae, They will act synergistically for the degradation of the oil spills. Next is the future considerations. So there are certain challenges with this model. For example, temperature and salinity problems. So algae, like the fluctuations in the temperature and salinity, they might affect the algae. But basically, the algae and bacteria that we are using, they are native to the marine environment and they are present near the oil spill. So it might not that much affect the growth of the algae and bacteria. Next is toxicity and shock loading. So as we have used the coating material, so it is the general coating material, means general nutrients, which other bacteria and algae they might use, and they might grow and compete with the cystosera and all degrading bacteria. Coming on to the material and deployment challenges, so biomaterial longevity. So as we have not researched about the coating material, that for how long the coating material may sustain the marine conditions, so it might affect, or it may be some of the challenges. Next is the biofilm persistence and scale up problem is there, because if the oil spill is spread in a larger area, so it might affect the deployment problem and scale up problem. Next is the ecological impact. It is non-native species, as I have already mentioned. Regulatory approvals. Now, the opportunities for development, we can basically use some smart materials and controlled release of the nutrients. Consortium tuning means we can basically research about which type of bacteria is present near the oil spills, and accordingly we can introduce the algae. And next is real-time monitoring we can also do, and biosurfactant production. So when the algae will grow more efficiently, it will attract the bacteria. Bacteria will produce the biosurfactant. So ultimately, it will enhance the biosurfactant production. This is the conclusion. So our idea is basically based on the principle of on-the-spot bioremediation of the oil spill through the synergistic effect between the marine algae and the marine oil degrading bacteria. And second thing is we are using the floating barrier. It prevents the spread of the oil from the contaminated area. So we are preventing the spread as well as we are bioremediating on the spot using the natural, or we can say native oil degrading bacteria and the algae which are already present. So it will not harm the ecosystem or the aquatic animals that much. These
Great.
are certain references, and thank
Thank you
you.
so much. All right, we have 5 minutes for questions from the judges.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hi there. Thanks for that. I'll jump in. I really appreciated that this project was willing to take on a pretty complicated biological interaction and incorporate that into your function. And in particular, this interaction between the algae, the oxygen that they create, the bacteria that will consume that oxygen and then use it to digest an oil spill. You've incorporated the concept of a kind of an ecosystem or a consortium in your design. And so now, I'm a biologist, and I know that often when you use organisms in this way, they don't necessarily behave the way that you expect. Biology has a kind of a complexity that can easily sort of deviate from your design preferences. And so my question is, what kind of an experiment would tell you if this consortium is going to be functional in the way that you want it to be? How would you test this idea that the algae and the bacteria are going to work together on an oil spill?
Sir, basically, first of all, we'll experiment in the lab scale. First of all, lab scale experiment will be done, and after it is completed, then we will try to deploy this model in the real life, that is in the oceanic environment, like in the small area, so that we can measure or we can estimate the type of the interactions. We can see that which type of interactions they are going to do, as we have not researched in the real life, because lab scale experiment it differs from the real life. So we need to first of all test about the in the real conditions, will they behave like we are saying. So for that, real life experiment would be done.
I think I can answer this question.
Yes.
We made a hypothesis, and this hypothesis is based on pre-existing data. There are several research papers. They basically tied that crustacea algae in a rope, and it is basically working great. This is effectively degrading the oil. So we are making this device based on those hypotheses, and we don't have the strain right now and all those kind of funding and all. So we are basically test. In future we'll basically test. I want to try in the real field.
Wonderful. Thank you. We have another question in the chat. This judge, remember seeing that in your presentation, you would use some kind of plastic material as part of the design. Have you considered its potential risk um, of getting detached and becoming part of pollution? How would you address this risk?
Basically, we're using a floating boya, which is very convenient and mostly used in sea ocean. And we're using a very strong hook, which is made of stainless steel, and it can tolerate all those ocean wave and all. So this is we are planning to do in future. And we believe that it will can handle all those things. And as you know that boya is already used, and we're planning to make this boya with recycled plastic. So this is our plan.
Wonderful. Thank you. Do we have any more questions from the judges? I have one. Could you discuss the modularity of your design a little bit better? You showed three configurations, I believe, a linear configuration, a rounded configuration, and then one where the algae balls are kind of exteriorized to the loop. Why is that an important design element for you and how you're approaching the problem of oil spill remediation?
Yes, first of all, we are using a barrier which will prevent the oil spill from spreading. And the boya is basically the boya provide the floating it provides the floating capability. And when it floats, and it basically float in the middle depth, so it will greatly access the oil spin and all. And we're making the floating boya surface a little bit rough, which will mimic the coral. And in that space, in the surface, all those crystals will grow, and it will provide the habitat, all those microbes. And as you know that ocean is mobile, and mobility is there. So all those waves create a micro droplet, and this micro droplet easily accessible all those crystals. So it definitely boosts the degradable capability of this model.
Great, wonderful. All right, thank you so much. We are now going to progress to a team from Universidad de los Andes.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, everybody. I will be sharing. We are from Universidad de los Andes. Please tell me if you guys are seeing
Yes,
the
Mari, we can see
presentation
the
right now.
presentation.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. So, hello. Today we will be presenting to you guys not everything that Glow is. We come from the Mastering Design from Universidad de los Andes from Colombia. So, not everything that Glow is living artwork exploring unease, entanglement, aesthetic fascination, and ecological collapse. We are a team from Mariana González, Juliana Morante, Ricardo Chávez, Khalil Nan, Natalia Murcia, María Camila Prieto, y Andrés Peña. We come from design, art, and also a scientific background. So bioluminescence is not wonder, it's a warning. We are trained to admire the glow, but not to ask what it cost or who is signaling back. This project begins where beauty breaks open and reveals its ecological tension. So Ocean Future asks us to imagine futures where the ocean and humans co-evolve with care, ethics, and creativity. Our response is a living artwork that refuses to separate biology, aesthetics, ethics, and environmental crisis. A piece that works with microalgae, not as an inspiration, but as a collaborator and as a witness. So the invisible tension behind the glow, we already know that for microalgae that have bioluminescence are dinoflagellate macroalgae, who have existed for 200 million years. And today we are on a center phenomenon amplified by human activity such as eutrophication, harmful algae blooms, which are the famous red tides, shifting nutrient cycles, ecosystem destabilization. And here as a team, we realized that we were like in love with the bioluminescence, but when we started investigating, we also knew that in a exaggerated way, bioluminescence can also be an alarm. So we romanticize their bioluminescence, but we ignore the pressure creating these luminous emergencies. So we start thinking about the beauty of bioluminescence on a more critical way. So our project reimagines the saying, not everything that glitter is gold. We come from Colombia, so this is a saying very famous. We don't know really if in English it's also famous, but for the title of our artwork, we eliminate the word gold as a blank space, because although we are working with microalgae, this is also a project that can talk about the difficult experiences that we're having as humans for coexisting with the other species that are inside of our world. So in this case, bioluminescence seduces, it comforts, it dazzles, but in this piece, the glow becomes a mirror, reflecting the way of our presence, our extractive habits, our inability to see beyond the aesthetic surface. So the artwork, it's a 2-meter glass cylinder that stands before the viewer. At an eye level, we have a 25-centimeter LED band that pulses, shifts, and reacts. So if many people gather around the artwork, the light intensifies, it becomes loud and overwhelming, such like an example. And if few people approach, the glow softens, slows, and it's kind of like breathing. So the brightness responds to human proximity as ecosystem respond to human pressure. Inside the cylinder, we have living microalgae actively growing and transforming nutrients in real time. This is not a representation, it's a collaboration. So the ethical foundation for this project was really important for us. It began from like day one of the project, and we wanted to tell you guys about our manifest. So number one, beyond humans, design extends beyond human needs. Every choice replies through a shared multi-space world. Number two, from domination to collaboration, where microalgae are not resources, but partners, co-designers with their own rhythms, intelligence, and agency. Number three, living matter, where materials are alive, changing, responsive. Designing with life means designing futures where all life can unfold. Number four, relying the ecosystem. Working with microalgae requires unlearning anthropocentric hierarchies and relearning how to observe, care, and regenerate. Ethics of coexistence, where coexistence is a political and an aesthetic act. Our materials leave traces beyond what we see, shaping more than human worlds. And number six, designing with and not for. Designing emergence from listening, allowing, in this case, microalgae to express, transform, and coexist rather than be controlled. So once again, the interaction logic, human presence modifies ecosystems. Here in an artwork, it modifies light. This artwork turns an ecological truth into a bodily experience. You don't just see a metaphor, you cause it. So your closeness becomes pressure and your distance becomes relief. In this project, we used AI as an speculative prototyping. So we used it for generating these images of how we imagine the artwork. So it was more as a visual speculation tool rather than a technological simulation. And for the future of the project, because I know I already mentioned that inside of this cylinder, we are imagining microalgae will be living. So we didn't want to have an artwork that was just that, like art, and that we were once again using living creatures in this, but microorganisms, just because of the aesthetic of art, but we wanted to have a more sustainable project. So we were imagining, and in our investigation, we know that inside of laboratories, they are cultivating these specifically dinoflagellate microalgae for their investigations, and they have a lot of insights and conclusions that we know it's important for them to go out of the laboratory and to be known as for the general public. So that's the mission and the objective of our artwork. So we know we have to have deeper collaboration with ecological laboratories. We already have known the LATS laboratory, where they specialized on dinoflagellate microalgae and bioluminescence. And due to our lack of connection right now, we know the development of controlled living materials exhibition is not still thought about inside of the project. So we know that in the future, if we have the amazing opportunity to work with the scientific and laboratory part of the project, we know the artwork will change, and we are willing to do that because the aim of this project is to work with microalgae for them to grow inside and be part of a bigger investigation, not just for art and to watch. We also imagine that this could be integrated into coastal education initiatives, into museums, science centers, urban nightscapes, and public programs linking art, art, biology, ethics, and decolonial ecology. So light is not innocent. Life glows to survive, not to entertain us. So if we want to imagine futures for the ocean, we must learn to listen to the quiet languages of the smallest beings and recognize the glow not as a spectacle, but as a signal calling us back into relationship. We also have the video that we made for our like ethics and sustain of the project, but I don't know if I'm sharing sound. So right now I do. Please tell me if you guys hear it. Oh, wait.
Our life as particles, as interconnected matter, flashes of light that pass through our eyes, converted into electrical signals and transformed into images. Contemplating means looking carefully, observing the sky and searching for omens, observing landscapes in motion within the water. The being contemplates itself in nothingness and then observes its own reflection. That is the beauty of looking. Knowing oneself as an organism so different, yet so similar to the other. Fleeting flashes that captivate with an ability to interpret their beauty, making it urgent to dialogue with other forms of life and our realities. We contemplate because we are attracted, seduced, and hypnotized by foreign materialities. Like a flower that follows the sun out of vital necessity, we sharpen our senses to contemplate the brightness because it is something we know, but not completely. It is the mystery of life before our eyes. And there we understand that under the water we do not see decay, but a glow full of life. Animal life, protist life, microscopic life. The intimacy of strangers is this encounter of fascination of one organism by another, one that abounds and illuminates. The overflow of life that makes the existence of other organisms impossible. Who emits the warning sound? Who is alarmed? Being alarmed also means being disturbed. The light disturbs me, and I move toward it. We don't flee when we see something alarming, we run toward it. The flashes manage to burn us a little. Not everything that glow is.
Great, thank you so much. We'll now transition to the questions period with the judges.
I have a question. I do some more.
OD,
Sorry about that. I know that they're very reactive to light and air. And so I'm wondering if you have considered how the LED lighting might harm the algae. And I also wanted to commend the approach to this project. I love the idea of the installation. But I was wondering, I'm a little confused about the relationship between the amount of people and the algae. So I just want you to talk a little more about that. Thank you.
Yes, for sure. First, for your first question, yes, we were thinking about it, but due to the time lapse that we had, we didn't have like a really good connection with experts that understood our project. We know that the LED light that right now we have could harm the microalgae that is being cultivated and growing inside of the cylinder. And that's why we are open if this project is of interest of someone for someone to change the design of the artifact for the microalgae to be like on good conditions and living for the laboratory. Once again, we need to remind that this is a project that although it's art, it's also where someone from a laboratory could be growing all these microalgae for the investigation at the same time where the message is being put out there for the general public. And for your second question about the light and the interaction with humans, once again, we didn't want it to like make the microalgae to bioluminescence by movement, because if they were being cultivated, we also understand that this could be harmful for them. So that's why we translated their language of glowing into this LD band that wouldn't harm them. So this LD band is going to be programmed by the amount of people that visit the installation or like the artwork. So if there is more, this light will be kind of overwhelming and difficult to see. And if there is less people and in a less invasive way, the light will be glowing and breathing, translating that if we don't attack on a violent way the microalgae, living can coexist. And if we are too many and we are exceeding our presence, the light will become kind of overwhelming.
Thank you. Another judge writes in the chat how she loves the way that you've contextualized your project. It's a very lyrical weave of coexisting, what we perceive as dazzling and the brilliance, if you will, of toxicity. But she asks if you could talk a little bit more about what types of public programming you envision around this artwork.
We are searching right now. We are kind of dreaming about the project, and we love about design, because we know that still we need to make some other connections for it to be a reality. But we wanted to show you guys the project that we have, not because of the final result that we're having, but because of the foundations that we have and the missions that we have about the project. So if anyone is interested of making this project a reality for us, it would be amazing. And actually it can be put on into very different context, and the meaning of the artwork would change a lot. So we are open to everything.
Amazing. We have time for one more question.
I was wondering if you could talk more about your consideration and exploration of language. I really love how you explored the relationship between the algae and the viewer. But I was wondering if you had any discussions or concerns around using the term collaboration and considerations of the kind of implication of agreement there, and also if you had any discussions around the paradigm of the mirror that kind of seems to position the human at the center again.
Thank you for that question. It's really valuable because along the process of designing the project, we had a lot of trouble with that because all of the ideas that we had, it was like, it's not collaboration. Once again, we're centering on humans. What are they really trying to tell us? So this is like the closest approach that we had, but yes, the communication of the project is a main a main fact about it because we don't want to like go back into that only human-centered design where we're trying to also not view us as like, oh, we are trying to give the voice to the microalgae, because that's not. We are collaborating with them. So I'm sure if this project goes on, we will be learning more and more and more on how to be on a comfortable position between microalgae and us humans. But we did discuss it a lot, and we have a lot of other ideas that were not collaboration, we're once again like colonization.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all the morning presenters. We are now entering into a longer break, 15 minutes precisely. So we will resume at 11:20 Eastern Standard Time. For the judges, if you could please fill out whatever forms you haven't yet, that would be greatly appreciated on our end. We are collecting data for the platinum, gold, silver, and bronze medals that will be awarded next week to all the participants. And we look forward to spending the afternoon with you all. So thank you. All right, welcome back. I'll give a moment to change screens and for everyone to prepare and settle down at their computers. The next block of presentations will include 4 schools, and then we will again enter into break for judging purposes and relief. Our first presenters are Caroline Fernandez and Licky Kaspers, 2 recent graduates who have participated in the Biodesign Sprint. When you're ready, please share your screen.
See that?
Yes, we can see it.
If you can see it and you can hear us as well.
Yep, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay, that's great to hear. Can we already start with it or
Yes, whenever you're ready.
okay, no, well, welcome. Every culture has a moment at the water, a gesture, a ritual, a way of marking something meaningful. That's where Navan begins.
Across cultures and religions, humans have always turned to water as a medium for transformation. We see purification baths, baptisms, water liberations in Yoruba and Andean traditions, lantern send-offs in Japan, and water blessings during Southeast Asian New Year festivals. Across cultures and traditions, water becomes a source for renewal, remembrance, healing, and release, carrying both emotional and spiritual meaning. This creates a paradox that is nearly universal. Water is sacred and polluted, healing and burdened. Many cultures understand water as spiritually pure, even with the material traces that come with large gatherings, human industry, and the infrastructures that support cities in contemporary life. This tension shows how we approach design, carefully, reverently, and without assuming that environmental science supersedes lived meaning.
The Ganga flows for 2,525 kilometers and sustains nearly 400 million people. She supports agriculture, fisheries, transport, religious life, and an extraordinary ecological web of many types of fish, turtles, crocodilians, and the endangered Ganges river dolphin. To millions, the Ganga is Ganga Ma, a goddess whose water remain purifying regardless of what enters them. Pollution is understood materially as sewage, waste, and industrial runoff, but also morally reflecting social imbalance. Before diving into this further, we want to acknowledge our position as outsiders to Hinduism and to the communities who cherish Gangama. Our intention is not to intervene in or reinterpret it as sacred ritual, but to respectfully join a longer conversation about how devotion, ecological care, and material offerings might coexist in a changing world. Kumbh Mela is an important Hindu pilgrimage and the largest religious festival in the world. It gathers up to 450 million people for bathing, prayer, and offering light at the Triveni Sangam. A temporary megacity appears and disappears on the floodplain. During sacred bathing days, millions enter the water and thousands of diyas, flowers, incense, and tokens are released as acts of devotion. With modern scale, offerings unintentionally contribute to material pollution. Flowers grown with pesticides, incense with chemical binders, plastic wrappers, synthetic fabrics, paraffin wax, clay fragments, ash, and oil all accumulate to the river. The rituals themselves are culturally sacred acts of purification and connection, yet their current volume creates ecological stress. They contribute to rising biochemical oxygen demand, increased water temperature, and fluctuations to dissolved oxygen levels. The higher organic load consumes oxygen in the water, while warmer conditions accelerate microbial and bacterial activity, leading to lower oxygen availability for aquatic life and increased bacterial growth. At the same time, the river receives roughly 3 million cubic meters of sewage each day. Even though the Ganga has an historic self-purification system fueled by natural bacteriophages, these are viruses that infect and replicate within bacteria. They are exceptionally active in this sacred river. The sheer volume of this modern sewage now places pressure that exceeds what this natural process can manage on its own. Dijas, the small clay oil lamps, symbolize remembrance, guidance, and enlightenment. They are offered across India in moments of devotion, and during gatherings like Kumbh Mela, they become part of Deepdaan, the act of placing lights onto the water as a gesture of surrender, purification, and connection with the divine. But in contemporary practices, many of these offerings now include paraffin oils that form surface films, pesticide-coated flowers, synthetic sparkles and colored powders, cotton and polyester wigs, and clay fragments that accumulate on the riverbed. Rather than replacing the diyas, we asked, can the diya remain the diya while its material composition becomes gently restorative? We carry that same awareness forward, contributing together with humility where devotion and ecological care meet. Our cultural parameters were grounded in humility and consultation. The gesture of offering remains unchanged. No new or foreign life forms are introduced. No frame the river as spiritually impure. No interference with the prayer or symbolic meaning. The diya must look and behave like the diya. Instead, our aim is to let the offering be what it already is, a gift, just one that also supports the river's own healing processes.
We began with a broad ideation, exploring how other cultures create water offerings. We imagined biodegradable remembrance stones, living vessels exhaling oxygen, and mangrove seed-releasing shells. These early ideas helped us map a broader landscape of restorative ritual, even though many were ultimately too speculative or culturally incompatible for the Ganga. From this, the Diya emerged as the most culturally grounded pathway. Our sketches explored how to maintain the familiar Diya form while integrating ecologically functional layers, microchannels, porous structures, and protective membranes. These drawings were primarily about form, not function, ensuring we stayed visually rooted in tradition. In order to maintain the tradition, we concluded to work with the traditional forms seen throughout the festival. Our prototypes also focused on form, the curve of the bowl, the lip that holds the flame, the way mycelium grows into a diya shape. We developed multiple mycelium molds to test thickness, buoyancy, detail, and how the vessel might look and feel when held in the hands of a devotee. Through prototyping, we found that many of the traditional shapes are functional for the design we are trying to achieve. Let us introduce you to Navan, the final concept. It is a living diya, a mycelium-grown vessel containing dormant native microbes, protected by a buoyant oil membrane and activated by flame. The ritual remains unchanged, with light, prayer, and release. But within the diya, a quiet ecological process begins. The system functions as layered ecology, starting with the buoyant local oil membrane, which floats the vessel, fuels the flame, and protects against blockage as water enters. Then the coating of the mycelium shell, which contains a dormant microbial mesh with native microbes from river-adjacent soils embedded into the shell, dehydrated safely so they awaken only upon rehydration. The shell is made from mycelium grown on sugarcane bagasse, fully biodegradable, and a reliable, fast colonizing substrate. It's one of India's largest agricultural residues, with most of the 111 million tons produced annually coming from Uttar Pradesh, a key Kumbh Mela region. The bottom layer within this vessel is a sand and biochar interior bed. It filters particulates and absorbs nutrients. On top of this layer in the middle is the Rudopseudomonas palustris-based surface, a purple non-sulfur bacterium with remarkable oxygen generating and pollutant transforming abilities, already native to many freshwater systems like the Ganga and safe for open environments. When the diya is lit, the heat gently melts the lower wax gate, allowing the river water to enter, rehydrate microbes, and activate the ecological sequence. Environmental scientists we consulted emphasized that given the current microbial load of the Ganga, the addition of dormant native soil microbes creates no ecological harm and essentially mirrors what the river already does. All materials are locally familiar, biodegradable, and culturally aligned. Mycelium grown on agricultural waste, local sands, biochar, native microbial soils, and regionally sourced buoyant oils used traditionally in lamps. Nothing synthetic or foreign enters the river. During the assembly process, we carefully embedded native microbes into the mycelium shell grown in the clay mold, layering sand and biochar inside the vessel. We then applied a film of Rudopseudomonas palustris, never adding anything foreign. Finally, a buoyant oil layer is added. Once released, devotees light the diya and place it on the water. The vessel floats, river water slowly enters, and the dormant microbes awaken through natural rehydration. From that moment, purification processes begin inside the offering. At the end of its life cycle, the vessel breaks down naturally into the river's flow. The mycelium and coconut husk biodegrade, while sand and biochar return to the riverbed, and the awakened microbes simply reintegrate into the existing ecosystem. The diya becomes part of the river itself. We conducted controlled analog experiments using biofilm formation, algal bacterial oxygenation, sand filtration, and contaminant decay requirements. These helped us safely approximate microbial interaction, dissolved oxygen dynamics, and filtration performance. For biofilm formation, gravel emerged as the most effective substrate among those tested, supporting the densest and most stable microbial films. Additional experiments examined how mycelium grows across various substrates, such as wheat, to determine what combinations best support structural integrity and colonization. Using generalized estimates of river conditions, we calculated a decay rate of 0.0407 per minute, indicating that the system would reduce coliform populations by half approximately every 17 minutes to meaningfully influence river ecology. Over a 12-kilometer section of river, representing roughly 133 minutes of flow time, this corresponds to an estimated 99.6 reduction under idealized assumptions. Next steps involve optimizing surface area, flow paths, oxygen gradients, and the timing of microbial awakening. As we continue experimenting on that, the evolution of this project will be guided directly by the data we collect. Each iteration will respond to a measured dissolved oxygen, pH, turbidity, and flow dynamics. The goal is not to reinvent the ritual object, but to continuously fine-tune this diya so that its ecological function matches the river's timing and remains fully aligned with its cultural form.
Therefore, our ethical framework has two pillars. First off, cultural ethics. We honor the beliefs of the Ganga's spiritually purity. We preserve the gesture, meaning, and emotionally integrity of the diya, ensure the design feels like a continuation of the tradition. And on the other side, we have the scientific ethics. Use only native microbes from adjacent soils. We avoid engineered organisms or ecological introduction. We consulted experts. Multiple scientists confirmed that this system possesses no ecological harm, particularly given the river's existing microbial state. And we maintain transparency about what the diya can and cannot do. Many global rituals release offerings into water. By redesigning materials, we can keep traditions to remain intact while reducing ecological harm and even providing gentle restoration. And by that, we continue asking, how do we co-create with communities rather than impose ideas? How do we protect ritual meaning while introducing ecological layers? And how might offerings themselves become acts of reciprocity towards water? And how can care be felt and not explained? And what metrics describe impact and which describe change? Navan is not a fix for the Ganga. It's a respectful gesture. Adia can still hold prayer, memory, and devotion, yet dissolves into the river as a nourishment instead of waste. If water cleanses us, perhaps our offerings can become a way of giving that care back. Thank you.
Great. Thank you all so much. We're going to turn it over to the judges for questions. We have a little bit less time because we ran over. So, yes, the first question from a judge, please.
Hi there. I really enjoyed your project, just because I've actually been to the Coombe. Have you been to the Coombe? Either one of you?
Neither of us
No,
have now.
no, I highly recommend it. So the Coombe's amazing. And I love this because it's actually an idea or a problem I had looked at. Um, two questions. Have you actually spoken to someone who is involved in this ritual, who practices this ritual, to ask them, does this design speak to you, and would you use it? And then the second question is the name Navan. Where did it come from? And could you explain that meaning?
Yes, so we actually have been reaching out to people who are part of the tradition and the festival overall. And although we haven't necessarily heard back from anyone yet, besides, Reddit users who replied to comments, there's various partners and people and organizations that we'd like to reach out to kind of continue this conversation because we both understand and recognize that we can only do so much when we haven't personally been a part of the culture and the religion. So that's a very big ongoing conversation with the two of us about how we can continue including people. And the name Navan actually comes from um, a Hindu word. It is
While you're looking that up, could either of you speak to like how, like what about this project drew you to it? Like, is there ritual in your practices?
So the word Nava means beauty, and it has like a new or uh, rebirth kind of idea to the word. So that's kind of we took that root and kind of created our own word with it. In terms of where the project was inspired from or rooted from, if you will, I know that from the beginning of the challenge sprint, I was very interested in how can different, or we were both were very interested in how different cultures interact with water and, um, all the way from cruise ships and like boat tourism to very specific festivals and pilgrimages like this one. And from that kind of inspiration of how we humans deal with oceans and other bodies of water, we both began looking into different locations that require ecological care that might not have the ecological care that it needs in the environment, if that makes sense. And one of the examples that came up was the Ganges River, just with various resources talking about the pollution levels that are there. So from there, we kind of were inspired by, well, there's a very active festival that happens interacting with the water and there's a very active need for restoration. So how can we use something that already exists and possibly give give a gift back to the water as it does for us?
Great. Thank you so much. That's all the time that we have for questions. Uh, we will now advance to the University of Florence.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to share the screen. I don't know.
Hi everyone, we're Giulia Verdiani and Matteo Gatti and from University of Florence, and this is IDRA. Our project begins with a study on plastic pollution, focusing in the 15% made up mostly of microplastics that floats in coastal areas. This 15% is the most dangerous because it enters the food chain. So we decided to start from a small scale, from home, from the Mediterranean Sea, a cradle for biodiversity, yet one of the most overexploited basins in the world. Here, each person consumes an average of 30 kilograms of fish per year, and we asked ourselves, how much plastic are we eating along with it? And that leads us to our concept. We are developing marine sculptures that anchor onto artificial breakwaters, transforming coastal areas and coastal infrastructures into a platform for microplastic remediation. Each unit passively captures and absorbs microplastics through wave flow, and once saturated, the cartridge is removed, regenerated, and reintroduced in the system. By merging artistic form with ecological function, the system offers a circular and scalable way for ports and coastal structures to contribute ocean restoration. So ports and breakwaters collect microplastics, but they currently play no active role in remediation. So we ask again ourselves, can coastal infrastructures become part of the solution instead of being a passive witness? And considering that in Italy, to give a sense of scale, out of 8,300 kilometers of coastline, about 13% is lined with man-made barriers, with an average of 3 breakwaters every 2 kilometers, and the potential impact becomes enormous. Moving on to the more technical side of the concept, we analyzed various microplastic captures methods and identified a promising direction. A sponge-like adsorptive filter, potentially based on Keating graphene oxide composites or similar materials. And to optimize, we designed the cartridge with a gyroid geometry, so it could maximize the surface to volume ratio and enhancing microplastic retention.
We divided the project in two phases: an in-situ product that captures microplastics directly within the breakwater, and an ex-situ system that handles the biodegradation and filter regeneration. How it works. We intentionally designed the filter as a passive system activated only by the natural motion of the waves. The filter has four main components: the sculptural shell, the scaffold that anchors to the breakwater, a filter cartridge containing the absorbed filter, which capture microplastics, and a bio-inspired cover that capture waves.
So for the form funding process, we chose a mythology-driven approach using Hydra and Karkinos, two Greek creatures linked to the ancient Mediterranean. And because plastic, we thought of plastic as a hydra of our time, and every time we try to destroy it, it becomes many, and plastic turns into microplastics, and then the monster grows.
This led us to develop two different forms. The first one is modular. The either form can be applied along regular surface, such as sports walls, and scale according to their length. Within this system, we designed two types of models: a bioreceptive one and a filtering one. This one is Hydra, and the second one is adaptable, Karkinos. Is made for irregular surface, such as tripods and rocks, thanks to his shapes. And this one is calculus.
Wherever the filtration modules are missing, we use a bioreceptive surface that helps marine life grow naturally. And it also has a special texture that makes this even easier. So we thought of the system to complete the functioning of the filter. So we designed an integrated system. Here we can see the entire process outlined in simplified diagrams. So we start from installation, then we go on to microplastic filtration. Once the filter is saturated, it can be removed. We go to an ex-situ phase. So the filter is removed, it's cleaned, and we have, again, another clean filter. So moving into the specific in situ part, we can see the clean filter entering from the ex situ site, ex situ phase, into the installation. So we have a clean filter, we go into installation, then we have the operation phase where all the microplastic absorption happens. And once the filter is filled with microplastic, it can be removed and then go back to the ex situ phase. So this leads us to the ex situ system. And here we can see the filter full of microplastic entering the processing center, where plastic could take two directions: a possible new life through recycling or an end life through degradation. Once the filter is clean, it can go back to the in situ phase. So you might have noticed an asterisk next to the degradation phase, and that represents a key of our roadmap, because we are looking to a future where we aimed biodegradation process to handle plastic much more, to be more efficiently. So regarding the microplastic heterogeneity, the filter we currently selected is specific to only certain types of plastic. Since the artificial barrier has multiple attachment points, and we can imagine installing different kinds of filter, and we could plan for target different type of plastic and different type of degradation. So in the future, this could mean having multiple plastic categories, multiple filters, and multiple degradation tanks. For the potential funding of this project, looking ahead, our system answered the global call for the UN Agenda 2030, actively contributing to the preservative life below water. And this is an urgent mission backed by concrete resources. And we have mapped numerous funding opportunities ready to support high impact initiatives like ours. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. I'd like to turn it over to the judges for questions now. Okay, then I'll begin with a question. Could you please share a little bit more about the artistic dimension of your design and how you see it integrating with pre-existing kind of like arts initiatives in the Mediterranean? I know you have this mythological basis, but yeah, if you could talk about maybe the messaging and the public engagement around the design, that would be wonderful.
Okay, so we decided to go for two different forms. The first one is Hydra. It's a monster, a sea monster that has multiple heads. So when you cut one, it grows back two. And so we thought that might be useful to design a modular, come si dice? A modular form, a modular system. So Hydra is designed for small, like ports walls and jetties for small or even longer. So it depends on the length of the port. And that's why it has more heads and it can grow longer. And then Karkinos is the helper of Hydra in mythology. And we decided to go for it because it has long claws and long legs. And we use that form to adapt on the surface because in Italy, but also in Europe, we have a lot of anthropization, a lot of walls, a lot of barriers, and they're mostly made of jetties, tripods, and rocks. So, breakwaters and so that's it. That's why we chose those forms, those shapes.
Great, thank you so much. What are some pre-existing microplastic kind of initiatives in Italian ports to sort of purify the water? Are there examples that you found in your research?
Yeah, they're just startups for now, from students around university in Italy, but they have no currently active microplastic solution, remediation solution.
Fantastic. Okay, so I think unless we have one final question, we'll move to the next presentation. Thank you so much. Next up is the University of Richmond.
Great. Hello, everyone. Can you see us?
Hiya, I do also have just a quick question about if you had done any in situ testing and perhaps, done any testing of like the microplastics that you've collected yourself. Like, do you have any of these samples? Have you done any of that? And apologies if I missed that bit.
Sorry, that was a question for, is the University of Florence still here? Julia?
There may have been a bit of a delay between what I heard and my question.
Sorry, was the question for us? Because we didn't. Oh, sorry. Okay. Could you please repeat the question? Sorry.
It's just if you had done any collecting of any microplastic samples, just from yourselves visually, and I'm trying to remember the second part of my question now. Yeah, if you had kind of like done any of your own sort of like tests in situ.
No, we didn't do any tests in situ. We just read a lot of papers and.
Okay. So you have.
Yeah.
Okay.
In future, maybe in future that was our plan.
All right. Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry for cutting off that last question. Are there any other questions for the University of Florence? Okay. I think we're good. Thank you so much once again. And now we'll move on to the University of Richmond.
Thank you.
Hello, can everyone see us and hear us? Great, awesome.
Yes.
Thank you.
I hear a little bit of background noise. Is that
okay.
from you or is someone unmuted?
There's someone on our side right now. Could you give us like 1 minute? Maybe we could switch somewhere else and then just
No, I think it's probably fine. I'm just making sure that it's not someone else in the audience. It's not that loud.
Okay, it's not that loud. Great, thank you so much.
If it's not disrupting you, we are good.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
Great.
Hi, we're Refuse from the University of Richmond. One second. My name is Jasmine. I'm a biochemistry and molecular biology major.
I'm Jeff. I'm from Taiwan, and I'm a biology and film studies double major.
So there are many issues facing our reefs today, but one that stands out in particular is the reoccurring outbreaks of crown of thorns starfish, also known as COTS. These starfish are endemic to the Indo-Pacific region, which hosts more than 70% of the world's live corals. But adversely, it's been eaten by the adult COTS up to 100 square feet a year. They can grow up to 80 centimeters with toxic spines, and what's more, they are highly sexually reproductive, with both male and female COTS capable of releasing eggs and sperms at extremely high volumes.
And following what Jasmine has said, a team of researchers has found that warmer sea temperature is an important cofactor promoting these COTS outbreaks, which aligns with the general trend of global warming happening worldwide. And where does that leave us then? We're seeing COTS experiencing outbreaks by their boom and bust nature much faster, from every 50 to 80 years to now every 15 years on the Great Barrier Reef after the 1960s. And that couples with the timing of the global bleaching events that are harming the corals too. But they do have natural predators, such as the giant Triton snail, the only known predator of the larger juvenile adult COTS at the time right now. And the GTS, the giant Triton snail, is also endemic to the Indo-Pacific region, where scientists have been researching their salivary glands to try and find what's responsible for immobilizing and killing their prey. Right now, we know that the COTS use chemosensation to detect the presence of the giant Triton snail, and conversely, the GTS releases predatory cues or pheromones that act as a biodeterrent for the COTS to stay away. But scientists have yet to characterize the pheromone responsible for potentially repelling the COTS. Considering the GTS is a vulnerable species classified by the IUCN, there's more work to be done to understand them ecologically. With ongoing research, we know that Bose and his team in Australia has found 3,000 some proteins expected to secrete from the salivary glands as first steps to characterize the cue.
Currently, COTS management programs are relying on manual culling methods, which happens across the Indo-Pacific region. For instance, Australia has invested more than $10 million in improving COTS control. However, the cost of maintaining manual culling endeavors can be expensive for Indo-Pacific communities to keep up in the long run.
With this in mind, we designed a passive release device that expels a speculative GTS pheromone by responding to warmer ocean temperatures for COTS outbreaks to keep them away from vulnerable reefs. This is our vision for complementing the existing COTS controlling measures. To begin with, we conducted an experiment testing the temperature responsiveness of our chitosan polyvinyl alcohol biopolymer and its ability to release a speculative predator cue under changing temperatures. Keeping in mind that our pheromones are currently being researched, we utilize methylene blue as our mock drug. And to synthesize our biopolymer, we use chitosan derived from estuary crustacean shells and can be found in local seafood processors. Next, polyvinyl alcohol, a non-toxic polymer acting as an adhesive. And last but not least, genopin, derived from gardenia fruit, which we're crossing for structure, stability, and smoother gradient release. Together, they form low-cost, water-soluble, and biodegradable materials. We synthesized two biopolymers as samples and placed them in two separate temperatures, one at 28 degrees Celsius, the current reef temperature, and 32 degrees Celsius, the projected ocean warming temperature.
29 degrees Celsius was identified as the lower critical solution temperature since it is a temperature threshold a degree Celsius beyond the current reef temperature. Keeping this in mind, when our biopolymer is exposed to temperatures above 29 degrees Celsius, ideally there's an increase in hydrophobic interactions, causing an imbalance in intermolecular forces, thus releasing the cue. So with this in mind, we expect the cue to diffuse faster at 32 degrees Celsius above the lower critical solution temperature. And in making this biopolymer with 2% weight volume chitosan and 10% weight volume polyvinyl alcohol that is then cross-linked with genopin, we measure the release rate of methylene blue using UV-Vis absorbance readings. What we found is there was a higher initial burst release within the first hour above the lower critical solution temperature at 29 degrees Celsius. Additionally, we projected the absorbance to decrease by 64% at both temperatures around 145 hours, meaning the methylene blue has naturally degraded over time. Similarly, we hope to implement a gradual dissolution and degradation of the speculative pheromone and biopolymer for our design. For our model, we have created a porous passive release diffuser of the giant Triton snail pheromone inside the thermoresponsive biopolymer with replaceable and stationary pieces.
We explored our designs by looking into cultural and environmental visuals, and with that in mind, first, we created a base that is inspired by the unique square lattices of the Venus sponge basket to give it extra tensile strength underwater, considering the frequency of natural disasters and typhoons that occur in the Indo-Pacific region. Second, we have the flower as part of the base, symbolizing vitality and the structure of a coral polyp to hold the third and replaceable element of our device, which is the open and locked shell inspired by the spurs and grooves of plate coral to sustain gradient diffusion. And within that shell is the biopolymer with the Q ready to release and respond to the warmer sea temperatures triggering COTS outbreaks. Our design aims to establish a system of sourcing materials from local seafood processors, fish markets, aquaculture farms, and chemical suppliers.
Then 3D printing can be conducted by centralized governmental agency hubs and conservation groups to produce refuse, collaborating with local labs to continue synthesizing the biopolymer.
Yes, and our deployment can be hand deployed by scuba divers, thinking about snorkelers too, depending on the depth of the reef, and from engaging with the state, nonprofit sector, and community stakeholders like indigenous stewardship groups, and also recreational dive shops.
And following the dissolution of the biopolymer and full release of the Q, the outer layers will remain on the seafloor and be monitored to ensure it does not become litter. The caramel core will be replaced by stakeholders that we have mentioned.
And where we can evaluate the depth of the reefs will be important for us to picking the deployment sites because it will be helpful for us to think about the environmental DNA that is generated from the cod sheddings to help know where it's best to be placing the device. And our primary pilot spot could be somewhere such as Hawaii at Olowalu, Maui, that's on the east side near the West Maui Forest Reserve. And considering the depth of reef waters, resources available locally, and then the existing monitoring systems that can help us determine the best places for deployment. So to summarize the strengths of refuse, it utilizes non-lethal biodeterrent that pushes the conversation of using ecological interactions for managing COTS outbreaks.
With this replaceable caramel core, we can encourage citizen science support for replacing them.
Also, this is not to exclude previous cost managing efforts, but to strengthen them.
By buying time or the temporal buffer for local Indo-Pacific communities to respond to COTS outbreaks by having a passive diffuser to first deter COTS from recovering reefs or even artificial reefs and coral nurseries with budding corals.
Of course, refuse has its limitations. The scale of deployment will depend on the scale of the coral reefs, their depth, and also geographically. How remote could these areas be for us to have the manual support that can complement the use of this device?
Since refuse will be specific to the Indo-Pacific region composed of different governments, we expect to obtain permits, comply with marine law regulations, and even conduct environmental impact assessments.
Also, we anticipate addressing different pollution concerns from local communities and stakeholders that may view this design as intrusive to the ocean, fearing unintentional effects, distrusting technology, addressing sexism, and having conflicts with ongoing cost control programs. So we have to be extra cautious on addressing these potential concerns and earn the trust of the communities prior to deployment.
So without refuse, coastal communities in the Indo-Pacific region would have to rely more frequently on manual culling and injection methods, requiring more money, time, and energy. Our design aims to support the recovery of coral reef by mitigating the impact of COTS outbreaks, killing corals to align with current management efforts, and finding inspiration from their ecological interactions to tackle the problems within our Indo-Pacific with our Indo-Pacific communities. So let's deter COTS.
And protect the reefs with a guard from one of their deadliest predators.
We want to acknowledge our professors at University of Richmond and the University of Richmond's Innovation Studio Director, Andrew Ilnicki. Without them, refuse would just be an idea. And we want to thank you for listening. We're now open for Q&A.
Great, thank you so much. We'll turn it over to the judges.
Hi. So my questions are related to if you have any competitors, like how original is your idea? And also, have you done sort of like a cost analysis of like what it would cost given what exists now? Like all the methods that you were talking about of getting rid of the COTS. versus your proposed solution? So like, is it more expensive? Are you going to save money? You know, your ideal scenario. Yeah, do you speak to those?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Sorry, we had a timer on this side.
Oh, great.
Yeah, Jasmine, can I take this one? Great, thank you. So for the cost and analysis, we haven't gone super in depth on what would be the actual cost going into refuse as a device, but we do know that there will be higher expenses being done with the research and development phase. But because I personally have worked with the conservation community in Taiwan, so actually the project was inspired by me and Jasmine reaching out to one of the directors on board who was talking about the COTS outbreaks happening in Taiwan, and then us relating to how in Australia they probably had the budget to release all these scuba divers to different places. But in the long run, if we're thinking about how expansive COTS outbreaks could be, in the trailer that we've also shown to the judges that would later be published online, you guys could actually see how like the COTS, they go with the ocean current, so they could be very widespread. And part of what we thought about refuse is that it could use this GTS hormone to aggregate the cost of a specific area. So right now, what Australia is facing is that they have to put scuba divers all around the coast, and that is very cost inefficient. So if we have a device that could actually, maybe it might be a little bit more expensive, but if you have the costs aggregate to a specific area and then kill them with more efficiency, thinking about the manual calling strategies that have been implemented, then I think it will be a great way to cut down on the manual costs that have been invested into having manual labor sent across these different communities. And then thinking about complementary strategy based on context-dependent scenarios, right? Because in Taiwan, it's going to be different in Hawaii, and then the different countries that we've illustrated in our slides as well. Yeah.
What happens to the cots now?
Yeah.
Like, can you eat them? Like, do they dehydrate really well? You know, like they're really
Yeah.
pretty actually. Like what can you do with them?
Of course, yeah, great question. So what happens to them right now that they cannot be recreationally used for any cuisines? Because I know that in Taiwan some people do eat some like invasive species as a way to, you know, how like mitigate the population outbreaks, right?
Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then cots, like what we have mentioned, like they're super big and they like can grow toxic coatings from their spines.
Yeah.
Yeah, so probably not good to eat them in that sense. Yeah.
I'm just curious, like, you know, if you say like toxic coatings, I'm like, oh, can that be used for something else? But
Yeah,
yeah, I
definitely.
really enjoyed your project. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Great. We have another question in the chat. This judge writes that she appreciates that you have considered skepticism and the acceptance of your idea. How have you considered, or have you considered how you would go about actively addressing skepticism in a local community?
When it comes to a local community, we would probably conduct surveys or webinars or like host an event where we're presenting refuse along with our other stakeholders and opening up a forum where anybody who has any questions or inquiries or is confused about it, we could present it to them, walk through all their questions, and even invite them with the planning and deployment procedures.
Yeah, most definitely. Can I elaborate on that
Yeah.
too? Great. When I was studying abroad in Barbados, where I got to take a class on the marine like biology and ecology of coral reefs, that also involved with understanding how the communities currently interact with the ocean, right? So every culture has their own dynamics of interacting with the ocean that has been shaped by past and present governmental policies. So essentially, when we're considering about the skepticism in acceptance, we also have to actively collaborate with the people that's already established there, or else it will only be an idea. And then being able to find the local stakeholders that can help support the implementation of the idea can act as a channel and pathway for us to actually interact with the public and understanding if they are actually on board in helping to implement the device and even willing to pilot run it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. All right. Oh, sorry. I've got a timer on my end too. So now we are turning over to the University of South Florida. This will be our final presentation for this block, and then we'll enter our break.
Hello.
USF, feel free to share your screen, and then I will start the timer when you are ready.
Yeah. Is it showing it on the screen? Can you see it?
We can see it, but it's not in presenter mode.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. We are Team Sick and Tide from the University of South Florida, and our topic is harmful algal blooms. My name is Daphne Martinez.
I'm Matthew Rebuff.
Okay. So when approaching our design, we went in with one question, which is how can we create an informative design that prevents and educates the effect of algal blooms on Lake Okeechobee? So for context, Florida is well known for its beaches, coastlines, as well as its vast estuaries, lakes, and springs. Both salt and freshwater bodies support populations of bloom-forming algae. Algae itself is vital to the aquatic ecosystem. However, rapid uncontrollable growth creates algal blooms that harm both marine and human environments. Harmful algal blooms create dead zones in the ocean and produce toxins that can cause illness and death in both humans and animals. So we picked Lake Okeechobee as the main focus of our design. It's the largest lake in Florida. Over the past 30 years, Lake Okeechobee has faced rising levels of nutrient contamination, primarily from agricultural runoff. There's a direct link between Lake Okeechobee's nutrient overflow and the abundance of algal blooms. This is due to the lake's discharges from the two rivers by it, as well that flow into the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic Ocean. It threatens aquatic life and the water quality of South Florida's water supply. So when it came to our research, we wanted to focus on both what Florida is doing currently about the harmful algal blooms, as also what it's done in the past. So one of the things, it's the monitoring of HABs. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission monitors more than 100 locations around the state weekly or monthly. It collects water samples from shores, bridges, piers, and boats to examine them for HAB species. Other clear methods of monitoring them include satellite imagery, watch systems, ocean circulation models, citizen reports, and all of these methods are currently short-term forecasting. So it became one of our design considerations. Applying improved aspects of monitoring within our design will help us target the impact of harmful algal blooms early on, and then being able to forecast long-term would benefit Florida's tourism economy, as businesses would have the time to prepare, and it would reduce the amount of people inflicted by the effects of HABs.
So we've considered two previous methods of red tide prevention and mitigation through two separate case studies. The first of which is a 2002 study for Robinson and Napier that assessed three separate watersheds in Ohio, Iowa, and Minnesota in order to analyze the efficacy of current government conservation efforts that call for the adoption of nutrient management techniques. These techniques include the use of banded fertilizer application, side dressing fertilizer application, and the use of a nitrification inhibitor. The study found that of the farms utilizing these nutrient management techniques, 50% of farms used banded applications of fertilizer, 53% utilized side dressing applications, and only 37% used a nitrification inhibitor. The low adoption of the cost-effective and environmentally beneficial nitrification inhibitors were most likely due to limiting factors, such as lack of awareness or understanding of the long-term benefits of the inhibitors, as well as implementation challenges and overall farmer uncertainty in the efficacy and cost evaluation of use. Mitigating red tide was discussed and acted upon in a cooperative effort between the Federal Bureau of Commercial Fisheries and the State Board of Conservation in the years 1952, 53, and 57. Through the use of the known algicide copper sulfate, three different aquatic ecosystems riddled with Caronia brevis bacteria were treated with copper sulfate. This experiment was nearly a complete success. The bacteria's cells were killed, and the culture material settled to the bottom of the waterways. Unbeknownst to the researchers at the time, a harmful brevetoxin would be released from the ensuing detritus. These bacteria populations would later reestablish further offshore, proving to be an infeasible treatment option.
And going into our design, we also knew we wanted to include a campaign element. So we looked at existing nature campaigns like Plant a Billion Trees, the Climate Clock, Save the Bees, and the 60-Hour Earth Hour. And we found that through that, established nature campaigns all include aspects that encourage people to act either from their own homes or by going into the environment itself and contributing that way. So they also include clear, direct messaging that celebrates nature. It highlights key symbols, solutions, and inspires ways to become more involved with environmental causes. So for our idea in our design, we wanted to create a nutrient treatment facility that intercepts and treats nutrient runoff from Lake Okeechobee before it reaches the ocean, using constructed wetlands, vegetation, automatic gates, and sensors for natural filtration. It will help reduce red tide and the algae bloom growth. We also want to include an educational campaign with the goal of preventing nutrient pollution at the source and educating communities and farmers on sustainable runoff practices. So for our prototype, our key features would include a collection basin that traps runoff temporarily using gates or valves, natural treatment that uses vegetation and aquatic life to absorb nutrients similar to constructed wetlands, including optional alum treatment as a fail-safe need be. Smart sensors that monitor nitrogen and phosphorus spikes in runoff and automatically trigger gates to trap water so treatment can be done. And then polluted source redirection that redirects nearby runoff sources from lakes and rivers into the facility to further reduce impact on red tide. It also would include an educational component like an information center with field trips and mandated workshops.
So why have we chosen our Kissimmee River location? The Kissimmee River is the largest water source for Lake Okeechobee, contributing 60% of the lake's total input. We seek to treat this contaminated water before it reaches Lake Okeechobee, targeting agricultural runoff from the dense farmland just north of the river valley. The intensity of these algal blooms are directly affected by discharge rates of water control structures. So in order to reduce the intensity and duration of these blooms, we must insert ourselves along the source.
This is the upstream influence within Lake Okeechobee. So it's from Kissimmee to Okeechobee to then the Colorado River and then the Gulf of Mexico into the Atlantic Ocean. So for campaign implementation, we want to advocate and educate through strategies, communication, and environmental concerns. So this would include posters, brochures, interactive signage along impacted areas of algal bloom that teach people in the community about other methods of other farming methods that reduce nutrient pollution.
Some potential challenges that our proposal may encounter stem from overall cost, impact, and efficiency. Our proposal is intended to be flexible by design. Our implementation phases will include small-scale pilot versions of the facility that will hopefully bring attention and representation to our final product. Through these small-scale experimental iterations, we seek to perfect every aspect of our process.
Yeah, and so how he said, implementation, we want to identify the optional location near major runoff area, Lake Okeechobee, which is Kissimmee. And then we want to develop small scale pilot versions of the treatment facility to test the treatment and its effectiveness, assess the funding needs through straight federal environmental grants and partnerships, and then also plan for scalability.
So moving closer to the prospect of our final product, we seek to partner with government agencies and clean water initiatives to integrate satellite prototypes in an array of areas along Lake Okeechobee. Beginning with small impacted zones, we will increase scale over time in order to tackle areas with high water flow. Lake Okeechobee is one of the most vital water sources for South Florida. Not only is it agriculturally essential, it houses an abundance of native species and directly dictates the strength and range of coastal algal blooms.
Addressing harmful algal blooms ensures that we are safeguarding Florida. Thank you. Also, if it's okay, before we go to the questions and answers, if we could share our video.
How long is the video?
2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Okay, you have 1 minute and 50 seconds. So, yeah.
Okay.
Feel free to share a little bit. Do you have it up?
Oh, yeah. It's not showing it.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll just move to the question and
Okay.
answer period. The judges can see the videos after. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was incredibly thought out. I want to turn it over to the judges. Okay.
I wanted to ask about your scalability. I really love the kind of macro approach that you're taking here and a lot of holistic considerations around policy and education and outreach and your campaign research. I wanted to know a little bit more about this kind of multidimensional design that you have that has filtration and collection and treatment, and what the range of scale is, I guess. Like what would be a small scale implementation of this, and what might be like a feasible timeline for that?
So for scalability, we wanted to start like in a how we said in the Kissimmee area, but also an area with like high flow of water that has been known to have like a severe harmful algal blooms, and then essentially kind of move it into either like the areas that flow into the Atlantic Ocean or into the Pacific Ocean.
And I was wondering too if you had already reached out to any potential partners and government agencies or outreach organizations or kind of tested the waters, so to speak, with any potential policy partners?
We haven't done any of that yet, but given the we're trying to do like satellite or um, like small scale things. So I guess the recognition that we would receive from those things would kind of give way to more funding and government agencies looking at us and realizing what we're doing. So
Thank you.
I have a question. In your presentation, you addressed two different communities that you would want to speak to as part of the educational component of this design. One of those communities uh, were just sort of school children, mandated school trips, and what have you. The other being farmers. Have you considered the different kind of communicative strategies that you would have to employ to address these two groups?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, when we were formulating, so I made like an example brochure and it was specifically targeted towards, oh, sorry, you can't really see. It was specifically targeted towards farmers. So I try to, when we were addressing what to communicate, we wanted to be specific that we were speaking a language that both groups would understand, not try to put it like super like sciencey or wordy, like address the concerns that the community would have if this were to be introduced, because you know, you want to educate them for them not to be fearful of it.
We have another question in the chat. One of the judges asks, how would you go about filtering only the algae bloom and not other wildlife?
So our treatment thing is open through gates that are monitored, basically that would be monitored consistently to ensure that we're not essentially like dragging wildlife into into the lake.
Would the monitoring system be automated or would it be part of a kind of more traditional labor force?
I think realistically, when we would start it, it would be more of like a human labor, and then as we developed it more, we would be able to do it like more technology based.
Another question from the same judge. Do any other species require the direct flow between the river and the lake? Are these highways for any other species that we would need to be mindful of? That's a really great question. In other words, what species are moving from the river ecosystem into Lake Okeechobee? And how would this proposed design impact their natural sort of behaviors?
I don't think it would directly impede on any other species that would need to move from the river to the lake at all. Since we have these smart sensors, we're only targeting the Carenia brevis, so I don't think it would really prove as a bridge to jump.
Great, that's so helpful. All right, so we are now moving into a break period. For the judges, I ask that you fill out the forms in the judges' agenda. We will be back in roughly 5 minutes. Thank you so much. All right, thank you all so very much. We are about to begin our next block of presentations and start with Kean University and Sinai Semitic. When you're ready, please share your screen, and then I will start the timer as soon as you speak.
Well, hello everyone. We're students from International Connection between Sinai Semitic from Brazil and Kean University from the US. And today we're going to present our project called Cobalt the Map. And we have been doing this subject called Healthy Housing Adequacies in Brazil since the beginning of the year. And we want to show you what we have been doing since the beginning of the year. I'm Yasmin, I'm architecture student.
My name is Vanessa. I'm also an architecture student from Kean University.
My name is Deborah. I'm also an architect from Brazil.
And I'm Kaylee from Kean University, industrial designer.
Okay, so our project, Cobalt the Mar, is a community-led project that turns discarded lambretta shells into breathable antifungal cubicles for favela homes. We work with residents of Valle de Paz in Salvador. The project teaches families to create their own perforated wall panels using milk carton molds and shell biomaterial, improving ventilation, reducing mold, and increasing privacy. So here, this map highlights Brazil's location. It's located in South America, a region with tropical climates, high temperatures, and along the Atlantic coastline. It also pinpoints the state of Bahia, which is our project, and it's the site that we've been working on.
So here we have a little video to give you guys a little more context of what we have been doing since the beginning of the year and when we visited the favela.
You might have to turn on the sound.
Ima, can you remove your micro?
Sorry? You cannot
We
hear?
cannot hear the video. No, no. I think if you share your whole screen,
At Kean
the
University,
sound's gonna
we
come up.
believe the built environment should do more than shelter, it should heal.
We're here in Salvador, Brazil, with two institutions partnering together.
Kean University and Sinai Semitic are partnering up here in Brazil, where in many homes we're seeing poor ventilation, mold growth, and standing water, all of which make it hard for people to live safely and stay healthy. The initial part of the course was really to teach students about health in the built environment.
The course started on last January. So we had classes online once a week. So we discussed, for example, about the mosquitoes or about the mold and the materials that we can use in those houses to make life for those people better.
We have industrial designers and architects in the United States from Kean University, and then through Brazil's Sinai Semitic. We have 9 architecture students.
We're making like an assessment tool to like help evaluate the houses here. We go into a house and the tool we made is supposed to like help us evaluate the house in an easy way.
So this is one of the most important parts that we are trying to solve, especially because with the worm, it creates mold and humidity, and that's a bad thing.
You can
read books, you can get the lectures, and you can sit in a classroom and read about it. But to experience it, that's where you find results. That's where you see real patterns that happen.
It was really exciting knowing we could collab with students from another country and get both perspectives on the idea of healthy housing.
We think about, research in a way that it be just in a surface level, but it could definitely help and impact many lives.
What we learn in the classroom is not just something that gets left in the classroom. You have to go and meet the families and meet the people that are there and see how warm they are. As an R2 research institution, Kane has long prioritized applied research, and this partnership perfectly demonstrates our growing global footprint.
So Barrio de Paz is a dense community, as you saw in the video. It is limited green space, has environmental challenges, and nearby we have the school Sinai Tech, which is very vital for us because we are trying to collaborate with them with this project. And many homes face issues such as poor ventilation, low natural light, and the lack of privacy. So those are our key conditions for our project, and we are trying to improve those issues.
So this is Kabagó. It's a staple of Brazilian modernism architecture, and think of it as a sustainable breeze block. Its permeable design acts as a passive cooling system, maximizing cross ventilation and filtering harsh sunlight. The simple solution drastically reduces indoor heat and offers the residents thermal comfort and privacy without electricity costs.
And then we get into our inspiration, where we got it from the fact that global aquaculture discards around 7 million tons of shell waste each year, and it's dumped back into the ocean, which causes eutrophication, killing marine life. And in Salvador, the lambreta clam is a culinary staple. Restaurants generate tons of waste every day, just daily, and it creates massive piles of shells accumulating on coastal villages, on their beaches, which is not disposed properly because there's no disposal system. So we ask ourselves, what if this waste wasn't just waste, and it was a perfect bioproduct?
The shell that we choose to use was lambreta shells, and we know there is a lot of research around oyster shells in the construction industry. But we find out that the lambreta shells is way easier to the community to get here, is way more sustainable because the lambreta shells is a part of Salvador environment, and there is a lot of benefits, like is a natural antifungal, help with humidity control, has a lot of airflow, and is CO2 negative. It's way more easy to crush than the oyster shells too, and has a harder mineral. Talking a little bit about the sand in the construction industry, the humanity extracts 50 billion tons of sand every year, so this accelerates the beach erosions and the floating risks. And why we choose to use the shells. We replace 30% of the sand in the mortar mix with the crushed shells, so we're reducing the demand for sand while we are repurposing a local organic waste. So we are transforming trash into a significant element in an ecological way.
So here we have the waste stream cycle, how we're going to work with the product itself. So obviously we have the shell collection in the coastlines. They're taken into consumers' restaurants, but then what happens to that? It's taken into landfills, and we want to break that cycle. We want to collect all these shells. We have to clean them, crush them, combine them, and then have this kobogo creation made into the specific designs for the homes.
A little bit about our process and material testing. So we replaced it at 30% of the sand in the mixture. So first we smash the shells and we put into a knife mill. So we get a shell powder. Then we mix everything together, the cement, the water, the sand, and the shells until everything was dry in the mold. Then we let it cure for 7 days in a bucket. and we could do a strength test. We got 1.9 MPa of strength in 7 days, and the projection is to have 2.9 MPa in 28 days.
And this is how we close the loop in just 4 achievable community-led steps. So first is urban harvestation, where local restaurants separate those shells. After consumption, the residents collect and transport the clean waste to the technical hub, which is the Mateki. And we use industrial crushers to sterilize and grind the shells, turning raw waste into safe construction-grade biosand. And then the Kobogo kit, which is in the next slides, residents receive the processed shell powder and the DIY manual. And then finally, home assembly, where residents mix the biosand and cast the Kobogo using upcycled milk cartons as molds. And then here's a graphic of the mix manual. So the graphic, it'll make your kobogo strong and durable. You'll create a simple mixer using sand cement and the cell powder provided in your kit. And then the mix replaces the traditional concrete with a more sustainable community-made material. And you measure, combine, and prepare the mixer before pouring it into your mold. And then next we have the mold mixer, where you complete your kobogo process. We reuse empty milk cartons from Juice's milk cartons, and because they're common in everyday homes and often end up as waste. So by turning them into molds, the community slows down the process of cartons ending up in landfills, and it gives them a new purpose as tools for making kobogos.
So in conclusion, we have these three solutions and one goal: a healthy ocean. But most of all, the above all, this is about social empathy and giving the households autonomy to create their own kobogos. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. I'd like to turn it over to the judges for questions.
I can go. Thank you so much for your presentation, guys. I really love how you applied kind of a global trend to a local problem. And I want to hear a little bit more about, so you said a little bit about closing the loops and how in bringing it back to the local community and kind of teaching and working with them of how to create these blogs. What's the longevity there with the comparing to a commercially made bricks? Do they require any firing at all, or you said it's a concrete base mixed with concrete, right? Okay,
With
I might have
cement.
missed. Okay,
Yeah, cement. But it's the same time.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. You highlighted that the Kobogo is a staple of Brazilian modernist architecture. How do you propose creating a mold, or what sort of molds are you thinking about so that local communities can create architecturally intriguing Kobogos? Have you worked on prototyping any of those molds, and what have you found?
So we created, I have one here with me. We created like different types of design for the mold, but we wanted to keep it simple so they could do this by themselves. So we are creating different types of designs, but it's not something too complicated that it's hard for them to do. So the idea is just so they can have options, but it's simple and easy to make.
Yeah, one more thing about the mold, we want to use like a whole box of milk or juice, so we won't be able to do something more difficult, something that has more parts, because we want to use like a single box.
Great, thank you. We have a question from one of the judges in the chat. What was the feedback that you received from local communities? Did anyone want to try the method?
Well, so the project itself is still in progress. We're still developing the actual molds. We tested it out on with our on our own, but yet we have not gone to the communities, that is a next step for us.
Had you thought about like I mean, I love the fact that you could do this by yourself, right? And like create your own designs at home with your milk cartons and that. But had you also considered like a different business model? Like maybe people could drop off and collect their own cartons, and then essentially you would have like a space that would be making them, and people could come and purchase them instead. Is this something that you considered, or was it always the DIY kit?
Yeah, we didn't consider this option because we really wanted to do a DIY project because we know that the community, um, they probably won't be able to buy. So this is why we are doing this project because they are very needy. So this is the reason.
And we
That's
wanted
cool.
to give them autonomy to make it by themselves and try a different thing. I think that's our focus in this project.
Do you have an idea as to like how long it would take to do like a 10 by 6 foot wall? Curious about the time.
So we tested different modes, but we didn't do like a whole wall, so we don't have a prediction for that. And I think it depends on the floor plan of the house, like the size of the walls they want to buy or they want to construct. And yeah, I think there are many things in this.
Yes, and the water, they dry in one day. So with one day you can take it off the mold, but you cannot use it with one day because they don't have the strength yet. But you can continue to do it. And in our test, we were like able to use the box like 3 times.
Great. Thank you so much. That's all the time that we have for questions. We are now progressing to our next team, Michigan Technological University. If you could, please share your screen, and I will start the timer as soon as you begin.
Hello, we are Circular Solutions Enterprise Team from Michigan Tech. We have created the Ghost Comb. We want to turn waste into waves of innovation. Our team has students from the College of Engineering, Business, and Forest Resources and Environmental Science. This diverse knowledge helps us to tackle challenges from multiple perspectives. Ocean pollution is a growing crisis. Each year, up to 1 million tons of discarded ghost nets drift through our oceans, harming marine life, breaking down into microplastics, and destroying vital habitats. That's why Helm of the Sea reached out to us. They needed a solution to tackle this fishnet waste problem and provide us with nets to begin research.
Our process transformed polypropylene fishnets into 3D filament, which can be then utilized to produce customer products. While polypropylene is commonly recycled through techniques such as injection molding or extrusion, recent research indicates a promising alternative, recycling it to create 3D filament. This could pave the way for new opportunities in customer product development. Although polypropylene has greater flexibility and chemical resistance compared to traditional PLA filament, the fabrication process is still fairly complicated. First, to create the filament, we start by melting and grinding up the collected fishnet material. Once we have the ground material, we feed it into a device called the fill extruder. This machine melts the polypropylene and extrudes it into a continuous strand of filament. After extrusion, we use a fill winder to wind up the filament neatly into a spool, making it ready for use in 3D printing. Testing at different temperatures was critical because it allowed us to identify the optimal conditions to produce a strong and consistent filament. This project was not without its own challenges and issues. First, we faced issues with UV and salt degradation of the fish netting, which impacted the strength and flexibility. This meant that the filament often broke off after just a couple of inches of extrusion. Cleaning the nets better could help improve and remove unwanted chemicals. To address this, we started using a 50-50 mix of virgin and recycled polypropylene, which helped improve the quality, but eventually we would like to create 100% recycled filament. Additionally, we explored the addition of biomaterials, specifically incorporating hemp fibers as a filler showed promising research in increasing the strength of the filament. Hemp fibers not only enhance the filament strength, but also offer a sustainable approach.
In search of an Ocean Futures design application, we found a promising opportunity in the surf gear market. We identified affluent surfing communities as our target market segment, aiming to capitalize on a well-researched cognitive dissonance within this culture, which is that while surfers deeply value environmental consciousness, they're also known for high consumption and frequent travel. This presents an opportunity for a premium ocean recovered plastic based surf product, which leans into their eco-conscious self-identity without requiring significant lifestyle changes. So we did a SWOT analysis for entering the surf accessory market with this ocean recovered plastic based product. And there's a strong case for targeting this market niche because there are expanding regulatory pressures on disposable plastic products, increasing awareness of plastic pollution, and a strong cultural incentive for recycled surf gear. However, we will have to compete with lower cost, more durable, and potentially greenwashed competitors.
Well, after reviewing our SWOT analysis, we chose to develop a surf accessory that aligns with our sustainability goals and fits into that existing market. A surf comb was a really logical choice as it's a tool surfers use to revitalize and remove the wax on their boards, and it can be produced from our recycled polypropylene filament. So we chose features like a compact form, a curved rail scraper, a long flat scraper, and rounded edges to keep the design practical. And the design choices were enhanced with some of the feedback that we got from Helen of the Sea, who provided the netting, and our board sports enterprise team here at Michigan Tech. We also incorporated a fish-shaped design to highlight the use of recycled fishing net material and give the comb an appealing ocean-themed aesthetic. And finally, in terms of design, we opted for a single material construction and engraved designs instead of those printed labels, which eliminated the need for inks, adhesives, and chemical paints, or surface coatings, all of which complicate that recycling process. Next, we 3D printed our prototypes using a Creality print software. And first, we adjusted the wall loop counts, and that change was crucial for enhancing the durability and ensuring that our product would withstand that regular use. Next, we set our infill percentage around 15%, trying to maintain a careful balance that maintains that product strength and preventing it from becoming too brittle or too flexible when being used. And finally, we selected a print pattern specifically designed to minimize stress on the scraper edges and further strengthening the overall design. And this choice enhanced our product's durability and longevity overall.
To test the feasibility of the comb design, testing was broken into 3 categories. The first was the comb's ability to resurface existing wax using the toothed edge. This was done by combing over the waxy surface in a cross-hatched pattern to maintain even texture and clearer testing comparisons. The second category was the comb's efficiency at removing wax from the surfboard surface, both on the flat portion of the board and the curved rails. This showed both the function of the scraper angles and the curves, but how the 3D printed layer held together when put under normal use. Lastly, user functionality was considered by collaborating with Michigan Tech's board sports team. They gave us feedback on overall comfort while using the comb, how visually appealing the design was, the sturdiness of the different comb components during use, and the size for portability. In our raw material acquisition, we are prioritizing ecosystem health by removing materials responsible for ghost fishing and microplastics into seawater. A benefit of this work is collecting toxic metals that could be embedded in these nets. Along with reducing overall cost of material disposal,
We aim to leverage partnerships with ports, fisheries, and existing collection networks to utilize existing boat routes, cutting down on emissions and waste. In the manufacturing process, we aim to mix recycled materials with other materials, potentially bioproducts or other plastics. Also, our use of small-scale machinery helps minimize energy demands. Shipping from remote areas presents unique challenges, but by partnering with ORP-based packaging companies, we can reduce shipping emissions. Our combs are designed to be reprocessed into new recycled plastic products to reduce virgin plastic demand and prevent future pollution.
Scalability is central to growing the impact of the surf comb and expanding other applications of our filament. We would launch in core surf communities already engaged in pollution reduction, and we aim to partner with existing net collection networks to secure a scalable material flow while supporting initiatives currently limited by low demand. Integrating our ORP-based combs into major surf brands' product lines is another strategy that could significantly expand our reach. The filament itself is well suited for non-critical everyday products, and research shows that blending recycled polypropylene with bioproducts reduces shrinkage while improving tensile strength and stiffness. Overall, increasing adoption of ORP-based products amplifies our impacts and helps drive the circular economy. Ethical considerations are central to our project. We must source fish nets in ways that protect marine ecosystems and avoid causing additional harm. Affordability is another concern, as recycling can raise production costs and limit accessibility. Balancing sustainability with cost ensures our solutions remain both environmentally responsible and widely accessible. That concludes our presentation. Thank you guys for your time. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much. All right, we're going to open it up for judge questions.
I might have missed it, but you kind of mentioned it as an issue at the end. So can you talk about where you would source the fishnets from?
Yes, so we have a partner called Helen of the Sea, which is a startup that the owner, Alexandra, she has partners that go out on boats and get fishnets from the Galapagos Islands.
And then you mentioned that you worked with the board sports team as testers. And I wasn't sure if some of the pictures you were showing of the testing were their direct feedback or just your own observations. Can you share some of their direct feedback about the comb?
Yeah, so those pictures were ones that we took just to have some better lighting and better visuals. The feedback that they gave us, especially because we have someone that surfs Lake Superior as well, which is a cold water surf environment. So they did some wax scraping and really liked the overall feel of it. It fit well in the surf bags and overall held up with the wax that is a little bit stiffer just because of the cold weather. That really felt comfortable using it, and they liked having the rail scraper on there, which wasn't available on some of the combs they currently use. So it felt a little bit stronger, a little more versatile, and the visual aspect was a nice touch. So they liked that quite a bit.
Thank you.
I really appreciated the practicality and this down to earth qualities of this project. You worked up a really practical material. You turned it into a product that it seems to be pretty likely that your target market is going to actually want. I'm wondering a little bit about how do you imagine differentiating something like a ghost comb in the market? Do you imagine, like, is there going to be some quality of the design or the material performance of the ghost comb that makes it better than other ghost combs? Or is the sustainability message something that you think is gonna make surfers want to use this?
I can take that question. We can definitely would definitely plan on leaning into the narrative aspect of it and the story of removing the nets from the sea and like where they are or how they interact with the ocean and like the ghost fishing part of it and how we turned it into a fish. And I don't know necessarily that it will be more sturdy than virgin plastic combs that are on the market, but we would definitely aim to capitalize on the narrative of it and the sustainability. And then I can also, because it's kind of similar, the question in the chat from another judge. None of our team members are surfers, but we interacted with the founder of that Helen of the Sea, Alexandra, that we mentioned. She is a surfer, and we consulted her about the design as well and different like design elements as well as the team. And then we would definitely come up with some packaging that would maybe utilize the plastics or just otherwise look to minimize like toxic inks and things while also trying to tell that story of our product. And then in terms of, there was an additional question from Karen in the chat too, which is in terms of just cleaning the board, the pickle is more efficient than a comb, but it makes the wax useless. So do you have a plan for leftover wax that is scraped off of boards using your comb?
As far as like the leftover wax, we didn't really dive too far into that. I know one of the board sports members had mentioned the pickle and that nothing really kind of compares to that in terms of removal. So it'd be one of those things that would probably be partnered with that, but that would be something to explore further in the future, what some of that wax can be used for.
Great. Any additional questions from judges? Okay. Thank you all so much for your presentation. We'll be moving now to the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro.
So good afternoon. We presenting. Sorry for the delay. The computer is we're sharing the screen just a second.
Great, no worries. Once you've shared your screen, just feel free to start and then we'll start the timer.
Okay, we're trying to share the screen. And PowerPoint apresentação. So can you see your screen? The presentation? Yes.
We're seeing the presenter mode currently, but we are
Okay,
seeing your screen.
Okay, thank you. Oh, our project. Estão vendo esse? Não tem como. O quê? É só trocar ali.
I think you'll have to switch the presentation screen to the full screen version.
Sorry about that. Okay. Okay.
Yep, looks good.
That's
Our project is part of a research project bigger called Orla Sem Lixo and Marine Debris Interceptor as Devolve Farm, a community approach to marine debris and coastal community resilience. Our research is conducted in Brazil at state of Rio de Janeiro, at Guanabara Bay. And this bay has a big problem because it's very polluted and our project is in Fundão Island, and we have fishers communities, mangroves, some beaches, and
Calma. Vai, pode passa. These are the mangroves. This is where the fishermen work, basically. These are the beaches. We have this 3.5-kilometer beach, and they work there every day. This is its most polluted site. And our solution is to bury them. So Rafa will...
So the projects installed a barrier to stop the debris to come into coastal areas. So this photo, you can see sorry. So you can see the debris installed in the water. It has 320 meters, the prototype that we made, and you can reduce the solid waste accumulation in 93%, in short. So our project is did in partnership with the fishery community who lives here in Fundão Island. They help us with the project, building, deployment, and operation conducted, and we pay them to do this work with us. So initially, the prototype, we spent 780 total work hours, and it costs $34 per meter. Nowadays, the current prototype will cost $20 per meter, and we would spend to do a new barrier 288 total work hours. So the most problem that we have in these barriers was vandalism. So people, some people who were in the area, they cut the ropes. So this is the problem that we faced. Also, during the maintenance, we start noticing the increase of biofouling in our barriers. So you can see in this photo, the Bernavirid is the green mussel and start showing the barriers in the water. So this project aims to use it as income generating with the fishermen work with us. So the benefits will be food production mostly, but also income and provide a circular economy. The mussel farm supports local food security as it provides additional income to fishing communities. Also, the mussel shells is rich in calcium carbonate, so we would apply in biocomposites, biocements, eco mortars, pigments, and other projects that would be possible to use. The structures may enhance local marine life also, so it would be positive to biodiversity.
These pictures, they're not ours. They're the only photos in the presentation that they're not ours. But I believe the source was hidden, but these are not ours.
It's just example.
Yes.
Yeah, the following steps are to couple a mussel farm on below the buoys and also a rail path for the harvesting. The rail path and also the attached mussel farms are guaranteed by the 3 flotation bags. These are an example of how it works, and also it forms a continuous line. just how it was showed on the previous slides. Just 1 second, this.
Slow.
Okay. And this is what it would look like. And this new barrier, this new prototype of barrier, would also increase the sea marine ecosystem and keeping out the debris of the protected areas that are the shorelines. Also, it would work as a scientific lab to serve kind of a research laboratory to keep species, the selective presence of native species. The green mussel and the brown mussel are the competitive species acting in the area. And also, at last, the upscale project. For now, we have about 50 fishers impacted in the small prototype of barrier. But upscale the project, we would have in the Guanabara Bay about 4,000 fishermen to guarantee a new prototype to function and keep interacting with debris out of the shoreline, and 8,000 fishermen in the Sepeti Bay, that is a neighbor bay.
Yeah.
And well, this is the photo of the workers on the project also.
These
And
are
the
their
fishermen.
names, yes. These are the fishermen names. We also thank all our current funding agencies that are below. We currently are in a stage of deploying more simple debris barriers, but we're trying to find more funding to develop and to research about the mussel farm, the possibilities for the mussel farm. That is our project in the Biodesign Challenge. So thank you all. This is us. Stop share.
Great, thank you all so much. We're going to open it up now for judge questions.
We're able to listen everything.
Do any judges have questions?
I'd love to hear more about the construction and the materials of that multi-layered prototype that you showed. And also if you've thought about how it will solve the vandalism problem.
Oh, sure. Yes, the vandalism problem we have the main issue right now is on the areas that are further away from the fisheries communities. We chose the spot for the prototype right by them, but when we develop prototypes that are further away, they cannot see there's no that much more people around it, so it becomes prone to vandalism. With the mussel farm, all the barriers would be more economically viable, so the fishermen would be able to keep a closer surveillance schedule, because nowadays the prototypes are not generating that much income, so we cannot pay them to make surveillance routines as much as with the farm that would be possible, because it would be more important income generator. It's for them to lose some economy or some food security for them, so the surveillance would be, that's it.
You.
Additional judge questions?
So, were you able to listen?
Sorry, it seems to have cut out. We didn't quite hear what you just asked.
No, we just asked if you could listen to us, but I think you could listen to the answer.
Could you share a little bit more about the proposed economic impact? Say you handled the vandalism issue. Can you just that section you might have addressed it, but it could have cut out a little bit.
Oh, okay. So nowadays we pay the fishermen with value working their hour in 4 minimum wages, the hour. This is a lot of our economic impact right now. And with the farm, we expect to be able to get them more hours a week because right now we do it around 2 mornings per week. So their income, they cannot live for the project. Basically, they have to keep their usual working routines and work for the project as extra income. If we do the farms, possibly we will be able to, and it kind of works with research funds and everything, we'd be able to at least make some of them like dedicated almost exclusively to the barriers and to increase the number of worked hours per week. That is our.
And is that sort of the ultimate goal to replace some traditional fisheries industry with this, um, with explicit farming so that certain fish stocks aren't overfished?
Yeah, in the Bay, overfishing is a small problem because it is very regulated by both the Navy and the Environment Board in Brazil. The main problem here due to fishing in these communities isn't overfishing, but their resilience, because they're very pressured by oil companies and other big industries. So this is more resilience promoting tool and also an environmental protecting, because if we generate income by protecting coastal environments, they stop being degraded by coastal communities. And plastic pollution, you could see the picture, it's very heavy, generating and generating some extra income and improve the resilience is our goal in the end.
Great, thank you very much.
Scientific.
If we have no additional questions, we will transition to a break right now, just a 5-minute break, and then resume. Thank you all so much, and we'll see you very soon.
Thank you.
We will get started in 2 minutes. All right. So our next block is a bit of a shorter block, and then we'll go into another break, and then the keynote address, or a final block, and then the keynote address. We're very pleased to welcome Rye Country Day School. So when you're ready, please share your screen, and then I will start the timer as soon as you begin speaking.
Okay, we just sent a request to share our screen.
All right, I've accepted the request.
Thank you. Is it all good? Oops.
It looks good. It's there. You're in presenter mode now.
Perfect, thank you.
Hi, I'm Josie.
I'm May.
I'm Caroline.
And I'm Chase.
And we're from Rye Country Day, and this is our project OxyFloat. Okay, so essentially the main problem that OxyFloat is aiming to combat is hypoxia, which is most simply defined as a condition when there's not enough oxygen in the ocean to support marine life. And it has two main causes, the first being nutrient runoff and the second being stratification. So in terms of the first problem, nutrient runoff becomes an issue when excess nutrients enters the water and it causes algae blooms to form that eventually die and decompose. And when they decompose, they consume all the oxygen from the environment, wiping out entire ecosystems. The second cause, which is stratification, is essentially when warming climate causes surface waters containing oxygen to increase in temperature, and this warm water causes layering that prevents oxygenated water on the surface from mixing with the cold benthic water, leaving bottom-dwelling organisms without oxygen. And although hypoxia isn't talked about as much as some other issues, it is vitally important that it is solved because it can completely collapse ecosystems and communities, leaving the ocean without a lot of vital ecosystems, and affects both humans and ecosystems alike. So we chose specifically to integrate OxyFloat into the sound because we've all grown up here and we've learned about all the different environmental issues it faces, and it's really what has sparked all of our interests in marine sciences. So we thought it was really important to look into. So as you can see on the diagram, the red zone is where hypoxia has been a major issue since around 1994. And this is mainly the New York City area and the more like condensed suburban areas. And there are a few policies around here that dictate what certain wastewater treatment plants can dump into the water and what fertilizers can be used on lawns. However, there's no direct policies that target hypoxia. So that's why we thought it was such an important issue to tackle.
Okay, so our design challenge, we're going to use biology and engineering to superoxygenate benthic waters. These will be integrated with existing buoy structures, and it will create realistic pathways to clean water.
In terms of the material we will use, we are going to start with the PLA/PHA shell, which is a biodegradable structural frame. It is light, rigid, and is low impact in terms of its plastics. For the coating, we'd use chitosan and cellulose, which is an antimicrobial surface behavior. It reduces biofouling, which leads to a steadier flow. And for our safety layer, we used a mesh screen. It controls algae contaminant and prevents intake blockages. It is simple and replaceable. For the future path, we hope to implement alginate biocomposites, which are fully marine degradable shells. It would have a lower energy to fabricate and would move towards a closed ecological footprint. While it's currently in development, labs such as the Oxman Labs are pushing to make this a more widely available option.
So as you can see in our initial design, we kind of wanted some sort of dome that was basically going to be producing oxygen and releasing it into the water surrounding. So our initial design, we had a photosynthetic layer that would be producing oxygen, and the vents at the bottom would release the oxygen. But we realized that this would really have a shallow reach and weak diffusion. And it was also an unstable setup as any waves would push it over. So we changed our design. Our second prototype, we added a siphon tube onto the side, and we made all of the algae basically inside of the dome instead of in a layer. So it'd be tumbling around and producing oxygenated water that would be pushed through gravity's flow down the siphon tube. But we realized that at some point there'd be siphon failure because it would reach equilibrium and the continuous cycle would stop, and we had no real control over the flow. So we realized that we really needed some sort of motor system to help with this.
So yes, this led us to the powered system. During calm, hot periods, passive mixing stops, and bottom waters lose oxygen faster than they can be replaced. Our design uses a submersible pump to move oxygen-rich surface water downwards. This pump creates a steady and controlled flow instead of waiting for weather to help us. It sends oxygen to the depth where hypoxia forms, which passive mixing cannot do on its own. Powered mixing gives us consistency, depth, and reliability, which are essential for reducing hypoxia.
Before I get into the direct anatomy of the oxyflow, here's some current water quality background data in the Long Island Sound. Currently, surface water already contains around 6 to 10 milligrams per liter of dissolved oxygen, and our oxyfloat's dome would boost this to around 15 to 25 milligrams per liter. That's 150 to 250% more oxygen in the water, and a tiny solar-powered pump would send this enriched water down to the seafloor to relieve hypoxia, and the system would create these small oxygen oases that would support benthic life. So as you can see on the right, the photosynthetic dome is a 1-gallon clear dome with tumbling red algae that would naturally superoxygenate incoming water. The dome O2 concentration would be boosted, and the mesh inlet and outlet would keep algae inside while allowing for water flow. This will be entirely powered by the NOAA buoys and their solar panels and battery. The pump would draw only around 5 to 10 watts, which is well within buoy capacity, so it's very feasible. And waterproof connectors and fuses would protect the system from corrosion or water damage. The vertical delivery tube, as you can see, is around 3/4 of an inch, and its length is dependent on the site depth, so it's very adaptable, and it provides a stable conduit from the surface to the bottom. The submersible pump would be a low-flow centrifugal brushless DC pump inside a perforated pressure equalizing housing. There would be an inlet at the top connected to the tube and an outlet at the bottom into the seafloor, and it would deliver around 12 grams of oxygen per into the benthic layer. And this may not seem like a lot, but for some background, small grams still matter because bottom waters have very weak circulation, and even small O2 inputs would persist locally. So hypoxic zones lack oxygen within millimeters of the sediment, and a few grams per day is enough to create stable oxygen plumes around 1 to 2 meters wide. It would support worms, clams, crustaceans, various nitrifying microbes, and juvenile fish, and multiple units could create chains of oxygenated patches across the seafloor.
So to just focus on 4 of our main benefits, we already talked about oxygen boost and how this is basically delivering oxygen directly to low oxygen zones, especially the deeper layers, not just the surface, which is reducing stratification effects. As Chase just talked about the habitat support, it's improving conditions for fish and invertebrates, but also the benthic communities there. It's helping the coastal ecosystems recover faster, but also the fishing communities that are based on these ecosystems to also be able to recover. The buoy integration being attached to NOAA-style buoy systems uses existing infrastructure and power, so it's easy to deploy and maintain, and also has the minimal footprint. Just adding on to the minimal footprint part, it's also made out of lightweight prototype materials, and in the long term, we want some sort of biodegradable dome, so it's very energy efficient, and it's really reducing environmental impact, not adding to it.
So throughout the design process, we've run into a few potential malfunctions, but we've also come up with some mitigation strategies. So in terms of biological potential risks, we have algae overgrowth or biofouling and blocked intake. Biofouling is just when barnacles or bacteria films and sediment accumulate on either the mesh screens, the dome walls, or the tubing, but both of these could be mitigated through periodic biomass removal, inspections during NOAA maintenance dives, which they already do. And in terms of mechanical, pump failure was one of our concerns, including impeller blockage or mechanical wear or electrical issues. But perforated protective housing would
prevent debris entry, and inline fuses would protect the pumps from electrical surges. The flow sensors would also detect failures quickly via buoy telemetry. So adopting this into the Long Island Sound has two huge benefits, culturally and environmentally. So culturally, it already works with pre-existing local monitoring groups and organizations like Save the Sound, Soundwaters, who we've partnered with, Harbor Watch, and local university labs. And these units can be co-located with existing water quality monitoring stations like the NOAA buoys, which already collect data on salinity, temperature, and DO data. So it would already plug into the same framework. And in terms of community development, it aligns with sustainability goals and values. And environmentally, it targets documented hypoxic zones and supports fisheries and benthic habitats.
So just going into our deployment and maintenance, we have three major steps. The prototype phase would basically be using recyclable materials that we have access to now, and we'd be attaching it to the buoy using the pump and algae module. We'd have weekly check-ins to check algae health, pump flow, and tubing. So it's very manual because this is still much of a learning phase. Our second step would be our intermediate phase, where we start testing biomaterials like an alginate dome or chitin tubes. And we want to add in basic sensors like to see oxygen levels, flow rate, and algae density. So there's still some hands-on maintenance, but it's much less frequent. But our future vision is to eventually have a fully solar-powered mixing and pumping system with a biodegradable dome so it has low environmental impact. And we really want minimal human maintenance. So the system becomes part of the buoy network and runs continuously. Someday when these materials are more accessible, mass manufacturing will be more feasible and it'll be less costly.
Okay, so in terms of development in the future, we've kind of looked into 4 different categories of materials, biology, engineering, and scaling. So in terms of materials, as we talked about before, we've been looking into Oxman Labs in the city as they're creating a bunch of different biomaterials that we hope to eventually integrate into OxyFlow to make it even more sustainable and leave even less of a footprint. Then in terms of biology, we want to make sure we're optimizing the algae species. So Gracelaria is perfect for now, but we want to make sure we're doing more research and more testing to find the best algae possible and essentially look into using the algae that's causing the problem to fix the problem. Then in terms of engineering, we want to make sure that our pump is getting all the oxygen as efficiently and sustainably to the ocean floor, so potentially upgrading that. And then looking at scaling, we want to make sure that there's a network of oxy floats across Long Island Sound and that we're targeting various different hypoxic areas and not just one controlled area.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. We will catalyze the movement of turning the sound and then beyond from hypoxic to hopeful.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
And there's our sources as well.
Thank you all so much. I'd like to turn the floor over to the judges now for any questions they may have.
Hi. Fun presentation. I wanted to ask you guys about possible competitors, and I loved the fact that you guys walked us through your prototypes and was like, this isn't going to work, and we messed up here. Maybe we could do this. Yeah, competitors and your failures, I guess. Could you speak to that?
Yeah, so as of now, we don't really have direct competitors because there's nothing directly addressing hypoxia. There are laws like the Clean Water Act and like the Long Island Sound Restoration and Stewardship have current federal programs that fund projects to restore Long Island Sound, but currently just legislation isn't going to directly biologically impact this. So in terms of competitors, we don't have too many.
Another thing to add to this is that basically not many people are as much trying to solve this problem. So if anything, there might be some competition with the resources we're deciding to use and which we're kind of choosing and whether or not maybe our people that are resourcing us, maybe they have competitors. So that would be a problem we'd have to look into. But in the long term, less people researching feasible ways to reverse this, especially in our area. So it'd be more questions about materials and how these things are coming about. And there'd be a lot of testing and whether people maybe would find our design somewhat inspirational and maybe take some of it. That would just be dependent on time or who would see it, but it'd be lots of prototype testing. So it'd definitely be over time, we'd have to see what competition would kind of arise.
Because I'm trying to like visualize you have this like pump on top and then how it's actually directing all the oxygen to the bottom. But so what you're saying is that there is grant money for you, is what you're saying.
Because what we're trying to do by partnering with NOAA, wait, I'll reshare my screen. Wait, where did it go? I don't know.
Yeah.
This way. We would want to partner with NOAA and the government basically, because if it's government funded, we want to emphasize the fact that this problem isn't really being really addressed, it's being mitigated, but this is a problem that we can actually reverse. So being able to have something that's reversible like this, we want to be able to handle it. And even though we know it's going to be costly, this cost is more effective and more important than the cost it's going to take to continue these mitigation efforts that are just preventing the problem, but it's still continuing. So they're not even really stopping the problem.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. We have time for another question.
I'm happy to ask one. Has
Yes.
one. You mentioned in your phase 3 speculation of biodegradable dome. I wonder if you had speculated on what materials might be used for a biodegradable dome.
Yeah, on the earlier slide. Let me just get there.
PLA, PHA.
Yeah.
Biopolymers primarily made of alginate composites. Yes.
We've looked into various things, both alginate composites, but they're also currently using things like shrimp shells and other biomaterials, basically to create types of bioplastics. So we want to use some sort of bioplastic. Obviously, the research right now is very limited, so we don't really know the lifespan of these plastics, but based off of lifespan, based off of whichever materials, we want to have some sort of long-term, so we're not just going to plop it in the water and it just immediately degrades in like a few days. We want it to be over maybe a period of months or something, but be able to integrate that in. So as they're still doing research, we definitely know we want to use some sort of bioplastics, but whether it's alginate or some other biomaterial, we still have to wait based how future research progresses and kind of mirror that with our design.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
So is the short-term goal to produce a prototype using more traditional plastics and then get some hard data for hypoxia mitigation, and then eventually, as bioplastics become more available to you, develop a more sustainable design?
Yeah, so basically with our current resources as well, we have a makerspace at school that we can use recycled plastics or things that are still being recycled. So we're not using like new plastics or things like that. But we basically want to make a prototype to, as you said, start testing how the oxygen levels are going to change through a more like automated system that we can use now and like manage now, and then eventually be able to integrate the biomaterials in. So it'd be kind of designs that some things might be exchangeable for things that are currently being designed or currently being researched, and then see how we'd use different biomaterials or other things in the future and see which ones work best that kind of mirror the plastics without using actual plastics.
Great. Thank you so much. We will now progress to our next school, Colegio Granadino. When you're ready, please share your screen, and then I will start the timer as soon as you start speaking.
Thank you.
Morning. Are you able to see our screen?
Yes, you're not in presenter mode yet, but we can see the screen
Yeah.
and we can hear you.
I'm on it. Just sorry. Oh yeah. Yeah, we got it. So, hello everyone. This is Colegio Granadino from Manizales, Colombia, and we are 9th and 10th graders. Our project is called Rio Renace. Manizales is a land of rivers. From its mountains, crystal streams are born, providing the region with water and life. But what happens when a river gets sick? Olivares, Cristal, Manizales, these are the names of our most affected rivers. Repeatedly, they have been dyed red, green, blue, and even black. While these dyes have found their way into different streams, they all come from the same source, the wastewater of the textile industry. Dumping dyes on the river brings notorious negative effects. First, decoloring the water blocks sunlight, which interrupts photosynthesis for underwater plants. When algae and aquatic plants can't produce energy, entire food chains collapse. Dyes also decrease both chemical oxygen demand and biochemical oxygen demand. Because textile dyes require a lot of oxygen to degrade the river's dye, the river's oxygen gets depleted. This leads to hypoxia, killing organisms and creating a foul smell. Certain dyes have toxic products that are mutagenic or even carcinogenic. Industrial processes also release heavy metals that add even more toxicity for aquatic life and for communities that depend on the water. Dye baths also contain salts, acids, and alkalis that alter the river's pH and conductivity, harming aquatic organisms. Most of these problems come from chemical mordants. Leftover dyes settle into sediments and accumulate in fish and other organisms, moving up the food chain and eventually reaching humans. Physically, these dyes cause unnatural colors, stain animals, and make the water thick and foul-smelling.
That is the problem that Rio de Nace addresses, motivating the search for plant-based, environmentally friendly alternatives to industrial dyes. Our creative process was inspired by first-hand learning from artisan traditional homemade extractions of vegetable pigments based on ancestral knowledge and non-chemical recipes. In our project, we used local raw materials. Pix arellana, native to tropical America since pre-Columbian times, used as regional condiment, and Thunbergia alata, native to Africa, naturalized in South America and classified as an invasive species. To strengthen our proposal, our dyes were tested on linen and spectra fabrics alongside pure and recycled cotton yarn. These cellulosic fibers were chosen due to their potential compatibility with water-soluble natural dyes. Before dyeing, the fibers were mordanted. This process involved their immersion in a hot bath with a mordant, such as alum, dissolved in water to be later left to rest and dye. This step is recommended for stable dye fixation due to the alum's role as a chemical bridge between fiber and dye molecules. We obtained our dyes through hot aqueous extraction that broke down plant cell walls and released pigment, followed by cooling, filtration, and storage. Our original procedures were created based on previous research on our raw materials' chemical components, their resistance to heat, and their solubility in water. Our extracted achiote dye was a vibrant orange. However, its intensity depends on pH, ranging from mild orange to intense amber. According to our research, the dye's tones are due to the presence of carotenoid compounds, such as bixin and norbixin, that arise from dye solubility in water. Now, how does achiote color the fibers? We can consider three types of interactions: hydrogen bonding between cellulose's hydroxyl groups and pigments' carboxylic groups, hydrophobic interactions between fiber and pigments' hydrophobic chain, and fiber porosity. Contrastingly, Thunbergia's dye was wine red. Through pH alteration, it offered a versatile color palette, ranging from magenta to olive green. According to our research, this is due to the presence of anthocyanin compounds found in Thunbergia erecta, a species belonging to the same genus. Their molecular forms, flavillum, hemiketol, and chalcone, change with pH and influence color. Similarly, the dye colors the fiber through two dominating interactions: hydrogen bonding between cellulose and pigments hydroxyl groups, and fiber porosity. We theorize that anthocyanins could have lower affinity for the fibers compared to carotenoids, possibly accounting for the fibers' pastel tones. Now, let's talk about the dyeing process and first results. We prepared the fabrics, filtered the extracts, and dyed them under acid-neutral and basic conditions. Achiote showed strong, stable colors across pH ranges and textile types. Fibers kept their original intensity even if rinsing water was slightly colored. Please consider that these first rinses were made immediately after coloring without previous drying. Thunbergia exuded weaker fixation despite promising and efficient extraction colors and high intensity. Its pH-sensitive palette offers pastel tones and motivates for future optimization of dyeing conditions, such as temperature, due to its anthocyanins thermosensitivity. Unfortunately, the extraction from Thunbergia's leaves was not as successful as its flowers, offering no significant change in fiber color. After a second rinse, achiote fabrics maintained consistent color with minimal dye discharge. After a second rinse, similarly, Thunbergia samples kept consistent color with almost no dye discharge. To ensure environmental safety, we performed lettuce seed germination tests using the wastewater from the first wash, without diluting. All samples showed acceptable germination levels, showing non-toxicity and the process potential environmental sustainability. Now, please observe our final palette, a range of stable, homogeneous, bioregional colors across multiple fabrics. Finally, here is Rio Renace's complete cycle, from plant connection to final product. We tried to show that natural dyes can be effective, culturally meaningful, and ecologically restorative. For us, this project is the first step towards cleaner rivers, responsible textile practices, and new opportunity for community-based biodesign.
Design functions. In the area of biodesign include the creation of sustainable products by incorporating living organisms and natural processes into the design, with careful consideration of nature and environmental benefits. Design functions move beyond using nature merely as inspiration to actively using biology and chemistry as a design material and a tool to create an eco-friendly future. As the definition of design function says, our product uses natural textiles as raw material and incorporates natural dyeing as key natural process. In this case, the textile properties are crucial. Depending on the properties of the fabrics, we can create a vast variety of objects like curtains, shirts, socks, tote bags, and more, all based on specific fabric characteristics. Our products fall into two categories, the ones of mass consume, where we would see the most significant change, since the objects we can make are eco-friendly. Finally, fashion and art pieces, which provide visibility for the project. Finally, the ethical aspects that we are addressing are the opportunities we can give to individuals that need a job, like people with disabilities or mothers that are looking to support their children.
Now, how can it be adopted in the long term? So, we wanted to present the advantages of this alternative to industrial textile fabrics here at Manizales, Caldas, and eventually nationally. So first, the economic advantages that they will have if they apply our approach. So while with the synthetic dyes, Colombia spends 2.26 billion yearly on imports from China and India, our approach would be 20 to 30% cheaper. With the water waste, the synthetic dyeing consumes 50 to 300 liters of water per kilogram and produces 280,000 tons of toxic waste yearly in Colombia. Our approach doesn't require a lot of water and additionally creates biodegradable waste. And finally, with the regulatory compliance, the factories that apply the synthetic dyes are under regulations on laws that can be very harmful for them as corporations because they can receive sanctions. But with our techniques, they can be more appealing to bring consumers and eventually receive eco certifications.
Now for the agricultural application of our natural dyes. Harvesting ojo de poeta and growing achote creates low labor agricultural opportunities in Caldas and Colombia, turning an invasive and a local species into revenue, while boosting local economies with minimal inputs, making this ideal for small farmers. Ojo de poeta requires simple manual collection from forests or rivers, controlling spread without chemicals, while achote thrives on poor soils, having drought-resistant roots. Labor to acquire our material stays low. Achote needs basic weeding, pruning, and no heavy machinery. Our main pest is leafcutter ants, which are managed manually. Both of them are very resilient plants. No irrigation in dry seasons is needed, and in eroded lands, they recycle nutrients. They are easy to plant and easy to harvest, becoming a viable option to make an industrial dye. This is Rio Renace, and this is how we make color as ecology, color as care, biodesign through color. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so very much. I'd like to turn to the judges for questions.
Hi there. Could you speak to the hi? Could you speak to the durability of your colors? I mean, it's one of the things to do with natural dyes and synthetic dyes. There's just it's a very different color palette, and just in terms of how things stick and what they can stick to, and for how long. So the resilience of the color and the durability.
Yes, ma'am. Since this biodesign sprint was made significantly, let's say, in a short period of time, we do not have a lot of access to the information about how long the textiles are likely to last. but we are very proud to show the competition our textiles, which we brought here today. These textiles have been dyed for approximately more than 3 weeks,
Oh,
and we
sorry
can
to interrupt you. Can you stop sharing your screen so that we can see the textiles?
yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And as we can see that this is achiote color using the basic conditions. As you can see, the color is uniform, it is stable, it is vibrant. There is hardly any loss of color during the time. It has been exposed to UV lights, to sunlight, to all kinds of air as well, transferring from labs to home to here at school. And this is also visible through many other kinds of textiles. This is the same case for the other kinds of colors, both for achiote and for Ubergia ala. So far, the experiment has been successful in both in the mordanting process and in the dyeing process as the coloring has been stable.
You considered just because there is a lot of literature on like natural dyeing and different types of mordants. Had you like considered or have you looked at some of the research locally and internationally?
Yes, we have. During the presentation, the Biodesign Club was proud to having written its own recipes, including its mordanting process. We decided to use alum, which is considered to be one of the most used mordants in the textile industry. We consulted a lot of literature online in order to find the right amounts, since we were not really familiar with how much we were able to use in order not to damage either the textile or the dye. But alongside consulting literature online, we also experienced firsthand learning from local artisans and people that actually make a living out of these jobs and do this homemade. They have also been the ones to suggest us about the type of mordant that we were able to do. We also investigating other types of mordant such as with soy milk. Unfortunately, this kind of mordant caused the tint to and the dye to evaporate easier, so we did not try to do this in a more natural way. We did use a chemical mordant, but it's proven to be successful and we used it very responsibly.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, beautiful. I just I don't know, maybe if you do continue with this process, it'd be great to see like a larger piece of fabric. But great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have two questions in the chat. The first question comes from Laura. Do the dyes work on synthetic fabrics like polyester? And can you talk about the social or cultural challenges to implementing this system?
Okay, first of all, we would like to answer about the use in synthetic textiles. We decided to test our natural dyes on vegetable fibers, not only because of the ethical implications that they might also encourage further like a transition from synthetic textiles and synthetic industrial dyes into more sustainable and eco-friendly kind of materials, but also because these kinds of natural processes where dyes can be extracted through aqueous extractions and mordanted through the use of not really complex chemicals, these kinds of dyeing processes would not be able to completely work on synthetic fabrics because its natural components would not be able to perforate, penetrate, or even stick to the textiles itself, which is why our project also reinforces the need to transition from industrial textiles to further on vegetable textiles. As
Great.
for the ethical considerations, maybe someone else would like to answer. Sir, sorry, could you repeat the second part of the question?
Yeah. Can you talk about the social or cultural challenges to implement? Sorry, my timer. The social or cultural challenges to implementing this system, and I just want to tack on, have you approached local designers or brands to convince them to use this?
It's a question in the chat, right?
Yes, they're both from the chat.
Okay, because of the social cultural challenges.
So with the local brands and the pigments, we think, sir, the social cultural implications, well, it won't affect as much because since this is a ancestral process, it's been used for a long period of time. So I think it won't affect much. And with the social part,
I think we can actually implement this project to different social like implications, and so it will perfectly this project could also like generate like employment, and overall it is like a safer alternative for our rivers, because coming back to our problematic, like these rivers are like starting to die literally because they're so polluted by the synthetic dyes poured into them that there's no longer life in them. So these dyes are a huge way to mitigate this from happening, to try and like preserve wildlife in our rivers. And as for the harvesting, there's like not much of like a heavy machinery, so sometimes the machines are very harsh with like the land and the environment around like what they're harvesting. So the process of collecting our materials is actually like really kind of kind to the environment.
Great. Thank you so much. We're out of time for questions. We're now transitioning into a break. Judges, I implore you, please fill out your Google Forms. We will return in roughly 10 minutes, and then we will deal with we will see our final three presentations for the day, one from Universidad de los Andes, one from New York University Gallatin, and one from UC San Diego. Thank you so much, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
All right, everyone, thank you so much for bearing with us as we fill out forms and proceed with our challenge. I would now like to welcome Universidad de los Andes to share their screen. And I will begin the timer as soon as someone starts the presentation.
Okay. The world, it's meant to be explored, not avoided, to dare to travel through every corner and discover nature with nature-based solutions. Cryoskin is a second skin that protects you from extreme cold and allows you to move freely, to be yourself with no limits. We imagine a world where the cold is no longer an impediment. We are Martín Salazar, Alejandra Rojas, and Maria Jose Moreno, design students from Colombia, united by a deep interest in the intersections of biology and design. Together, we bring to you Cryoskin. Despite advances in cold weather equipment, hypothermia, frostbite, and ischemia remain dangerous realities, slowing blood flow, damaging tissue, and shutting down vital functions. Hypothermia can be deadly. On average, about 1,300 people in the US die from cold exposure each year. Even frostbite can cause permanent damage. Severe frostbite leads to amputation in roughly from 20 to 30% of the cases. Existing systems passively protect, but they don't actively stabilize body temperature or circulation. Cryoskin is designed to fill that critical gap. Today's extreme cold equipment has a fundamental design limits. Many materials, modern high-performance cold weather apparel is often bulky and passive, relying on thick insulation and many layers. For example, the US Army's Gen 3 extreme cold weather clothing system requires 7 layers of clothing to protect soldiers in minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit Arctic conditions. All these layers add weight and restrict mobility, increasing energy expenditure and reducing dexterity. And isolate insulation merely preserves heat without regulating it. With systems that rely entirely on passive barriers and provide minimal thermal control, exploring extreme cold becomes heavier, less efficient, and unnecessarily risky.
Cryoskin proposes a solution guided by the United Nations Sustainability Goals by protecting health and well-being in extreme environments, advancing industry and innovation through cutting-edge thermal technology, and empowering climate action by enabling safer scientific mission in fragile polar regions. It's not just new equipment, it's responsible innovation designed for a changing planet.
Cryoskin is a thermoregulating second skin conceived through biodesign. It integrates biotechnologies and biomimicry to help people reach environments that remain inaccessible due to extreme cold. Cryoskin is designed as a true second skin, flexible, adaptive, and built to let you move naturally while staying protected. Its technology works at a nanoscale, reducing bulk while maximizing efficiency through dense networks of microtubes inspired by NASA systems, Formula One engineering, and medical-grade micropumps. The first layer, cryomatrix, circulates a heat-carrying fluid, water, propylene glycol, graphene particles, and antifreeze proteins, or AFPs, through microchannels modeled after blood vessels, with layers composed of phase change materials and a graphene mesh stabilizing and diffusing warmth. The second layer, cryoheat uses ultralight aerogel and hollow fibers to trap disgenerated heat and subconductive loss. Finally, cryobarrier forms a hydrophobic shield that blocks wind and moisture without adding bulk. Together, these layers create an active, intelligent system that keeps the body warm, mobile, and protected in extreme cold.
Still, we wanted to push the idea even further. To develop this project, we decided to search deeper into how nature overcomes this challenge. We began to wonder how animals adapt to extreme cold without wearing a jacket. So we started mixing the biomimicry and nanotechnology. Next one. So the cryo matrix layer was further designed by emulating the penguin's right middle, a complex network of tiny arteries and veins acting as a countercurrent exchanger to regulate blood flow and temperature, allowing them to stand on ice for hours without losing warmth. So like penguins, arteries and veins transfer heat instead of letting it escape, or microchannels redistribute warmth through circulating fluid enriched with IFPs or antifreezing proteins. The proteins naturally found in fish that survive sub-zero environments, which bind to ice crystals and prevent them from growing, ensuring that the fluid never freezes, even in extreme cold. And we're confident that antifreeze proteins could be produced at an industrial scale, similar to how nucleating proteins are the same but with the opposite effect, are currently manufactured by companies like Snowmax that create artificial snow for ski resorts. So once a month, the wearer simply unlocks the one-way check valve to refill and seal the system, and the used fluid is collected in a sealed cartridge and returned to an authorized collection point, where it's safely handed as a non-biohazardous chemical waste to ensure the responsible disposal. Then the second and third layers of cryoskin, the cryohedral and the cryoviber, are inspired by the whale's skin natural protects and regulates their bodies in polar waters. So whales have a thaw-outer epidermis that blocks moisture and dense collagen-rich dermis for durability, and a thick blubber layer that stores and slowly releases heat, acting like a living phase change material. So cryovibers replicate the outer shield and with a hydrophobic membrane that blocks wind and moisture, and the cryo heat lock battery functions like an engineered blubber using like ultralight aerogel and insulation to trap heat and prevent conductive loss. So together, these layers form a protective shell and thermal reservoir that mimics nature's most efficient cold climate design. To validate whether our biomimic heat transfer concept works, we built a simple closed-loop prototype using a transparent tube filled with 90 to 95% with propylene glycol, a safe liquid widely used in medical thermal systems. One of the tubes is exposed to warm source and the other to ice, and the warm section expands the fluid and reduces its density, causing it to rise naturally, while the colder dense fluid flows back. And this generates like a passive convection cycle with no pump required that mimics the counted current heat movement found in the penguin circulatory system. So the cold end of the system increased about 1 to 2 degrees Celsius, and by achieving this small but measurable rise, we confirmed that the microchannel concept can transfer heat in not only insulated, supporting the biological analogy. With this prototype, we acknowledge some limitations, such as for the wearable, such as scale, gravity effects, and the lower heat output of the human body. But these tests provide essential data to optimize the microchannel geometry, insulation, and fluid composition that we plan to solve by integrating a 1 to 2 watts micro pump, just like the NASA thermal garments used to keep the fluid flowing constantly, and with it redistribute body heat from the chest, which is the part that produces most of the heat, to the extremities, which are the part that get the coldest.
When we compare cryoskin to high-performance outwear like Canada Goose, Arc'teryx, Bolivac, we see that we fall within the same premium segment. But cryoskin offers something none of them have: active biomimetic heat redistribution, not just passive insulation. This positions the project as an innovative metaphorical scheme that protects the whole body rather than another jacket that barely covers the torso. Cryoskin enters the premium market because its construction goes beyond traditional outwear. It requires a specialized thermal architecture, custom microchannel fabrication, and multi-layer insulation capable of regulating, not just retaining, heat. This increases production complexity, placing manufacturing costs roughly in the 220 to 350 US dollar range. Developing this technology also demands significant investment in thermal research, biomimetic studies, prototyping, and safety testing, bringing total R&D costs to an estimated 160,000 to 330,000 US dollars. Using standard margins for high performance technical gear, the final retail price falls between the 1,600s and 2,000 USDs. The range reflects not only the physical components, but the engineering and innovation behind creating an active thermal system rather than a conventional jacket.
Cryoskin is designed for those who dare to push the boundaries of the cold. Researchers, scientists, and photographers stationed in remote Arctic detachments. Teams from the NOAA, NSF, and others who document and protect our planet's most fragile ecosystems. But its reach goes further. Petroleum workers operating in frozen regions, military units deployed in harsh climates, high-risk rescue teams, and even climbers who chase the thrill of extreme environments. These are people who already rely on high-value equipment, and for them, cryoskin becomes more than a garment. It becomes a necessary ally to explore, work, and survive where nature tests human limits. Cryoskin delivers what today's cold weather gear cannot: an active, intelligent thermal system that enhances the body instead of merely shielding it. By turning extreme cold into a navigable frontier, it combines nature-inspired innovation with nanoscale engineering. With Cryoskin, the world is made to be explored.
Cryoskin feels like
we have a video, however, we know that our time is up. So if the judges would like to revise it later on, we would very much appreciate it. But we're open now for a Q&A section.
Thank you so much. I'll turn it over to the judges. I'll start. Can you, oh, sorry, was there another judge about to go? Go ahead.
I could ask. Hey, could you talk about how Ocean Futures informed your inspiration for this project? And I guess like some future forward goals.
Aleja, if you want, you can take this one, or okay. So we use the ocean animals as an inspiration source, like biomimicry, precisely penguins, whales, and seals. We wonder to ourselves, how do they work? How do they make it possible to live in really cold climates, to stand on ice, to walk on snow without wearing any kind of shoes? So what we got deep into our investigation, we understand that the main function or the main characteristic between those three animals that they share is the kind of circulatory system that they have. And it's the big amount of vessels, of arteries and vessels and veins. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, that's the correct word. And the amount of fluid exchange between the cold and the warm blood, that exchange of heat and energy creates at the same time more energy and heat. As well, we researched that the mere action and movement of the penguins, of the whales, of the seals, keep on walking, also complements that heat or energy production. So we decided to combine both. Since we know our consumer is going to be actively walking, it's going to be able to also support that kind of production. But we will support them with the first layer of our Cryoskin product, where we will have this micro pumps kind of trying to simulate the circulatory system of these three animals with the fluid that it's a fluid that actively creates heat. So, and like the future that we see for this product, I think that was like the second part of the question. The future that we see for this product is basically to keep on exploring nature with more nature. And even so, we think that we can collaborate, if that's possible, with NASA to keep on exploring planets, to reducing the bulk, to maybe keep on preventing more deaths happening. Like here in Colombia, there has been a lot of deaths in the different Nevada, like Sierra Nevada or Tolima, where people have died because of lack of good equipment, and that rescuers were not able to go in time because they didn't have the right equipment.
Can you share some of the ethical concerns that you encountered while developing this project? I mean, obviously, good first responder gear helps save people stranded in cold climates, but were there other ethical considerations that you raised while working on this design?
Yeah, so some ethical concerns were more guided towards the production line. We wonder if there was a possibility where we can make that this Cryoskin product be able to do so without polluting the environment, to reduce the waste, and to try to avoid contaminating non-wished areas. So we thought, that's why we proposed that the fluid that we use when the product is being recharged, we should have points authorized by us technically, where people can load off and load again the fluid that maybe will damage the environment if it's not disposed of correctly. So that was one of our most biggest ethical concerns.
On complementing that, we also look for, well, when the ethical, like environmental part, we look for materials that fulfill the specific function required for each layer of cryoskin, and we'll try to look that these materials are resistant and durable as possible, so that they don't need to be changed too often and don't generate like unnecessary waste. And yeah, the striving for sustainable production.
Fantastic. That's about all the time that we have reserved for questions. So thank you so much. Next up is NYU Gallatin.
Thank you.
Hi. All right. Sorry, I'm having Zoom issues. Can you see my screen?
We cannot.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. I'm going to start with a video. So my name is Ava Hudson. I'm from NYU Gallatin, and my project is called Final Form. It is a kelp-based biodegradable burial suit, which is an artistic and ecologically healthy solution for green burial. So decay fuels renewal, and we see this everywhere in nature. We see it in the ocean, we see it in the forest with fungi eating organic matter, we see it in seaweed recycling carbon. And in nature, we're constantly witnessing death all around us, and this is what allows new life to flourish. This symbiosis is really beautiful, and I think a lot of us recognize this in nature. The issue is that humans are a part of this cycle too, but we don't really like to admit that we are. So what might not be surprising is that our current burial practices, embalming, caskets, coffins, cremation, is extremely harmful to the earth. So embalming fluids release toxins into the soil. Cremation emits an enormous amount of CO2 into the atmosphere. And the varnishes and materials used in caskets leach heavy metals and chemicals into the soil. So cremation, caskets, and embalming are also very expensive. It starts at around $800 for embalming service, and then you add on a casket, a cremation, the costs add up very quickly. So I do think that there is a solution to this, which is green burial. So the Green Burial Council was founded in 2005, and it regulates green burials in the US, and it establishes certain parameters that distinguish something as a green burial in a few different categories. And there's proof that interest in green burial is rising, and people are seeking these more eco-friendly alternatives. A recent study showed that over 68% of Americans expressed interest in environmentally friendly burials. So what's wonderful about green burials is that they avoid embalming, vaults, any non-biodegradable materials, and they allow the body to join the earth. And the number of green burial cemeteries has grown very quickly too. So there's approximately 470 certified green burials in the US and Canada. And the amazing thing too is that our bodies can really help nourish the ground. So we come from nature and we go back to nature. And in this way, our materials are infinite. So as the body decomposes, we break down and turn into simpler molecules, feeding nitrogen, carbon, phosphorus, potassium back into the ground. And this helps plant life. We even form cadaver decomposition zones where our bodies are providing so much nutrients that they can really accelerate plant growth. So in the death care industry, beauty care and personalization has always been very important in how we treat the deceased. This means formality and detail and aesthetics and intricacy and time. So green burial options are still limited because it's a relatively new idea in the US, although it hasn't really been a new idea. Historically, we haven't had embalming, we haven't had cremation, and many religions too, such as Judaism and Islam, practice green burials. But right now, they're quite simple as an alternative to these elaborate caskets or containers for ashes. So I believe that for green burials to be compelling to the population at large, we need to have an attentiveness to aesthetics, details, and personalization. So my question became, how can we prepare our bodies with materials from nature so that we can return to nature beautifully and kindly? And I think that kelp can help. So seaweed-based biomaterials can help stimulate plant growth and improve soil health, and particularly the alginate in them can help retain water and support microbial life. So sodium alginate specifically enhances soil structure. It increases aggregation stability, and especially in dry environments, this is very helpful. So I wondered, how about a burial suit that is both beautiful and biodegradable, made with a kelp-based biomaterial that nourishes the earth and supports the body's natural return to the soil? So I created a biomaterial from sodium alginate, vegetable glycerin, coconut oil, blue-green algae powder, and water. And here is it drying. You can kind of play with the pattern. And I also tweaked the ratio to create beads to further the textile. So I chose to design a suit because suits carry strong cultural meaning. They convey formality, respect, and the marking of significant life events. And I use jute fiber as a base for all this because jute has been used for centuries in agriculture and clothing. It's from the jute root, so it's completely biodegradable, natural, and it's a great durable structure to put the biomaterial onto before it's buried. And in terms of the textile, I designed a layered and wave-like pattern. And so the biomaterial is layered to form this pattern that references the movement of kelp. So here are photos. So where this could go, I could see working with green cemeteries and forging relationships within the green burial movement. I'd love to partner with kelp farms in the Northeast to source the alginate locally. I could work with artists within communities of local green cemeteries to potentially scale this so that people can be creating biodegradable burial suits from this kelp textile all across the country. And I also think that in terms of changing the cultural narrative, both around death, but also raising awareness to the importance of kelp and this regenerative cycle, these suits could be displayed in galleries, museums, shown as artwork to raise this larger question. Potential challenges: green burials need to happen very quickly after death, so the suit needs to be ready before. Either that requires somebody knows that they're going to die, or we have ready-to-made suits. I think a lot of people have hesitation to put the body directly into the ground, hence why we have caskets in the first place. There's a separation between earth and human, which is also something that I'm trying to break with this whole cultural change. There's a potential discomfort with a new material. Biomaterial sounds freaky to some people. Potential concern about contamination from the body into the ground. And also funerals and burials are more than often a familial decision. So this needs, everybody to agree that this is a good alternative. So thank you.
Thank you so much. We have about 5 minutes for Q&A. A judge has asked or has written, you cite beauty, care, and personalization as core values in burial, which I think is spot on. Given that you are using kelp, I'm curious about the choice of textile versus a treatment, much like the type of body treatment a person would get in a high-end salon, except post-mortem. Did you consider that?
As in, like, using kelp to put on the body to make the body more beautiful, like as in a replacement to embalming per se.
Yes.
I think I have not personally thought of that option, but I think that's really interesting because that's kind of further embodying this principle of returning to nature. And I've always viewed like clothing and wearable art as, um, it's your most intimate form of built environment. And so, but that's taking it even a step further and putting it directly on your body as if it's becoming your next skin. So I was viewing this as like another skin by kind of putting it on almost as this cocoon. But I guess if you apply it directly on as a paste or something, that could be a really beautiful addition.
I've got a few questions. Hi. Beautiful project. Really enjoyed your execution. I wanted to hear more about research that you've done in comparing your kelp suit to, let's say, historically, companies like Recompose on the West Coast that do green burial, as well as like the mushroom suit that was developed some time ago. So just curious about how your project compares.
Yeah, absolutely. So J. Lee, who did the mushroom suit, is one of my biggest inspirations. And I think she was one of the first people that I learned about doing this. So I was really inspired by that. And I think with her project, I wanted to take it aesthetically a step further. And I also really loved her idea of inoculating the suit so that fungi can grow out of it and help it decompose quicker. So actually, the suit that I just showed you, it is currently in my backyard. And I inoculated it with fungi a week ago. It's back home in Portland, Oregon. I'm in New York right now. But right now mushrooms are growing out of it. And so I loved that idea. Decompose the recompose. Yeah, I think it's a really interesting concept. I have talked to a lot of people about it actually because I'm from the West Coast. So when I started doing this project, people immediately brought that up. I think that's a hard cultural narrative to make compelling to everybody. I think that, decomposting your body as compost, there's something that's very visceral about it. I personally love it. I would love to be decomposted, but it's a different aesthetic narrative. And I think some people really care about preserving their aesthetic beauty when they die.
And so you're proposing that you would make them like a custom outfit
A
out of
custom
your
burial
material.
suit.
And what is the actual, like, do you have a comparison of the type of decomposition, like of kelp versus mushrooms?
I mean, I don't have a statistic or something, but I can tell you that I have decomposted it in my backyard, and it decomposed in about 3 weeks, give or take. It breaks down very quickly. I mean, the alginate, which is at the core of the recipe, is used for a lot of different like soil additives to help nourish it. So it's quite easy.
Cool, thank you.
I'm wondering if you tried other fabrics. You mentioned that you were using jute because it was durable, but I'm wondering how important the role of durability is, given that it's not going to be worn by a moving human being.
Yeah. I think in my next iterations, I want to try a different fabric than jute because, I mean, one, if my whole kind of take is I'm creating this aesthetic alternative for green burials, what I don't like about the jute is it shows through some of the parts. So, I mean, I tweaked the color composition by changing the amount of blue-green algae powder that was in different batches. And so I really love the kind of translucent look of these lighter pieces, but the jute shows through and it just doesn't look great. So aesthetically, I think other variants would be good. I mean, I chose it because it's a fabric that I'm very familiar with. And think it has a really interesting history, but I think there's also a lot of other histories. There's flax, there's organic cotton that can serve the same role. But what I found in, researching different like gardening fabrics and stuff like that is that jute was just the most common, but I could absolutely be wrong. It was the first prototype, but I think in other ones I'd love to experiment with different fabrics.
Oh, sorry. Wonderful. That's about all the time that we have reserved for questions. We are going to move on to our final school, University of San Diego. When you're ready, please share your screen, and I will start the timer as soon as you begin speaking.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Share my screen. Hope you're all, oh, sorry. Hope you guys are all doing all right. I know it's a lot.
Yes.
Yes. Could you see?
Yes, we can see. It's not in a presenter mode. Perfect.
Okay. How do I full screen?
Oh, it's already full screen.
Is this better?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Hello, I'm Yuki. I'm a speculative design major and a marine science minor.
Hello, my name is Ruth, and I'm a bioengineering major, and we're both from UC San Diego.
This is our project, the Flight over Frontera. So where is our Frontera? We're going very local. It's going to be the Tijuana estuary and river. The Tijuana sewage has run off into these rivers and estuaries, and it impacts not only wildlife, but our local communities. So we ask the speculative question, is there a way to respect the natural vertical gradient rather than the horizontal political border that divides us?
So what is in our sewage, and what is it that we are dealing with? So we have the physical sewage that is visible, such as plastic and debris that are non-degradable and can result in water blockages as they pile up, as well as being consumed by the local animals.
But we also don't consider the chemical, the invisible aspect of it. There's an SDSU study that showcases more than 170 toxic chemicals. As you know, arsenic is a very toxic chemical, but did you know that there is not only 5, 10, but 28 times the amount of EPA's recommended level of arsenic in our estuaries and rivers? So who is affected? There are so many articles, dolphins who have died due to sepsis, Navy SEALs who get sick from training in these contaminated rivers, pregnant women, children who are getting sick at Imperial Beach.
I have also been affected, and I'm living proof as well for how long this problem has been going for, and which we will discuss much later. And so who else is affected? It's not going to be just us humans, but all kinds of wildlife as well, our endemic and endangered species. And we have more than 370 species of birds within the area, highlighting the variety we have of birds alone within the river and estuary.
But what's really important is the San Diego fairy shrimp, which is an endemic species. San Diego is quite literally in its scientific name. It is a species that lives only exclusively to the San Diego and Tijuana River. It's a primary food source for migratory birds that are incoming up and down, and they're also natural cleaners of bacteria, algae, and protozoa.
And we would like to also recognize that we have various fishes and mammals. However, due to the lack of research on this wildlife, we currently do not have any data available. And so we have our beautiful ABs here. They're quite unique, but unfortunately, they will continue to dwindle in numbers as the crisis goes on.
So not only is this sewage affecting our rivers and estuaries, but it's also impacting our air. There was a study done showing that high levels of hydrogen sulfide near elementary schools of the border, it's clearly impacting our local community.
And I would like to add that I've seen local news outlets showcasing the studies that reveal just how toxic the air is. And sadly, our local residents still have to deal with it despite the health concerns.
But I think the most challenging part of it all is the political border, which continues to divide us today. The canyons and the Tijuana estuary connects Tijuana to San Diego from the rivers out into the Pacific Ocean. It's all connected.
And the main causes for this decades-long crisis is primarily the lack of government funding and accountability on both sides, having overlooked this problem for so long up until now, years later. And I'm living proof for how long this has been going on.
And so you might be wondering, who's this cute little girl at the beach? That is me. I am a local San Diegan. I've born and raised here. And in this picture, I'm about 5 or 6 years old. And for context, I am currently 19 years old. And at the time, I loved going swimming over there. But unfortunately, one day I was swimming and my mom called me out of the water. And she noticed that I had these red bumps on my skin and they were severely itchy. And my parents were like, this is not good. We have to go to the hospital. And so that's when we found out that these rashes were actually caused by bacteria that can be found in contaminated waters, such as the sewage spill off into our beach. Now imagine if I had a skin condition or had cuts on my body. It could have been just worse than simply just scratching. I could have had like a severe infection. And we also have a supplemental video about this in the drive we submitted. And so here are the early designs we have. We did a lot of research for this, factoring water filtration systems like flow of currents and use of native mollusks such as clams and mussels to provide for further water cleaning.
Now, we heavily considered a filtration system, but we also understood that this was a very cultural issue, a very local issue, and it required a binational effort, a form of public design that can somehow connect both boundaries together. So, what are the potentials of participatory public art? Well, it not only educates the public, but it galvanizes them. It creates and opens a conversation where things can continue to happen, sustainable activities. So an inspiration we took from is the Borderfield Gateway to Nature community. It was a binational collaboration between California State Park, A Reason to Survive, and the SD Foundation, and 100+ students and volunteers who created these beautiful glassworks to be put on the border of our wildlife.
And here's our public art proposal. The flyover Frontera, where the border exists, yet birds still fly. And the structures could be accessible to both sides of the border.
Yes, and we also have supplemental material on these specific locations in our drive as well. So what we're considering is a compass that respects the natural borders of the north and south where these migratory birds are traveling. What we're considering is these 8 migratory endangered species of birds will surround the piece, and more can be added over time if we unfortunately have to through community actions and workshops. But the most important aspect of all is the fairy shrimp, which will be surrounding the area. We will not be addressing or putting on the west and east boundaries, the political border, which is dividing us. The placards showing information on this will be bilingual, and 2D metal pieces of these birds will be placed on top of these transparent pedestals showing the interiors of our future filters. And as the sun comes up, it will create this beautiful sundial effect, and it will create an ephemeral shadow on the floor showing these endangered species.
And as you can see, the measurement is 370 inches long in diameter, representing the 370 species of birds in the estuary. Our structure will continue to educate people, especially the younger generation, serving as our legacy piece. And since San Diego and Tijuana are popular tourist spots, we found potential centers and museums we could install art so we can reach not only a local audience, but an international and global one as well. All right, speaking of reaching out, we would like to activate our communities by having these companies in mind while making our project. We would love to have corporate partnerships, to have binational engagement, as well as being able to gather filter materials. We also have the prospects of exchange programs to further bridge our communities through the means of sharing academic and cultural experiences, and as well as the prospects of museum exhibitions to display our structure as a means of being a cultural, historical, and educational reminder. And we would like to thank you for your time in providing us for the platform to advocate for something that has been overlooked for too long.
And we would like to end with a quote from author Kiwan Wong. Participation turns spectators into co-authors. We believe that these boundaries are meant to be traversed. We thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We'd like to now turn it over to the judges for questions.
Hi there. I really enjoyed your presentation. I'm wondering, well, I enjoyed your presentation also specifically because I love how you tied in your personal experience. You were like, I'm living proof, let me tell you about this story and how it's affecting not only me, but all the people around me. Um, and so in that spirit, are there any other organizations around you doing this type of work that you could maybe form a coalition or like, I don't know, maybe get like more grant money for your public art project and programming?
Yeah, there are great question. There are so many here at SD. We're trying to, come together through all this. I have a wonderful professor who's doing public design. His name is Teddy Cruz. Right now he currently has a program which has like a school near the border, and then, it interacts with both elementary school kids, and it brings like there's internships for us here to connect and educate them as well.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Uh, Growing up here, I actually have like seen like a local organization such as Ocean Connectors. They host like wildlife and marine like workshops for kids from K through 12. That's how I got to become familiar with the estuary itself. And there are other also like organizations, but they do not like do like collaborate like art forms along with like the marine what's it called? Marine what is it? Marine aspects as well as we do.
Yes, and also we do have a wonderful design lab here at UCSD, and there's so much. There's scripts we that we can collaborate with. There's, I believe, labs who are doing something very similar and doing research on the estuary.
Like, have things actually gotten better since you were 5 or 6? Being 19 now? Like,
Actually, like no, because up until now, only the government has started, paying attention to the problem. Like our governor has tried to make this a state or uh what's it called? World oh yeah,
a
not world
mandate?
national like emergency because of the lack of accountability on both sides or Mexico side.
So I imagine things have actually gotten a lot worse since you were.
Yes, definitely.
Unfortunately.
That's sad. But thank you for your
Thank you.
presentation.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it.
Can you tell me a little bit more about how the San Diego Go Shrimp is going to be integrated into that design? I think you spoke very beautifully about the shadows cast
Yes.
by these endangered bird statues, but that part was a little bit lost to me.
Oh,
Um,
of course.
yeah, so if you could share some more, that'd be great.
Yeah, actually, I can go back to it a bit if you want to. Essentially, we are right here. So our idea here is that these will sort of be engraved onto the compass. And I was thinking about it, but we can fill it with like local materials like sea glass that have been washed up, if we can collect those, or some glow in the dark material. So at night it sort of shines and brings some sort of attention to it, not only during the day but also during the night. Yeah. And it will also be on both sides of the border, obviously, show participatory artwork and connecting the public through these pieces.
So presumably if this artwork straddles the geopolitical border separating the United States and Mexico, individuals won't be able to interact with the full artwork. There might be a hard barrier that prevents them from going from one end of the compass to the other. What sort of aesthetic effect do you think that will have on the viewer or the participatory art audience?
Oh, that's a great question. I apologize, but I think basically they're gonna be smaller pieces. They're about 9.3 meters, and they're going to be placed on both sides of the border. So it is accessible to both sides essentially. They will each have their sort of own compass to look at and interact with.
Great, thank you. I think that's about all the time that we have for questions. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much for this opportunity.
Hey everyone. Okay, so thank you so much to all the students who shared their work today as part of the Biodesign Sprint Ocean Futures Finals. Quickly to our judges, due to the limited time, we ask that you move into our other Google Meet deliberation call, which you can find the link to in the judging agenda. So if you have any issues finding it, please reach out to Paul, who will direct you. And for everyone else, I'll just be sharing a few words before we move into our keynote presentation and then later our awards ceremony. So when we began the day, Paul spoke about the importance of being a steward for the world's oceans and the tremendous potential of the work that our participating students are carrying out in service of our planet. The ocean is a special place. Here in Hawaii, where I'm currently based, connection to the ocean and the life within it holds cultural and even spiritual significance, especially as we've seen from a lot of the projects today. It's been inspiring to see how our participants have engaged with the ocean and marine life in their own cultural and geographical contexts. I would like to congratulate all of the participants today for the incredible work they've carried out over the past couple of months and the culmination of what they've shared today in their presentations. Despite the cynicism that we see regularly due to geopolitical events, this year's Biodesign Sprint has served as a beacon of hope. Throughout the day, these bright, motivated learners have come together from across the world to show exciting projects that illustrate how deep creativity, scientific thinking, and imaginative design can serve to recontextualize our relationship with aquatic ecosystems and heal the waters that connect us globally. At Biodesign Challenge, we want to empower this next generation of thinkers to manifest the future that they believe is possible. To that end, our program will be closing out with a keynote presentation followed by our awards ceremony, where we will be announcing the winners of this year's Biodesign Sprint. So thank you to all of the community members, colleagues, friends, and family of the participants who may be tuning in on our live stream. And we hope that today's program leaves you with an excitement for the possibilities that biodesign can achieve for our planet through the projects shown today. So now we are going to move into our keynote presentation. And so just want to make sure that they're on the call. Let me just double check. But in the meantime, feel free to take a quick break. I know that it's been, quite a long day with several different projects. And just hang tight and we will be starting with our keynote presentation shortly. Thanks, everyone. All right, everyone. Looks like our keynote speakers have joined. Zoe, let me know when you're ready and I'll do a quick introduction and then pass it off to you all.
Amazing. Okay, yeah, we're ready. Thanks, Michael.
Perfect. Okay, so today we're really excited to welcome two Biodesign Challenge alumni as our keynote speakers, Annie Chen and Zoe Lee, co-founders of Beam Studio. Beam addresses the climate crisis as both a planetary emergency and a cultural inflection point, requiring new connections between society, science, technology, and ecology. In their work, Beam partners with climate tech innovators, scientists, policymakers, and communities to direct our environmental activities toward just and regenerative futures. Beam's work has been supported by NASA, NOAA, MIT Media Lab, MIT Open Documentary Lab, See Ahead VC, the Andy Warhol Foundation, and more. Their mission is to cultivate the conditions for science and society to move forward together. So please join me in welcoming Annie and Zoe of Beam Studio for the keynote presentation for the Biodesign Sprint Ocean Futures final presentations. So Annie and Zoe, feel free to take it away. Thank you for coming and speaking.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Michael. Yeah, we're really excited to be here. Can you let me know if you can see my screen right now?
Yep, looks good.
Okay, perfect. Okay, amazing. Hi, everyone. I'm Zoe.
And I'm Annie. Nice to meet you.
We're the co-founders of Beam. We are, so I guess I'll go a little bit into us. We're the co-founders of Beam. We are both reformed industrial designers, avid storytellers, and also researchers at the MIT Media Lab in the Community Biotechnology Initiative. And as designers and researchers, we work at the intersection of science, technology, culture, and community. Most of our work lives inside of the social and ecological complexity of climate systems, especially coastal ones.
And I guess like a little bit about our origin story and how we met each other. We both came through RISD. In my case, I was in the Brown and RISD dual degree program. We were both industrial designers who were kind of odd ducks in our department. We kind of soon discovered that we were less interested in designing chairs or products, but kind of more in new emergent ways that design might evolve to face new contexts, particularly towards sustainability and social impact. And I think throughout our time in school and undergrad, we kept gravitating towards questions that didn't really have clear disciplinary homes. Questions like how do meaningful ideas scale out of the lab, in the studio, and into the world? How do technologies enter communities responsibly? And what are new and emergent ways that design can meaningfully contribute to the climate crisis? And these questions took us to a lot of unexpected places. We started working across the spectrum of innovation from research to industry. We worked in labs like NASA Ames, an astrobiology lab there. Zoe worked at the Morphing Matter Lab. And we also worked at MIT Media Lab. Zoe went on to start an aquaculture venture and later worked at NOAA. Inside a Fisheries Science Institute, learning kind of the realities of working oceans.
Oh, sorry. Our speaker notes are a little disjointed. Yeah, and then along the way, Annie worked at MIT's Climate Tech Accelerator, supporting scientists, trying to translate really early stage research into early world impact. And here, a lot of the times, translate is the key word. So much of this work isn't just about invention, but alignment. Really asking how do you make sure a technology entering the world is actually responsible, legible, and really viable. And we kept seeing the same thing from different angles, working across strategic design, think tanks, and in nonprofits. We saw how climate action requires coordination across people who don't share languages, priorities, timescales, or even the same understanding of what the problem is.
And across all of that, we kept running into the same truth. The climate crisis is, something we experience in the environment, but is deeply human caused. And so it's social technical by nature. And as a result, climate action is too entangled for science and technology alone. It's scientific and cultural, it's ecological and political, it's collective and also deeply personal.
And it demands new forms of connection, shared imagination, and stewardship across the planet. We start to envision a world where climate action grows from collaboration, where science, technology, communities, cultures, and ecosystems work in tandem, not in isolation, to shape futures worth inheriting.
And we kind of realized that we couldn't do that from inside a lab or a traditional design studio. And so that is why we founded Beam.
Beam is a research-led creative studio building the connective tissue between science and society, making climate impact felt, trusted, and shared.
So we work with scientists, communities, policymakers, and cultural organizations on climate challenges that require systems thinking and cultural imagination, kind of across these two timescales. The first horizon is kind of the near term or actionable present. Here we do a lot of work that supports climate action as it exists right now. So helping science-led teams translate complex systems, mapping stakeholders, clarifying governance, understanding power and trust, and designing tools that make today's decisions more grounded, transparent, and relational. It's work that aims to help projects more and science move more responsibly into the world as it is. And the second horizon is kind of the more future-facing long-term. This isn't kind of like speculation for its own sake. We think about future-facing work with the idea that we can only work towards futures we can imagine. And so using storytelling, speculative and participatory design, and also immersive media, we research and build tangible prototypic futures that communities and institutions can actually orient towards. Futures grounded in place, ecology, culture, and responsibility. Because ultimately, climate transitions aren't just technical shifts. They're shifts in narratives, in identities, and what we believe is worth building towards.
We work across some key themes, including eco-augmentation, planetary intelligence, designing for trust, systems change, and climate futures. Yeah, we're really excited that we saw so many of these themes pop up in all of your work as well.
And I guess like before we dive into our projects, it might also be a little helpful to share about how we work. So because across all of our contexts, fisheries, coral conservation, coastal resilience, XR futures, we've noticed a few kind of consistent patterns about how meaningful climate work actually happens. And I think the first kind of principle we operate with is that knowledge is never singular. There's scientific knowledge, of course, modeling data, biology, but there's also lived knowledge, generational knowledge, cultural knowledge, political knowledge. And most climate interventions fail when they mistake one for the whole picture.
The second is that relationships are infrastructure. Projects don't succeed because they're technically elegant, or they don't just succeed because they're technically elegant. They succeed because the right people trust each other enough to collaborate. Mapping those dynamics and designing around them is a part of how we work.
And the third principle is that imagination is not optional. Climate responses that only focus on risk and constraint tend to narrow what people believe is possible. We believe that futures work, whether through storytelling or prototyping worlds, expands the space of action. It invites people to locate themselves inside change rather than outside or against it.
And finally, design is translation. Not translation in the sense of simplifying, but in the sense of making something legible across different ways of knowing. Whether we're translating genomics research into fishing, whether we're translating genomics research to a fishing cooperative or translating community fears into a planning office, the goal is coherence, a shared frame of reference. These methods show up differently across our projects, but they are always the backbone of our practice.
So with these principles in mind, we want to walk through four projects that all sit within coastal and ocean systems. Each of them kind of reveals a different facet of our practice: cultural work, social technical work, community-driven planning, and future-oriented world building. And together, hopefully they start to sketch a picture of what climate design can look like when it's grounded in kind of these dimensions of people, place, and ecology.
So first, we'll start with eating the whole fish. Eating the Whole Fish is a 200-page book and seafood anthology created by designers, fishers, chefs, seafood activists, and scientists from Rhode Island. The book features interviews with leading innovators in Rhode Island's blue economy, from fishers to fishmongers to chefs, fishery scientists, and a collection of recipes from our multicultural community, as well as a step-by-step guide on how to prepare and eat the whole fish, offering a comprehensive guide to cooking and consuming local, sustainable, and affordable fish.
So this project started with a key insight. In Rhode Island, our local fisheries haul in a lot of fresh catch, which contributes a big, amount to the U.S. seafood supply. But we export 95% of it abroad, and at the same time, 90% of the seafood we eat here in Rhode Island is imported. And so that was like something that was really like crazy to us. And we started investigating this question further. And like, why is this happening? And what we discovered is, the fish we catch isn't the fish we are comfortable with eating. Many of the species that are landed here, like scup, butterfish, sea robin, are too small to fillet. And so they are really only sold whole. But in New England, we're very familiar with eating seafood as a puck, like a salmon fillet or a battered piece of cod. And oftentimes, consumers are not very familiar with or comfortable with flaking fish off the bone, eating whole fish, cooking whole fish.
So eating the whole fish bridges that gap. It's part of how-to guide, a cultural document. It's designed to restore a lost intimacy with the whole fish, how to handle it, cook it, share it, and honor it. Yeah, a lot of the time, like there's like this supply and demand gap between like there's not enough people who want to buy the whole fish, and so fishmongers and grocery stores, they can't actually supply it because they lose money on it. And so we realized that also working in partnership with Eating with the Ecosystem, which is a local nonprofit in Rhode Island, there's this like really critical knowledge gap. Just teaching people, how and why to eat the whole fish. And so this whole book is really speaking to that, trying to place this kind of cultural and educational document in the homes of hopefully every Rhode Islander.
This book also features interviews with people across the food system or maybe fish system, including chefs Ben Sukol and Sky Kim of Gift Horse, which is a really cool raw bar in Providence. Sherry Pocknet, who is an Indigenous James Beard Award-winning chef. David Standridge, which is he's the founder and owner of the Shipwright's Daughter.
Dave Bethony, who's the director of the Commercial Fisheries Research Foundation, Jason Jarvis, who's a very legendary fisherman and activist in Rhode Island, and Stu Meltzer, who is the founder and owner of a fish market in Rhode Island.
And here are some spreads of the book in progress. But yeah, I think like across this project, what we've been thinking about is how to like think about like our transition to sustainable like coastal food systems as this like community-led cultural transition. What does it take, to make the whole fish feel friendly and exciting, and eating it at the we're working towards a future where eating the whole fish at the dinner table feels like eating a whole rotisserie chicken, and thinking about how we can kind of tell that story with this book.
Yeah, and so another facet of our practice is our research at MIT. We both work at the Community Biotechnology Initiative, which is directed by David Kong. The focus of the lab is twofold. So first, how do we democratize biotechnology to a wider audience of practitioners beyond traditional life sciences? And second, which is the context of our work in the lab, is how do we design better frameworks and ethical guardrails for meaningful biotechnologies to enter the world?
And so as research affiliates at CBI, we're developing a social technical framework. So a bunch of like kind of tools and methods for ecological conservation groups to develop better relationships and deploy biotechnologies more ethically and equitably into local communities.
Our kind of first case study is in coral conservation biotechnology. So we work across 3 case studies. One's in Micronesia, one's in Jamaica, and one's in Moorea. And across these case studies, we see a recurring pattern. Technical solutions fail not because of science, but because of relationships. In a lot of these organizations, when you're trying to deploy some really cutting edge biotech, you have researchers coming in from the West, entering communities that are mostly, have people who have lived there for a really long time, whether they're indigenous or long-term stewards of the land. And there's a lot of trust that has to be built, and oftentimes scientists are not actually trained in how to do that. And so a lot of our work is actually building the frameworks and the methods and also digital tools to help scientists navigate that relational landscape. So we built a relational design language, which is a visual method for mapping the entire technical landscape around conservation. So instead of mapping and modeling the environment alone, our maps show the social dimension of these systems, which includes power dynamics, values and motivations, flows of trust and knowledge systems, alliances and tensions, and stakeholder relationships and resource flows. These maps help coral teams understand who needs to be in the conversation, what values shape decisions, and where misalignment appears, and then how to build trust before deploying biotechnology. We're also invited to take these mapping techniques and facilitation frameworks to JESDA in Switzerland and the Spirit of Asilomar, which is a really big biotech conference in California, where we were like kind of like young leadership fellows. We led workshops in the Indigenous biotechnology track, where we worked with a bunch of biotechnologists, social scientists, science historians, Indigenous stewards, and other artists and designers to craft a statement of shared stewardship that articulates our shared commitment to stewarding life into the future. And yeah, kind of at Asilomar especially, we realized that a lot of these, there's such a big breakdown of trust across the sciences, whether that's, kind of inter-science in that world or science in the publics, as we're seeing, especially in the American context. And so this really came to a head at this conference specifically, where there was so much infighting between kind of older leadership and younger people who are coming up in the field. And so we were invited to do this workshop as kind of a living and breathing document of a shared commitment going into the future, trying to create a lot more alignment amongst a lot of the people who are practicing in this space. And that now lives as a video in the Rice University Library. So if anyone wants to see it, we can send a link later.
The kind of third project we're working on is with the Providence Resilience Partnership, which is a nonprofit in Providence that's looking at building kind of like climate resilient strategies across different, a bunch of different groups in Providence, whether that's like community groups or other orgs or like insurance and government. So this specifically is a initiative involving 9 cohorts across the city, so in all these different communities in Providence, who are learning about extreme weather, flooding, and coastal resilience, while also documenting their lived experience. And for this project, our role was to kind of help Michelle, who runs PRP, to design the facilitation tools and methods that help bridge lived experience with institutional planning.
So we created a few tools for them. One is a mapping tool that allows residents to document where they live, where flooding happens, where they've experienced extreme weather, what resources they rely on, and which places hold meaning or vulnerability. We basically kind of create this like mechanism of collecting softer data so that it can be contributed to this larger climate readiness assessment that's happening through Arcadis in Providence. We also designed a set of note cards, which are like prompts, so that we can have residents articulate hopes, fears, and neighborhood knowledge over time. It's also a way of us like assessing like how effective the curriculum itself is by having this like continuous stream of feedback.
And I think, what's been really cool here is that it is kind of this like two-way dialogue between people who are, very top down, like insurance and planning, and people who are very bottom up, like community members. And the purpose here isn't just data collection, but it's also, building this sense of community and a sense of place within cohorts. And so that they can also carry this knowledge forward and become advocates for coastal resilience in their own communities. And it's also, in making sure that their perspective isn't just like treated as an anecdote, but as a legitimate input into climate planning. And this project, I think, underscores something that keeps showing up in our work, which is like that technical models and community knowledge are not competing sources of truth. They're actually incomplete without each other. And a lot of our work tries to kind of figure out how to merge these two types of knowledge that often are held in very different ways.
We have 8 minutes. We're going to try to speed it up a little bit. But this is our last project called Tidelands. It's an extended reality artwork set in 2100 in Potter's Pond, Rhode Island, which is a coastline projected to be underwater by century's end. Built in Unity for now and probably Unreal later, it merges NOAA flood projections, 3D ecological scans, field-recorded soundscapes, site-specific architecture, and oral histories into an immersive environment rooted in real people and place. So Tidelands kind of came from not really like an XR kind of point of view. Like both of us are not actually XR artists. This came from a lot of the work that we do in the blue sector across almost half a decade working. I started kind of my career in the blue sector by co-founding an aquaculture startup, which actually came out of an innovation competition similar to this one. We got funded and then worked on this project for a really long time, looking at multi-use aquaculture systems to be housed on offshore wind farms. And then eventually, kind of all that knowledge shifted into looking at projections of the future, thinking about how we might design coastal infrastructure with more of a mutualistic framework, and thinking about what are the conditions it might take to get there. And so this is a little bit more about SCUP, which is the startup. And then a lot of this work is also really, really deeply informed by the work that we do at the lab. Kind of all of this is to say that, climate solutions are more effective when they're community-led. We see this across current case studies and we see it in projections as well. And that there's kind of like an imagination gap of how we can get there. There's like a lot of needs articulated and there's a lot of problems articulated, but actual tangible pathways to getting there there's not a ton of them right now. This kind of shift from like really heavy technical development to more of a like climate futures narrative happened at this program called Worlding, which is in the MIT Open Documentary Lab, in the co-creation studio founded by Kat Sizek. We were invited as kind of like a climate partner, which was really fun, and they had us like really rigorously explore what the framework of worlding and co-creation is, which was pretty fundamental for us birthing this project. And so, yeah, I guess we'll kind of go into like the core concepts of Tidelands. So one of them is this idea of alternative futures. So pushing against the assumption that everyone leaves when the water rises. This is such like a fundamental assumption in climate projections, looking at large-scale migration when sea level rise happens. We really want to ask what happens when people decide to stay. So fishers or indigenous stewards with deep ties to the land, we know that leaving a place isn't so simple as all these scientific projections deem it so. And so we really want to look at a world in which it's a little bit more malleable. Around these conversations, we began sketching narratives around this idea of protopic futures. So something that's not utopian or dystopian, but slightly better, more livable, and more just.
We've also been exploring kind of these speculative dwellings for life on water, life with water, and learning from how coastal communities around the world already adapt now. How might housing evolve to float, flex, or root differently in changing ecologies?
We're looking a lot at speculative ecology, so looking and studying how warming reshapes local ecologies. So whether it's mangroves migrating north or pitcher plants adapting to saline wetlands, oysters stabilizing shores, and flora lighting in pigment under osmotic stress, each element becomes part of Thailand's ecological and visual knowledge.
We've also been imagining how cultural traditions along the coast might evolve. Inspired by Rhode Island's clam bakes and oyster festivals, we're picturing kind of a future celebration that honors change, a gathering for mourning, returning, reconnection. And
the last kind of pillar of this project is data. So we've also been imagining how cultural traditions along the coastlines might evolve. And a lot of this kind of works in conversation between like a lot of data sets and real world lived experience and knowledge. So, we're trying to thread this line between, as researchers and scientists ourselves, trying to incorporate data without it being too constricting or too prescriptive, and trying to really negotiate this relationship between, kind of scientific knowledge and local wisdom. We're gonna skip the trailer because we don't have time. But if anyone wants to see it, we can send over a link.
Yeah, we started this work because so much of climate planning is rooted in fear and loss. NOAA projects that our shore in Rhode Island will experience more than 9 inches of sea level rise by 2100. And these scientific projections are essential, but they also shape behavior now, sometimes in harmful ways. They're not benign. They're already redrawing shorelines, shaping discussions on coastal planning, insurance plans, shaping these like top-down decisions on what is worth and what isn't worth saving. And so before the flood even comes, like communities are displaced by the narrative that accompanies our data. And I think our intention with Tidelands is that we're trying to reclaim some of that narrative space. By using world building as a civic tool, hopefully we can build with change and build with communities. Because ultimately we can only work towards the futures we can imagine, and we imagine best when we do it together.
And so this is kind of the end of our tangent, but we've been thinking a lot about designing for coastal futures. Most of our work is within the blue sector, and it's, some people ask like if we ever think about expanding or why all of our work has like fish in it. But for us, like I think we realized that we gravitated towards it for a few reasons. It's like stepping yeah, I guess like just stepping back, when people ask like why, I guess we're always in the ocean. It's partly personal. We both love the ocean. I grew up in a coastal place and we both have really strong connections to the land. But it's also method sorry, you're gonna have to pronounce it.
It's also methodological. It's really interesting because I think we believe that coastal environments reveal things much earlier. Other things tend to obscure. They make complexity visible. Coasts sit at this very particular intersection. They're ecological systems, yes, but they're also economic engines, cultural archives, involving like governance challenges across local and global boundaries, and also sites of deep generational knowledge. And all these layers operate at the same time. You can't, through our work, we've kind of realized like you can't pick one. It's a place where like fishery scientists have to work with fishermen. You can't isolate the technical from the human part, and everything is kind of entangled by default.
Which means if you want to design responsibly for climate change at any scale, coastal systems are actually a really good place to learn how. They force you to confront questions that are easy to avoid elsewhere. Who gets to decide where adaptation looks like? What knowledge counts as legitimate? What histories shape how people trust or don't trust institutions? And what happens when ecological timelines and human timelines don't line up?
They also surface something that often gets smoothed over in climate conversations, which is kind of this like coexistence of multiple knowledge systems. So scientific data, ecological modeling, and biotech is definitely one part of the story. But so is the lived knowledge held by fishers, aquaculture farmers, indigenous stewards, coastal residents, people whose daily decisions are shaped by the ocean.
Those knowledge systems aren't in conflict, they're incomplete without each other. And design has to actually just mediate between them. Another reason coastal systems matter is that they're already living in the future that many places are headed towards. Sea level rise, infrastructural stress, biodiversity shifts, insurance withdrawal, and policy gaps. They are pressure-tested environments in the front lines of climate change. They show what happens when planning collides with real lives and real places.
And they also expose the limitations of top-down climate strategies in a really like practical and visible way. You can't manage a coastline only through modeling and regulation. You can't restore an ecosystem only through technology. You can't ask a community to adapt without understanding what they stand to lose or what they're trying to preserve. And we're seeing that with a lot of, community tensions with offshore wind farms moving into the coast. And I think like ultimately designing for coastal systems and coastal futures is designing inside this negotiation between people, governance, memory, identity, and ecological change.
We're just gonna skip through this because we're at time. But basically, thank you so much for bearing with us. We both are actually we just got to Iceland for a residency, so we're both really jet lagged right now. But thank you so much for listening, and we're really excited to see who wins the challenge as well.
Thanks so much.
If you all do want to share, we still have some time because the judges' deliberations are still happening. And then, I also have some questions for you all. So whatever you think is best, I'm definitely excited to hear more of your presentation. So
Yeah.
just let me know what you all want to do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe we can jump to questions. I don't know if anyone has questions, but if you have questions, yeah, that would be sweet.
Sure. Yeah. And so if anybody also on the call has any questions, I'll also just check and keep the YouTube live stream up as well in case anyone has questions on there. But I wanted to start off with a question that I had for you all, which, it seems like from what you've shown that so much of your work is around communicating across these different disciplines. What have you all found are some of the biggest challenges with, speaking to people with these different types of backgrounds and expertise, and how have you bridged those gaps?
Maybe you want to talk about like your kind of the start of this when you're at NASA?
Yeah, I guess in my sophomore through I think my fourth year in my undergrad, I was working on an astrobiology project at NASA, which was kind of my kind of like the opening of my window into thinking about how design could kind of be this really translatory method and force. I was working kind of between I was looking at kind of biomimetic platforms for remote sensing in on and off Earth contexts. And the project I was doing was kind of like developing a tool and a platform for scientists, but also needed to be like very like realistic to the the requirements of like space architecture and what it means to like send a payload out in space, but basically involved like consulting with, everybody from like microfluidics experts to like planetary sensing scientists to satellite engineers. And through that, what I found was that, the project that I ended up creating was not something that would have, happened out of any sort of like one field. It was truly like kind of combining a lot of and synthesizing information across a lot of different fields. And, you know, in those moments, especially like in my first like couple months doing it, I felt like completely out of my depth because I was not the expert in anything. But I think across that started to like, you know, from talking to different people across different disciplines, started to see how that in itself was like kind of an aperture, like a perspective, and like that the power or value I brought to the table was kind of synthesizing across all these disciplines. Um, in terms of like, I think translating between different disciplines, um, what I'm not sure if like this is the best way to go about it, but I feel like the way I have gone about it is kind of immersing myself in, I think what Zoe and I do a lot is immersing ourselves in these different contexts. We worked across a lot of different labs and started to understand that, you know, every group of expertise is like a community with its own like, you know, knowledge, but also like its own ways of like thinking about the world and what defines success and like what terms they use. And trying to understand those contexts helps us, I think, translate between them.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of, I guess, like started the same pathway. Like I started working at MIT Media Lab in the Fluid Interfaces group. And I was like in my second year of design school. I was like not a good student in high school. I had not a lot of like technical background. And I just like jumped in and tried to learn as much as I could. And for me, like I think a little bit more mouthy, and so like I would just like kind of talk my way through it. So like always being the first to ask like the stupid question, always being the first to like try to ideate further. And I think a lot of this was always like kind of interpersonal, but also really making sure that I understood like people's values and their priorities. Whether it's like kind of disciplinary or like their position in the lab or their kind of outlook on science, just making sure that there's like another shared language besides just like, you know, your discipline like jargon and vocabulary, and making sure that you can kind of come together as like people who are all trying to contribute to solving the same problem. And then I think it's a lot easier to negotiate from there.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Um, I want to ask this question in the chat from Geeta. Um, they're curious about your second project, about the visualizing social dynamics to support technology deployment through trust building. And they find it really fascinating and would love to know more about how it works. Is the researcher doing the mapping prior to the project using the framework that you developed? And just any kind of more information that you could share specifically about the project, I think would be super helpful.
Yeah, totally. So yeah, I guess that's regarding our work that we do at the lab at CBI. Yeah, both of us are research affiliates, so we kind of help spearhead this project. Um, so this kind of started by our lab director. So his this lab is kind of at the intersection of community organizing and biotech. He's done it in a few ways. One of them is this really great class that actually I think more people should know about in biodesign, called How to Grow Almost Anything, which is kind of this like global, I'm sure Michael, you know, but this like global, like international online class teaching biotech and synthetic biology. Now they're integrating this like kind of cloud lab thing where you can like send your experiments to Ginkgo Bioworks in Boston, which is super cool. But he's really excited about how we kind of democratize biotechnology, but also how we think about the social and network and relational side of it. And so this project was put together by him in collaboration with Dr. Marshall Gans, who's this legendary community organizer from Harvard. He organized with Martin Luther King Jr. and Cesar Chavez in the I don't know what year, but he's kind of like an old timer. He's really awesome. And so they were thinking a lot about like when biotech enters the world, there's there's a lot of reactions usually. I mean, you can think about like colossal biosciences, for example. Like when people see like you want to bring back the woolly mammoth or you want to do like genetic editing or something like that, conceptually it can be very scary. We found that there's a lot of backlash, and in this use case in coral conservation, where um, anything ecological is so entangled with the social. So you have so many community stewards, you have so many indigenous knowledge keepers, and all of them hold not only political power but also social power. Um, if there's not like proper partnerships or proper communication in place already, it can really slow down how biotech can actually deploy. Um, and so sometimes like researchers will face like multi-year delays in their permits. They can face lawsuits. There's a lot of things that can happen, even though at the end of the day, everyone has the same values. Like everyone wants the coral reefs to be saved. People on the ground, stewards, indigenous knowledge keepers, more so than anyone else. And so a lot of our work has been really looking at that relationship and thinking about like, there's complete kind of values alignment. But when it comes into practice, like there's just so many things that can go wrong when you're negotiating between all of these different stakeholders that was kind of like the beginning point of a lot of our work. And so we started joining this work as researchers. We do a lot of like the interviews, kind of the social science side behind it, but also developing this like way of visualizing it. I think anything systems, especially when you have, I mean, these like maps, they hold like 300 to 500 people points of views. They're really, really hard to actually think through without having visualization systems. And also building those visualization systems is also really hard because you just have like a like horrible, disgusting amount of data. Um, and especially data that is not actually like it doesn't fit together very well all the time. Like you have like ecological change, you have like kind of hard science data, but you also have like softer or sometimes referred to as warmer data, where it's kind of like this squishy in between. It's data that can change based on its context or its relationality to other factors. And so a lot of our work has been just building like this visualization system so that when we work with all these different groups, whether policymakers or researchers or the groups on the ground themselves, we can kind of all enter the conversation with the same amount of understanding and the same amount of knowledge for how everyone relates to each other. And we've been finding that that is actually a pretty helpful first step. It's not a perfect system yet, but it's at least like a good kind of first step to this larger body of work.
Yeah, no, that's really helpful. And something that I think that I'm thinking about and that at Biodesign Challenge we're definitely interested in as well is, as designers, I feel like you all picked up on the rising importance and impact of data and how it connects to both design work and ecological work. And I was just curious for both of you, I know that especially people who don't come from a technical background, there can be a lot of intimidation around how do I actually learn these things? How do I, understand how to work with data? So what was that process like for both of you in terms of how you started incorporating more of the technological elements into your design practice?
Yeah, that's a great question. Um, I mean, I'll be the first to say that I'm more of like a designer than I think I'm a researcher, and like I think I still struggle with a lot of like question or not question, but like I struggle with a lot of like understanding around data because like, you know, it is just something that has so much, we just have so much of it, and it's hard to, kind of know how to deal with it, how to understand it. There's so many ways, and there's also so many forms of it that I think for me, at least the first step was like, I think for me, like almost like psychologically was like if I don't get it, it's not necessarily like my lack of understanding it um kind of academically, but also just like there's so many ways to actually output data and there's so many ways to make it legible or illegible that a lot of the times it is like kind of a lack of understanding that can also come from the source and not just from the understanding. Um, and so for me, I think that was like the first step of being like, okay, how do I get over the hump of being a designer who knows I need to deal with data but doesn't always know how? Um,
I
and
think also like coming from a place where, like your expertise isn't like based in hard data actually, at least I feel like from in my experience, has been kind of like a superpower of like looking in other like in a context, because you're not operating with the assumption of like I just need to collect more data, which I think is often maybe kind of the underlying assumption of like to understand we just need to collect more data on the environment or on like X, Y, and Z, and to be really critical about like, how is this data being communicated? If it doesn't make sense to me, like it probably doesn't make sense to someone like on the street. um, Data for whom and to what end is something we think a lot about in our practice. Where this data is coming from, and is it going back to benefit the people it is coming from? Um, and and I think like also a lot of our work is like about kind of integrating, like the hard data and like softer, more relational data. And so thinking about like, how these different types of like data collection, XYZ can kind of live together. And I think designers actually have a really good toolkit for thinking about that.
Yeah. I think for at least for me, like especially like I struggled, especially like in the beginning when you're just tossed like a huge data set. You're like tossed like, so many numbers and so many like gigabytes of files and whatever. And it can be very overwhelming. But I think like once you kind of get over that hump of like, you're not just looking at numbers for numbers' sake, like you're looking at numbers to find a story. And for me, that really helped of just like, how am I approaching this and what is the point of this? Like, when you talk to scientists who are actually like developing instruments to collect data or doing the data collection themselves, they're always concerned with like finding perfect data or finding more and more and more and more. But when you flip that narrative and you're like, okay, what are we trying to say with it, and what are we trying to impact? Then I think that's when you actually give it like legs to have the most impact possible.
So, so it looks like there's another question in the chat from Yuki. Hi, Zoe and Annie, your work is so inspiring. It's crazy how you managed to bring so many people together. We were wondering if you could elaborate a bit more on the timeline and if it's a speculative approach or more of a plausible technical approach. And Yuki, feel free to also, clarify or ask as well. I don't know if you were referencing a specific project of theirs or just their general approach.
Oh yeah. Sorry. So we were just like we saw the timeline, we were just kind of a bit confused like what it meant. It was like 2025 to like I didn't quite really understand. If you could maybe guys kind of like elaborate more on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think like our studio practice, like we have two mechanisms. So one of them is like we're kind of doing like kind of day-to-day work working with like organizations now, kind of answering questions that are really present facing. So when we work with like the Providence Resilience Project or other like science or climate impact led organizations, like are really answering like what are their priorities in the next like 1 to 3 to 5 years, and how do we leverage our skill sets to help get them there faster, as kind of like half of our practice. And then the other half is like kind of the work that's more like the book Eating the Whole Fish or Tidelands, which is really asking questions that are kind of like trying to answer like what are the targets of what we're working for. So like anything like kind of climate narratives or kind of cultural shifts, is less from like a day-to-day like what is practical, but more of a future facing like what do we hope for, and what are we working towards.
And I think there it's like, thinking about the future not for just exploration's sake, which is also very valid in its own context, but more so thinking about, like what does like so much of our climate narratives are grounded in either like complete like, you have maybe like complete utopia where it's like very like Studio Ghibli, like very solar punk, like everybody's happy and thriving. And then you have like the other side of like total climate apocalypse. And we I think lack a lot of stories in between of like, what does it mean for like, emergent strategies that are actually happening on our coast to be extended in the future? What are the ways we want to live in the future? And I think like part of that project is to kind of articulate and make that, tangible and graspable and like felt. So that we can like, almost treat that point in the future as like a point for starting these conversations in the present.
Yeah, this was actually like an insight that I got from my first lab director at Fluid Interfaces at MIT. Her philosophy about the way she does science is that science or story informs science, which then in turn informs story. She's like a big sci-fi nerd, but she's also like one of the leading edges of brain-computer interaction interfaces. She was just like published in Time, and she's kind of this big shot now. Her name's Natalia Kuzmina. She's the best. But her kind of all of her work kind of revolves around like she started to build the actual technologies that she was hoping to see in movies. And we see this through so many examples. Like the first cell phone actually came from a movie. Like it was originally just like a form that some prop developer came out with and then informed the design of the first cell phone. And so we see this so often where like narratives shape the technology, which shapes culture, and there's this whole exchange. And so for us, we realize that this gap is definitely like, we have ways in which we see like complete like perfect technology and everything is like green and everything is like, zero carbon emissions, and then we have complete apocalypse, and we know that both are probably not actually what's going to happen. Like it won't be like everything collapses immediately and there's like hellfire everywhere. And it won't be the situation where like the entire world is like green and perfect and hyperfunctional. Finding this like way of seeing the in between and also being able to shape like how it becomes more optimal for more people and how it's shaped by narratives from people who, you know, live on the ground and are actual like people and not just like film executives or artists. For us was really important to try to shape that narrative.
That's so awesome. Yeah, I do agree that there is this sort of blind spot in terms of considering the in-between of like reality, but also this cool like dystopia or not dystopia. Um, yeah, it's really wonderful. We really like we're sort of considering this sort of format as well. We're trying to find cool ways to like integrate the community somehow and well also being creative about it because that's also really important, in engaging the public. And we're so inspired by how you're organizing everything about this. And we were wondering, like, is there anything we can do to contribute somehow, like work together or like anything like that to be able to like be a part of this somehow?
Yeah, actually we do you have the we're organizing this thing with our lab right now called it's kind of like a index or like working group. We'll probably run it through MIT. It's called the Climate Design Index, kind of. Right now we're taking emails if people want updates. Is it just climate dot? It shouldn't be. We have the in the Civic Media Lab, we have the QR code that we can probably put in the chat. But we're starting to host kind of this like working group for people to talk through this. We're also publishing all of our methods and the tool itself through our lab, through this website that we can't share right now, but we can share later about like how you actually do a lot of these methods. And yeah, basically, if you also like have more like specific questions or like, more ideas, like also please feel free to shoot us an email anytime. We're always looking for collaborators or just more people to kind of build into our network. But yeah, I think it's really awesome. I feel like anyone who is like kind of practicing in the sciences or the biosciences or the biodesign who's really speaking towards like people and the public, like you're already so ahead of the curve and like so ahead, I think, in just like thinking about how you make impact in this really like I think exciting way.
Yes, thank you so much. Where can we find like that email? Like, is it potentially on
Oh
your
yeah. It's just hello
Hello at beamstudio.earth.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank
That
you
was
so
so much
much.
insight.
Yeah,
Thank you,
yeah.
guys.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks so much.
Thanks so much.
Awesome. So I know we're, you know, going a little bit over time. We have a lot of really interesting questions, I think. But I wanted to close out with you all because I know that you are super tired from the jet lag. But what is some advice that you would give to students, like um, the students who are participating in this programming who are interested in working out of the box, pushing forward their projects that may not have this kind of like structured path forward or are interested in working across these different disciplines as they kind of embark on their journeys, similar to how you all might have felt when you were starting Beam Studio.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think, yeah, there's so much to say there. I think like I guess like kind of chunking it out, like if you're someone who I think wants to work in a very interdisciplinary context, especially if you want to work with the sciences and you don't yourself have a technical background, I can speak to that a lot, which is I think like for me the most important thing I think to keep my head on straight was just like to have some kind of like understanding or like conceptual organization of like what I bring to the table and what other people bring to the table. Because I think a lot of the times when you are a creative or someone who doesn't have a technical background, who's maybe like gaining one, but like doesn't formally have one, it can feel like it's impossible to get all the knowledge that you need, or like your opinion can feel like less weighted because like maybe you don't have the most like rigorous understanding or the most granular understanding of certain sciences or whatever. I feel like it's just there's sciences is just a very high barrier to entry field to be in, but I think benefits so much from when it is really really interdisciplinary. Think for me, it's always like just know what I'm bringing to the table, know what other people are bringing to the table, and to really understand like what my limits are in knowledge, what other people's limits are in knowledge, and to try to really always send those conversations around kind of like shared values and shared missions. Because I think like when you can really ground your collaborations and your conversations in that, like you just open up such a better way of understanding and relating to each other, which I think, especially when like there's such differences in language and jargon between these multiple fields, like being able to just center in like a common language, which I feel like is always like values, then I feel like it helps get you there for faster.
Yeah, I think like, there's definitely a lot in that question. I mean, like, I think that like peeling back like Beam is like, I think on paper in some ways, in other ways not so much, like, it feels like very much a thing. But like that is definitely, also to say that, there were like years before, where we are now, where we were like unsure where we were going, like if this was possible, if like because we were kind of carving like an emergent way of working that nobody really understood. But like I think what has been so powerful along that journey is like finding um other people in emergent practice and being in community, which I think is like biodesign does such a great job of being in a community of people also interested in the same questions, where like you feel like, you're in a community of practice where like things feel possible. I think that has been like really, really, really powerful for our practice of like, I think it's like also where a lot of our collaborations have come out of just being like working in practice with other people who are also thinking about similar questions.
Yeah, I think going back to kind of like starting your venture, I know this space well. Like when did the aquaculture startup, I think it was also kind of a weird thing. There were not that many designers working in aquaculture or the blue sector in general, and it can be really hard, like designers are not always super legible in this space, because there's not that many of us here. So I think it's really exciting that there's so many people in this sprint. But I think like really to like advance to, whatever stage that you're hoping to be at, whether it's like uh kind of first round of development or actual commercialization, is like to be able to really negotiate well, I think the commitment to like your central mission, but also to have kind of a lot of flexibility around it. I think like when you're an interdisciplinary practitioner and you're also like you have to work with all these different people and you have to be malleable to all these different kind of priorities and missions of other institutions, like whether it's funding or research or creative practice or whatever. I think for us, it's been a kind of process of learning of like what things that we can be really malleable about, and really flexible about, and what things about our practice like we are pretty like unmovable about. Because I think like, trying to build a company for everyone is founders can typically get like this message of like don't be too precious with your baby. But I think when you are in a sector or you're in a project where there are just so many competing forces because there's so many different disciplines, is to just make sure that like whatever your like central pillar is, like don't give it up.
Awesome. That is a really great advice to end on. Thank you both so much for joining today and speaking as part of the Biodesign Sprint finals. Hope you all, enjoy your time at your residency and stay warm and enjoy the beautiful nature there in Iceland. For everyone else, the judges are still finishing up deliberations, so please just hang tight. And we will be, hopping back on the Zoom whenever we have the awards ready. So yeah, I'm gonna just put up the break slide. Feel free to take a break. And yeah, thank you all for your patience. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Thanks so much.
Bye.
See ya. Bye.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for your patience. The judges have discussed your biodesign projects at length, as you've seen, and have come to a decision concerning the special category prizes. Before we share the winners, they wanted to commend you on the quality of the work presented today. Uniformly, the projects developed within the context of this year's Biodesign Sprint demonstrate a high degree of sophistication relative to the BDC key evaluative criteria: narrative, concept, context, and reflection. We will now announce the official winners of our prizes.
Hey everyone, sorry, I was just getting the slides loaded up. So we're gonna go through all the prizes, and just, before we go through each, I just wanted to kind of reiterate which prizes we're gonna be awarding today. We'll be awarding the Outstanding High School Prize, the Outstanding Art Prize, Narrative Prize, Outstanding Design Prize, Outstanding Science Prize, Runner-Up, and Overall Prizes. So we're gonna start, and let me just make sure that these slides work. We're going to start with the Outstanding High School Project. And the winner of the Outstanding High School Project is Colegio Granadino with Rio Renaste. So congratulations to Colegio Granadino. Paul, do you want to take this one?
Sure. The winner of this year's Outstanding Art Prize is UCSD. The Flight Over Frontera. Congratulations.
Okay, so next we have the winner of the Outstanding Narrative Prize. This year's winner of the Outstanding Narrative Prize is Keene University and Senai Sematech with Kobogo del Mar. Congratulations to Keene University and Senai Sematech.
The winner of this year's Outstanding Design Prize is Monash University, Seawall, and Beyond Barriers.
Okay, so next we have our Outstanding Science Prize. So the winner of the Outstanding Science Prize this year goes to University of Tasmania with Re-Urchin. Congratulations to University of Tasmania.
All right, so now the final two prizes. We'll begin with our runner-up. The winner of this year's runner-up for the Biodesign Sprint is Rye Country Day School. OxyFloat.
Congratulations, Rye Country Day School. And now we are going to announce our overall winner. So the overall winner of this year's Biodesign Sprint, Ocean Futures, is the University of Richmond with Refuse. Congratulations to University of Richmond. Great job on your project, and congratulations to all of our winners. Please join me once more in congratulating this year's fantastic Biodesign Sprint cohort and Ocean Futures winners. Congratulations, everyone. We understand that it is late into the night for many of you watching right now. So please be on the lookout for a follow-up email with the official prize announcements and other logistics, including the medal recognitions for every team. So even if you weren't one of the teams that won a category prize, we will be following up with you about your medal recognitions. All the student projects that were shared today and their medal recognitions will be shared on the Biodesign Sprint website in the coming weeks. So please be on the lookout for those recognitions as well. And for those of you watching our live stream on YouTube, thank you so much for staying with us and supporting the Biodesign Sprint Ocean Futures teams. And if you are affiliated with a high school, college, or university and would like to participate in a future Biodesign Sprint, the program will return in fall of 2026. And if you would like to participate in our main programming, registration for Biodesign Challenge 2026, which runs from the beginning of next year through June, will close on December 17th, so just in about a couple of weeks. We would love to have you join us. Thank you again to all of the participants for all your amazing projects. Follow us on social media for program updates and news. Thank you all again for joining us. Thank you to all our judges for the deliberations. I know it was a really spirited kind of debate, and you know, all the projects were so strong that it took, you know, some extra time for the deliberation. So thank you all so much for joining us, and have a good night, everyone. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, everyone.